Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing, what if Deku hide his true pain? Was Hannah the flower girl? Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The annoying buzz of the alarm clock pulled Deku out of yet another nightmare. He would have been happy about it if he hadn't actually been enjoying the dream. With a groan, he pushed his stiff and tired body up off the bed, rubbing his eyes before glancing at the clock. It read 9:30 a.m. Realization hit him hard. He was late. Quickly, he threw on his uniform, ignoring his unruly green and black hair, and rushed out of the dorms, practically sprinting to Class 1A. He paused only long enough to spray himself with some cologne. As he threw open the door, all eyes turned toward him. The look from Aizawa-sensei made his fluffy green ears fold back. The teacher simply stated that he was late again, clearly unimpressed. Deku knew he had been late a few times recently, maybe every day. But it wasn't entirely his fault. It was challenging being in the same class as the two most attractive boys in his grade. And if that wasn't complicated enough, he was their mate. He realized that this might be confusing. He had just called them attractive, so why wouldn't he want them to know? The truth was, they didn't actually know about their bond. He was mated to two gorgeous beings, but they were unaware. They knew they had a third mate, though they had been surprised at first. It wasn't impossible to have two mates, but it was extremely rare. When Deku received his mark, they were already together. Their marks soon appeared as well, and ever since then, they had been searching for their mate. He had managed to create a cover story to hide the mate bond from them, but unfortunately he still felt every bit of it. Being so close yet so far from them felt maddening. He stole a glance at the two, his breath catching in his throat. Shoto Todoroki, one of the four alphas in the school, stood there with his two-toned hair and mismatched eyes, easily one of the most handsome boys alive. Like everyone else, he was looking at Deku, his usual impassive face betraying a hint of amusement. Next to him was Katsuki Bakugo, his childhood best friend, with spiky ash-blonde hair and a fiery personality. At 6 feet 5 inches, he was slightly shorter than Todoroki, who stood at 6 feet 7 inches. Both were alphas, but everyone knew that Bakugo would ultimately submit to Todoroki. No one could blame him. Todoroki was the most powerful alpha in the school. Bakugo's ruby-red eyes also showed amusement as he shook his head with a smirk. In case anyone was confused, Deku and Bakugo were still the best of friends. Bakugo didn't bully him, it was more like playful teasing. He and Todoroki were close too, even if they didn't know about the mate bond. Since discovering it, Deku had been trying to avoid them, which was torturous. A tired pro-hero cleared his throat, successfully regaining Deku's attention. Before looking at him, he noticed Denki smirking at him, a different kind of smirk that made heat rise to his cheeks. Denki and Kirishima both knew who Deku's mates were and understood why he couldn't tell them. They didn't like it, but they agreed to keep it a secret, for which Deku was extremely grateful. Feeling awkward, Deku scratched the back of his neck and let out a nervous giggle. The pro-hero didn't look any less annoyed, and Deku couldn't blame him. He had been late every day for the past 3 weeks, ever since he found out who his mates were. The pro-hero didn't do much about it, though, because despite being late, Deku was always the first to finish his homework, assignments, and any other work. Even if it meant sacrificing the little sleep he managed to get. Aizawa seemed to contemplate something for a moment before sighing and shaking his head, telling Deku to just sit down as he settled into his sleeping bag. Deku scurried off to his desk. He didn't pay much attention to class, writing down random notes as he struggled to keep his eyes open. He was grateful that he seemed immune to dark circles under his eyes, otherwise, everyone would know just how little sleep he was getting, which wouldn't be good. It was already challenging enough that his classmates were overly caring, especially since he was the only Omega in the school. They were either careful around him or completely inconsiderate. Most of the school consisted of betas, with only 4 alpha students, 3 of whom were in his class. The other was a third-year student. People were surprised when Deku, an Omega, made it into the school. Omegas were typically seen as the weaker ones, meant to raise children, cook, clean, and fulfill whatever roles were assigned to them. While many Omegas didn't mind this, Deku was not a fan of those expectations. Though he exhibited some traits of an Omega, like whimpering when an Alpha or even a Beta yelled, or being the first to submit, his personality was more akin to that of a Beta, albeit a weaker one. He knew he was strong, but both his physical and mental capacities were below those of higher-ranked wolves. Mentally, he struggled to resist an Alpha's command. Despite this, he was one of the smartest students in the school. As class dragged on, Deku found himself dozing off at his desk, which felt surprisingly comfortable. He didn't know how much time passed before the bell rang, and although a part of him urged him to wake up, he just couldn't. A sudden loud bang, like a mini explosion, jolted him awake. His eyes flew open, and he narrowed them at the culprit. The student raised an eyebrow, and Deku dropped his glare, opting for a pout instead. Alphas don't accept disrespect, and Cat-chan is particularly sensitive to anyone who glares at him. He noticed when I was trying to sleep, my ears flattening against my head due to the noise. They knew I was tired, but Cat-chan insisted that I needed to get up for class. His tone tried to sound annoyed, but the smile on his face revealed otherwise. My pout deepened, and instead of listening, I rested my head back on the desk. Cat-chan let out a small growl, looking to his mate for assistance. Todoroki stood nearby, chuckling softly at the scene. The bond between us was palpable, sending a shiver through my body. I felt a strong need for their touch, but I couldn't act on it, knowing it might lead to trouble. Cat-chan reiterated that I would be late for class, but I remained unmoved, my eyes closed and my mind drifting. Another growl escaped him, and it elicited a whimper from me. Alphas disliked being disobeyed, and I was ignoring one of the most temperamental ones. Slowly, I lifted my head, peeking at Cat-chan innocently. Todoroki was now beside him, clearly displeased with my defiance, though. Both of them still appeared amused, indicating I wasn't in serious trouble. When I continued to stay put, Cat-chan sighed, shaking his head before swiftly lifting me and throwing me over his shoulder. I squeaked in surprise as he began walking, Todoroki following closely. Cat-chan's touch sent sparks through me, and I struggled to suppress my reaction. I had taken precautions that morning, masking the signs of our bond, save for the mark on my shoulder. Cat-chan expressed his frustration at my inaction, emphasizing that he didn't want to be late for All Might's class. I huffed and crossed my arms, pouting. Todoroki chuckled at my childish behavior, and I mumbled a playful complaint, which earned me an eye roll from the Alphas. I appreciated seeing this side of them. To everyone else, Cat-chan was a temperamental and sometimes childish alpha, while Shoto was calm and collected, rarely showing any emotion. Yet I longed for more intimacy. They were my mates, and I wished for the chance to cuddle and go on dates, rather than just hanging out occasionally. I didn't realize we had reached the next classroom until Cat-chan set me down on my feet. I avoided looking up at him, glancing at Todoroki before focusing on the hallway, hoping to make a quick escape. But before I could move, Cat-chan placed his hands on my shoulders and used his authoritative tone to instruct me not to run. I narrowed my eyes, trying to resist, but he let out a low warning growl that made my resolve waver. I finally relented, looking down and mumbling my compliance. Todoroki, standing beside me as Cat-chan draped an arm around my shoulder, encouraged me to cheer up, suggesting that the day might turn out well. I simply hummed in response, unwilling to let myself hope. My mood shifted dramatically upon seeing All Might, the #1 pro hero, prompting a sigh from both alphas. All Might remained my hero, mentor, and idol, but his presence often triggered a drastic change in my mood. I could go from cheerful to irritable in an instant, and while I managed to control my urges, the proximity of my mates, who were unaware of my true feelings, intensified my emotional turmoil. My rigorous training wasn't helping either. I often pushed myself to the brink, and while All Might urged me to go harder, I found myself grappling with conflicting emotions. Despite wanting to lash out, he remained my favorite mentor. Once Cat-chan settled me into my seat, he and Shoto moved to the back of the class, bickering over who would sit by the window. They complemented each other perfectly, but their arguments could arise over the smallest things. Now alone, I quickly retrieved a mini spray bottle from my pocket and applied it liberally. Being so close to my mates heightened my awareness of their presence, and the pounding in my head signaled that my actions weren't healthy. All Might's voice grated on my nerves, but it distracted me from my mates for the time being. This was going to be a long day. Lunch arrived swiftly, and I couldn't exit the classroom fast enough. The combination of my mate's sense and All Might's presence was overwhelming, pushing me to the edge. I had started to scratch at my skin, feeling a strange thrill in the pain. Emotionally, I was struggling with thoughts of my mates, and I had no idea how I had managed to endure their closeness for so long. Despite my mood swings, I worked hard to maintain the innocent persona everyone knew and loved. However, my smile felt forced, and I was ready to react aggressively if anyone approached me. Skipping meals was a common occurrence, and anyone who saw me without my shirt would easily discern my eating habits. When Midoriya arrived at his table, Uraraka and Ida were already engaged in conversation. Uraraka greeted him sweetly, followed closely by Ida's usual energetic commentary. Midoriya sank into his seat, tapping his fingers against the table in boredom. Uraraka frowned at his behavior, and Ida scolded him for being rude, as he often did. Midoriya rolled his eyes, and they returned to their discussion. However, Uraraka soon sighed loudly and shot him a glare, asking him to stop tapping, as it was becoming annoying. He remained silent, prompting her to repeat herself. With a groan, he decided it was time for some fun. He lifted his head, a smirk on his face, and began tapping louder. Both Ida and Uraraka complained simultaneously, urging him to stop, which only drew more attention to their table. Midoriya couldn't understand why they were upset, but he continued, his smile widening as they tried to ignore him while growing increasingly annoyed. He began to softly sing, tap, tap, tappity tap, purely to irk them further. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed through the cafeteria, silencing the room. Midoriya felt a stinging sensation on his cheek, realizing Uraraka was standing in front of him, clearly the one responsible. The cafeteria fell silent for a moment, stunned that a beta had just slapped him, the precious Omega. While it hadn't hurt much, Midoriya didn't appreciate being slapped. So, he did the only logical thing. He smirked and winked at Uraraka, who looked confused before panic set in. In an instant, he was crying, holding his cheek as if in distress. The growls from the other students began to rise, and soon, almost everyone was growling at Uraraka. Ida sat in shock, wide-eyed as Midoriya played the victim. Uraraka attempted to explain herself, but no one was listening, only growling as Kirishima and Denki rushed to Midoriya's side, while the alphas of 3 other students moved closer to Uraraka. Kirishima tried to calm Midoriya, who managed to slow his tears slightly, all while trying not to laugh at the sight of Uraraka being cornered. However, he held back his laughter as Uraraka shouted that he was faking it and that he wanted this. Midoriya's cries grew louder as he jumped into Kirishima's arms, his shirt becoming wet with tears. Denki growled at the contact, but it was brief. Kirishima, using his alpha tone, ordered Uraraka to leave, and she didn't resist, especially with the 3 other alphas glaring at her. Midoriya continued to cry for a moment longer, with Kirishima and Denki whispering comforting words to him. He could feel the eyes of his mates on him, along with the rest of the students who had formed a crowd around him. Eventually, he pulled away from Kirishima, wiping his eyes, but he didn't stay long. He jumped to his feet and pushed through the crowd, running to the dorms, barely holding it together. A few called after him, but no one chased him, all believing he just needed some time due to how fragile he seemed. The moment he reached his dorm room, he burst out laughing, falling to the ground as his laughter filled the space. He was still giggling when there was a knock at the door, and he recognized the voice of one of his mates. They asked him to unlock the door. His giggles faded, replaced by a needy whine. He didn't need to open the door to know they were both there. Their scents were too familiar and comforting. He realized he had taken too long to answer when the next knock nearly knocked the door down. One of them ordered him to open up, and he rolled his eyes but whimpered in response. Stupid Omega hormones. Now, they probably thought he was insane. He whined again at the thought, hoping his earlier sounds had gone unnoticed. Pulling himself up, he shuffled over to the door and unlocked it, then moved to his bed. The 2 alphas entered, and he kept his gaze down, only seeing their feet until they stood in front of him. One of them growled his name, making Midoriya squirm. The other was quiet, which was typical, and he hoped he wasn't upset with him. He didn't regret what he did. In fact, he found it hilarious and still felt like giggling, but he also didn't want to be in trouble with his alphas, even if they didn't know they were his alphas or that he was their mate. He hummed in response, looking up at them with his head bowed, trying to play the victim again. However, the growl from one of the alphas indicated it wasn't working. The other remained silent, allowing the situation to unfold. Sighing, he gave up the act and lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling as he spoke. He explained that he had been bored and that Uraraka had said he was annoying her. The alpha asked if he had indeed been annoying her, trying to be patient. Midoriya sensed that he understood the underlying reasons for his behavior, even if they didn't know the specifics. He hesitated before admitting he might have been annoying her, but he argued that she could have just left instead of slapping him. He added that she didn't have to hurt him, placing a hand on his cheek, which he suspected had a bruise forming. He heard low growls from both alphas, neither of them pleased that he had been hurt. It was silent for another minute before Todoroki finally spoke up, stating that Uraraka should not have slapped Katchan, and that Kirishima was giving her a punishment as they spoke. His usual monotone voice carried an undeniable authority. He paused briefly to glare at Katchan, who was likely about to complain about the punishment he was supposed to deliver. Katchan growled softly but fell silent as Todoroki continued. However, Todoroki pointed out that making Uraraka the villain to such an extreme was uncalled for. He expected Katchan to apologize, just as Uraraka would apologize to him. He also informed Katchan that he was grounded for the remainder of the week. His tone left no room for arguments, but Katchan felt compelled to speak up. Katchan believed Uraraka deserved what she got and felt fortunate that he hadn't retaliated more harshly. He declared that he would not apologize to her and protested against being grounded. His eyes narrowed as he focused on Todoroki, who did not growl or glare back like Katchan did. Instead, Todoroki raised an eyebrow and remarked, almost mockingly, that Katchan was mistaken if he thought he could avoid the consequences. Katchan opened his mouth to respond but snapped it shut, glaring at the floor instead. Todoroki commented on Katchan's silence, and despite his feelings for Todoroki, Katchan refrained from snapping back. After a moment of silence, Katchan was prompted to agree to follow the orders given. Katchan reluctantly agreed, no longer glaring but pouting at the ground. Todoroki tried to lighten the mood, suggesting they could play video games later, but he was quickly interrupted by Todoroki, who reminded him that Katchan was grounded and couldn't play. Katchan whined, clearly upset about the situation, but he didn't push it further. The absence of video game sessions surprised Katchan, as he had been avoiding them lately. All he wanted was to jump into their arms and feel their warmth. As Katchan mumbled about the punishment, he and Todoroki left, saying their goodbyes. Katchan felt a pang of longing once they were gone, already missing them. The remainder of the week passed quickly. The day after the incident, Katchan woke up feeling guilty. He rushed out of his dorm, dressed for school, and ran to Uraraka's room, where he apologized repeatedly, even shedding tears at the thought of losing one of his best friends. Thankfully, she forgave him, just as he forgave her. Everything seemed to be going well. Katchan managed to control his mood and stay out of trouble. He still believed he didn't deserve the punishment of being grounded, but he felt remorse for his actions towards Uraraka. He even made it to class on time. Things were looking up, not just for him but for his friends as well. Todoroki and Katchan's group was gaining popularity. Kirishima and Denki finally revealed their relationship, and Uraraka found her mate, someone named Toga. However, the good times didn't last long. On Friday, Katchan was 2 hours late for class. He had a particularly distressing nightmare the night before and only managed to get 30 minutes of sleep. When it was time for school, he couldn't bring himself to get up, not wanting to see his mates so happy without him. He knew it wasn't their fault, but witnessing them move on without him would only worsen his mood. So, there he lay on the floor of his dorm room, 2 hours late for class. He felt overwhelmed by a sense of despair, tears staining his face as he struggled with his thoughts. He had been spiraling downward since his mother passed away in an accident. Losing her felt like the end of the world. She had been his light, and without her, he felt lost. His heart had lost its rhythm, and he didn't know how to cope. All he had left was Katchan, but even he seemed to be drifting away, focusing more on his mate, Todoroki. Just when Katchan thought he couldn't go on, he discovered his mates, Katchan and Todoroki. They gave him a new reason to live, filling him with hope. He was overjoyed to learn they were his mates, believing that maybe someone would truly love him. Even though he had friends like Uraraka and Ida, he felt they weren't real connections. He longed to share his feelings with them, to find love and acceptance that had eluded him since his mother's death. But then, a shadowy figure appeared, warning him not to reveal his true self or risk harm to Katchan's family. That threat plunged him back into loneliness. Katchan tried to make the best of his situation, creating a potion to hide his mate bond. He formed new friendships and attempted to ignore the true feelings of Ida and Uraraka. He trained relentlessly, finding solace in the physical pain he endured. He ignored the potion's side effects, including delusions and anxiety. It was ironic how a fake smile and long sleeves could mask his struggles. The voices in his head whispered that everyone would be better off without him, calling him weak and useless. Determined to prove them wrong, he trained harder, stopped eating, and continued to cut. Eventually, he became so skilled at pretending that he started to feel genuine happiness, albeit with extreme mood swings. But none of that mattered if he couldn't make everyone else happy. He lashed out, lied, manipulated, and hurt others. Now, he found himself skipping class, the one thing that had kept him grounded. He knew that if he wanted to become a hero, he had to focus on his studies, but All Might had told him he wasn't trying hard enough. Skipping class would only lead to falling behind. Katchan just wanted to be himself again, but he struggled to remember who that was. He tried to think positively, reminding himself that he had never sworn, which meant there was still hope. A giggle bubbled up inside him, only to morph into a choked sob, and just like that, he found himself crying again. I wasn't even sure if I had stopped. Time passed, and I eventually fell asleep, curled up on the floor, surrounded by my own blood, which continued to seep from my many wounds. Nightmares greeted me once again. When I woke up, there was knocking at my door, but the strong smell of blood filled my senses, leaving me unsure of who it was. Suddenly, the door was kicked down, revealing a distressed Denki and Kirishima. Their eyes widened at the sight before them, and I couldn't blame them. One of their closest friends, the Omega of the school, lay in a pool of his own blood, deep cuts marring his body. I couldn't sense my mates or anyone else, and a quick glance at the clock told me that class was still in session for a few hours. It seemed Cammy and Kiri had come to check on me. I greeted them with a small smile, asking how they were doing before I passed out again. When I woke up, I found myself in my own bed, bandages wrapped around my wounds. The blood had been cleaned up, leaving only a faint smell behind. At the end of my bed sat a red-haired alpha, with a sleeping Denki beside him. He hadn't noticed I was awake yet, so I took a moment to observe him. It was clear he had been crying, and I knew Denki had too. As an Omega, I could sense the emotions of others. I whispered an apology, barely audible. Kiri's eyes met mine as he opened his mouth to respond, but I interrupted him, expressing my uncertainty about my feelings. My words came out as a whimper, and my eyes burned with unshed tears. He remained silent for a moment, and just as panic began to rise within me, he spoke softly, acknowledging my feelings. The room fell into silence again until I blurted out my fear that they might hate me. I couldn't bear the thought of losing their support, especially after everything they had helped me through. Denki assured me that they didn't hate me, explaining that while they were hurt and perhaps a bit angry, they could never hate me. Cammy echoed his sentiment, looking me straight in the eyes with sincerity. I managed to return their smiles, though I still felt a bit gloomy. A thought crossed my mind, and I began to panic again, ready to plead with them when Denki spoke up, reassuring me that they wouldn't tell anyone until I was ready. Those words eased my worries, and we fell into another silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Kiri broke the silence, asking if I wanted to talk or if I preferred a distraction. Grateful for their understanding, I chose distraction, not yet ready to discuss my feelings. They accepted my answer without pushing further, getting up and helping me to my feet. I felt my cuts stretch against the bandages, but I didn't wince. We left the room together, and I didn't need to ask where we were going. Whenever I was upset, they took me to our special cool-down spot. Soon enough, we arrived at the theater room, a large space with a grand stage, red curtains, and rows of seats. The atmosphere was filled with wooden structures and steel accents. I jumped onto the stage, a smile spreading across my face as I bounced with excitement. My friends, my brothers, laughed at my behavior, clearly relieved to see me happy again. Cammy asked if I would be performing a cover or one of my own songs. I replied that I would be singing an original titled, Worst Day of My Life. Only Kiri and Cammy knew that I sang. Not even Katchan was aware. Kirishima and Denki set aside their guitars, one moving to the piano while the other prepared to accompany me with his hands. Once they were ready, I took a deep breath, my smile still bright as I began to sing. I shared the story of my struggles, my voice soft and fragile, yet filled with emotion. As I continued, I lost myself in the music, swaying gently with the rhythm. The piano's melody echoed throughout the room, blending with my voice and the sound of applause. With each line, I expressed the pain I had felt, the challenges I faced, and the struggle to find light in the darkness. The words flowed effortlessly from my lips, and I sang with all my heart, knowing them by heart. Kiri and Kaminari hummed along, both of them not particularly fond of singing but possessing a talent for playing instruments. Kiri reflected on the struggles he faced, recalling the pain of a fractured wrist and a broken heart. He felt that these experiences would leave lasting scars, ones that might never fully heal. He thought to himself that this was the worst day of his life, a day filled with uncertainty and doubt. Yet he resolved to choose resilience over despair. He swore to himself that he would never give up, determined to crawl forward until he proved his strength. As his voice faded, a smile returned to his face, and he turned to the two other wolves beside him, noticing the smiles on their faces as well. He playfully begged them for another song, his eyes wide with hope. They chuckled, shaking their heads, but soon their expressions turned serious. Kaminari asked if he felt better, and Kiri nodded, understanding their unspoken concern. They opened their arms, and Kiri ran into them. Although it wasn't the embrace he longed for from his mate, it still felt warm and comforting, a brotherly love that he cherished. The day passed quickly, with the three of them singing one more song before Kaminari and Kirishima had to return to class. They reminded Kiri to change his bandages later and promised to keep his secret. After saying their goodbyes, Kiri headed to his dorm room, and as soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a much-needed sleep. The next day, Kiri practically skipped to class, despite being late. His good mood made him feel like laughing uncontrollably. His ears, which had been flat against his head for days, perked up, twitching with excitement. He could even feel his tail wagging. As he swung the door open, all eyes turned to him. His smile widened as he waved to the class, bouncing on his feet. He noticed Katchan looking worried, which made him giggle. Most of the class stared at him with a mix of surprise and curiosity, except for Todoroki, who seemed amused, though his expression remained mostly neutral. Kiri also noticed that a certain classmate was missing. Ignoring Mr. Aizawa, who looked ready to scold him, Kiri tilted his head and asked where Mineta was. A moment of silence followed, with everyone blinking at him in surprise. Then Kaminari snorted, and laughter erupted in the classroom. Even Todoroki cracked a brief smile. Mr. Aizawa shot a glare around the room, silencing everyone once more. He turned to Kiri with a scowl and said that if Kiri sat down, he would explain where Mineta was. Kiri's smile returned instantly as he nodded vigorously and skipped to his desk, noticing his brother's confused stares. He settled into his chair, adjusting himself to sit cross-legged. He heard Katchan growl, and it took all his willpower not to flinch. Despite his cheerful mood, it was difficult to ignore the instinctive reaction to an alpha's presence. But he managed to hold his ground, surprising everyone, including himself, when he growled back at Mr. Aizawa, giggling afterward as he covered his mouth, eyes sparkling with joy and mischief. The classroom felt tense, with Todoroki being the only one unaffected by Kiri's playful antics. A glance at him revealed that he was trying to suppress a laugh. Kiri overheard Uraraka whispering about him, suggesting that no one would want a crazy Omega, which drew some disapproving looks from their classmates. Kiri heard her words, and it felt like a switch flipped inside him. His laughter ceased abruptly, and he turned serious, his face devoid of any smile. The sudden shift in his demeanor made the class uneasy, even Todoroki seemed uncomfortable. Mr. Aizawa announced that both Uraraka and Kiri would have detention, but Kiri didn't fully process it until it was repeated multiple times, with Bakugu shouting it out. Mr. Aizawa then explained that Mineta had been expelled for inappropriate behavior, and Shinso would be transferring into their class. The room filled with a mix of gagging noises and laughter at the absurdity of the situation. The sensei's presence barely registered as the protagonist blinked and returned to staring at the wall. Doubts swirled in their mind about whether Uraraka was right. They knew they weren't alone, but the fear of rejection loomed large. Friends remained supportive after witnessing the change in behavior, but perhaps that was all they wanted, to be friends. The thought that no one would want a troubled Omega as a mate gnawed at them. But then again, Uraraka could just be mistaken. As the bell for lunch rang, the protagonist's mood shifted dramatically. They transformed back into their cheerful self, smiling brightly enough to catch the attention of their classmates. A few approached to check in, and they responded with giggles and assurances of being fine. When Todoroki and Kat-chan arrived, the protagonist's smile widened. They had to resist the urge to leap into their arms or shout about their bond. Instead, they bounced in their seat, giggling as they greeted them. Todoroki, slightly flustered, warned against any reckless behavior, shaking off his blush. The protagonist feigned innocence, playfully insisting they would never cause trouble. Kat-chan reminded them of a previous incident involving a mishap with a student, which elicited another round of giggles. Todoroki, trying to maintain a serious demeanor, reminded them not to repeat past mistakes. As he and Kat-chan left, the protagonist felt a rush of excitement, vowing to keep things under control. Plans were forming in their mind, and while they couldn't find any blood for their scheme, they settled for the next best thing: glitter. The finest pink glitter would do nicely for a little fun at Uraraka's expense. With the beta currently asleep at her desk and Mr. Aizawa momentarily absent, the timing was perfect. They quickly set up the glitter bucket above the door, just as footsteps approached. The protagonist hurriedly returned to their seat, stifling a giggle as Uraraka woke up just in time to witness the glitter shower. The pro-hero entered the room, instantly covered in pink sparkles. The protagonist feigned shock, covering their mouth with a shaky hand. Uraraka found the situation hilarious, laughing uncontrollably and inadvertently drawing the blame onto herself. Mr. Aizawa, clearly unimpressed, demanded an explanation, his eyes watering from the glitter. The protagonist couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and concern for the pro-hero's predicament. Uraraka, in a moment of panic, pointed a finger at the protagonist, claiming they were responsible. The protagonist feigned innocence, pretending to be hurt by the accusation, tears welling in their eyes as they dramatically reacted to the situation. Aizawa, despite his annoyance, attempted to calm the escalating tension. But Uraraka's words cut deep, and the protagonist felt their composure shatter. The mention of their mother, who had passed away, struck a painful chord. In a moment of rage, the protagonist lunged towards Uraraka, their emotions boiling over. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around them, halting their advance just inches away from the frightened beta. The tension in the air was palpable, and the protagonist's growls echoed in the classroom. As emotions surged, the protagonist's anger transformed into sobs, their tears staining Aizawa's shirt as he held them close, trying to provide comfort amidst the chaos. The bell rang, but the world around them faded into a blur, leaving only the warmth of the pro-hero's embrace and the concerned voices of their classmates. A series of growls echoed, likely directed at Uraraka, who seemed to scoff and imply that I was overreacting. I froze, my tears giving way to a bitter chuckle. The class fell silent, watching as I pulled myself away from Aizawa's warm embrace. I wiped my eyes and turned to face Uraraka. The entire class was focused on me, creating a gap that allowed me to see her clearly. Someone began to speak, but I raised my hand to silence them. Overreacting, huh? I repeated, not allowing her a chance to respond before continuing. Yeah. You're probably right. Another bitter laugh escaped me. I mean, you did just state the truth. My mom is gone, has been for a while now, I guess. I noticed a brief flash of regret in Uraraka's eyes, though it quickly faded, replaced by looks of pity from my classmates. But how would you feel? How would you feel if the person most dear to you, more important than any friend, even your closest companions, suddenly disappeared? Never to return, never to tuck you in at night and reassure you that everything would be all right. Never to kiss you or bring you homemade soup when you were sick. How would you feel if someone you thought was your friend rubbed that in your face? I stepped closer to Uraraka with each word. Seeing her open her mouth without any guilt in her eyes, I added, "Sure, I might not have been the best friend, but that's just cruel. So how about you stop being unkind and acknowledge when you're going too far?" With that, I turned away, ignoring the gasps at my language and the calls of my name. I didn't head to my dorm room, knowing that if someone was sent after me, that would be the first place they would look. Instead, I made my way to the theater room. I wasn't crying anymore, but I wasn't smiling either. My emotions were shifting too rapidly for me to understand how I felt. The voices returned, whispering and screaming something I had dealt with for a while but never got used to. I had once been foolish enough to hope they would go away. Of course, they hadn't, and now I would never forget that. I just needed to let off some steam. If I learned anything since I started using that potion, it was that bottling things up only made my mood swings more explosive. Since I couldn't exactly take my frustrations out on someone else, I decided to do the next best thing: sing. Without wasting any time, I headed straight to the stage, grabbed my acoustic guitar, and took my place behind the microphone. I closed my eyes, trying to clear my mind before starting. When that didn't work, I took a deep breath and began strumming the strings of my guitar, preparing to sing an original song that felt perfect for the moment. There are days when I feel on top of the world, and days when I'm not myself at all. There's a voice in my head that talks to me, telling me lies that I believe. Tears gathered in my eyes again as my fingers danced over the guitar strings, my voice echoing off the walls. And his voice is like thunder, and I keep falling under. I'm not who I wish to be. Now I just want to break down. But I won't say it out loud. So how do I make you see? As I continued, my head began to clear, a small smile forming as the tears streamed down my freckled cheeks. I keep on hearing voices. They're questioning my choices. I lay awake, I can't sleep, no. The cycles I try to break. But I just can't seem to shake. Guess I'm stuck in this routine. When I hear the voices say, "You're not good enough. You should give up. You'll never find love," I still hold on to hope so hopelessly. But don't see the love surrounding me. There's a light on the hill I try to reach. But every time the climb's too steep. The weight on my chest lifted, my foggy mood dissipating. And his voice like thunder keeps me falling under. I'm not who I wish to be. Now I just want to break down. But I won't say it out loud. So how do I make you see? I keep on hearing voices. They're questioning my choices. I lay awake, I can't sleep, no. The cycles I try to break. But I just can't seem to shake. Guess I'm stuck in this routine. When I hear the voices say, "You're not good enough. You should give up. You'll never find love." The tears didn't stop, the lyrics I had written reminding me of how difficult life could be. Happy child, just stay the same as you are. Happy child, don't change. Happy child, teach us to smile through the dark. Happy child, don't change like me. As I finished the song, I let out an airy laugh, allowing my guitar to hang by my body on the strap. Suddenly, I heard a voice, causing me to jump in surprise. I quickly wiped the tears from my face and turned to see who had spoken. "Todoroki," I breathed out, feeling my body relax. I hadn't even noticed him come in. My cheeks flushed as I realized he had heard me sing, and one of my own songs at that. "I apologize if I startled you, Midoriya," the taller boy said, walking up to the stage. I smiled as I put my guitar away. "Don't be, but, how did you find me?" I asked shyly, rubbing the back of my neck and sitting on one of the large speakers. Mr. Aizawa sent me to look for you. When you weren't in your dorm, I searched around the school until I heard someone singing. I came here and found you. You're really good, by the way. Was that an original? He asked, clearly impressed. My cheeks heated further, and I noticed amusement dancing in his eyes. Why it was. All the songs I sing are. The character gazed at the floor with a small smile. Todoroki stood thoughtfully in front of them, suggesting they should join Bakugo and him. The character's eyes widened in shock, their head turning so quickly it caused a slight wince. What? The surprise was evident on their face. It might seem like an overreaction, but they knew the truth of the situation. Todoroki and Bakugo's band, known as Firefly, was nearly impossible to join. Despite only having 2 members and clearly needing more, they had not accepted anyone after 26 auditions. Todoroki nodded, running a hand through his two-toned hair. You certainly have the talent, plus you can write, which is a bonus. Katsuki and I actually like you, he remarked, looking down with his usual blank expression. The character mumbled to themselves, feeling overwhelmed. Todoroki's disapproval of their swearing was clear as he narrowed his eyes and reprimanded them. A nervous laugh escaped as they looked up again, apologizing sheepishly. Todoroki hummed in response, seemingly satisfied. After a moment of silence, he asked what they thought. The character glanced away, contemplating the risks involved. It could be dangerous, and they would have to spray themselves more, but it sounded fun. This might be the only chance to hang out with them without raising suspicion. Ignoring the consequences, they smiled, stood up, and expressed their excitement about joining Firefly, feeling a mix of emotions. After thanking Todoroki, they talked for a bit before he left for class, instructing them to head to their dorm room. They felt relieved he didn't ask if they were okay, as they didn't want to lie any more than they already had. Entering the cafeteria, the character felt drained from the day. President Mick's voice still echoed in their ears from English class, and they had been close to losing their patience. Unfortunately, the bell rang before they could muster the energy to leave. As they walked toward their lunch table, whispers filled the air. They didn't catch much, but the few snippets made their blood boil. They heard rumors about them that were hurtful and untrue, and as they glanced around, they noticed their brothers and friends approaching with worried expressions. The character's eye twitched, realizing that nearly everyone was whispering, with only a few trying to defuse the situation. Walking quickly to their lunch table, they found Ida and Uraraka talking. With a big smile, they greeted Uraraka, though whether it was genuine or not didn't matter. Uraraka turned to face them with an annoyed expression, questioning their presence. The character feigned hurt, dramatically placing a hand over their heart. They expressed pride in Uraraka, which confused her. The entire room was now listening, and behind them stood Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Denki, ready to intervene if needed. They teased Uraraka about her reputation, which sparked laughter throughout the cafeteria, except for Todoroki, who remained stoic. Uraraka's face turned red as she shot back at the character, accusing them of being the real problem. The cafeteria fell silent again, with only a few chuckles escaping from her comeback. The character rolled their eyes, folding their arms as they retorted about her relationship with Ida. Cheating on a mate was a serious issue, and the atmosphere grew tense. Uraraka shouted back, her face flushed with anger. The character shot back, making a comment that struck a nerve, and the tension escalated. They both shouted insults at each other, their faces flushed with anger and embarrassment. As the argument intensified, the character felt the presence of their friends behind them grow more protective. Standing face to face, neither was willing to back down. The growls exchanged between them were a challenge, and the atmosphere crackled with tension as they prepared for what might come next. Adding those two factors together meant they were currently challenging each other, testing who was the stronger one. If Uraraka were at least an average beta, there would be no chance of winning. However, since Uraraka was considered the weakest beta around, it was a 50-50 chance of who would come out on top. The growls from both sides grew louder, but then one flinched back, silencing their growl. Pride sparkled in Uraraka's eyes at the sight of the flinch. Attempts to growl louder were drowned out by whispers that filled the air, words like weak, useless, loser, and ugly echoing in the mind. The growl quickly transformed into a whimper, and the head bowed in Espinson, a clear sign of defeat. Laughter erupted from Uraraka, who scoffed before venomously suggesting that the other should do everyone a favor and disappear. Tears threatened to form but vanished just as quickly. Raising the head, a large smile broke across the face, accompanied by a giggle. The once noisy room fell silent, all eyes now fixed on the unexpected display of joy. As laughter continued, the individual clutched their stomach, struggling to breathe, while others exchanged confused glances, questioning the sanity of the situation. Uraraka's scream cut through the air, halting the laughter and whispers alike. The bell rang, yet no one moved, frozen in place as the shouting match unfolded. The response to Uraraka's accusation was fierce. The individual expressed frustration at being told to end their life, insisting that they had tried before. A hand landed on each shoulder, but they shook it off, determined not to show weakness. With a calm demeanor, they declared that they wouldn't give Uraraka the satisfaction of seeing them break down. The angered beta turned away, cheeks puffed in annoyance. Suddenly, the smile returned, and they turned to face their concerned brothers and frustrated friends. Pushing aside the tension, they cheerfully announced that the show was over and urged everyone to head to class before they ended up being blamed for the delay. Laughter filled the air as students hurriedly exited, some tripping over one another in their rush. As one friend began to speak, they tuned out the words, catching Uraraka's muttered insult. In a swift motion, they spun around, delivering a playful punch to Uraraka, who fell to the floor. A warning from Todoroki followed, met with a giggle in response. The individual cheerfully agreed to take the advice and skipped away, leaving the others to discuss the recent events behind them. It had been a week since the incident with Uraraka, and communication had dwindled. They felt like a ticking time bomb, with friends flinching at every change in mood. Rumors about Uraraka's absence had likely spread throughout the school. On a brighter note, a new friendship had blossomed with Shinso, who accepted them without judgment. Introducing him to Denki and Kirishima had initially raised eyebrows, but they quickly became friends, even if Shinso would never admit it. Todoroki and Katchan were already familiar with Shinso, though Katchan was less enthusiastic. The group had tried to encourage the individual to open up about their struggles, but each time the topic arose, they would either walk away or respond with frustration. That changed when Todoroki discovered the truth and made them write lines, which felt like a punishment. Eventually, the group decided to give them space, allowing them to open up when ready. Kirishima and Kaminari kept the secret of their struggles, but both warned that it wouldn't take long for the others to figure it out. Currently, they were attempting to persuade Katchan and Todoroki to let their other friends join the band. The discussion was not going well. Katchan firmly stated his refusal, sitting behind his drums as the rehearsal for their upcoming show began. The individual pouted, holding the microphone, questioning why Katchan could use strong language while they couldn't. Katchan's response was blunt, dismissing their friends as idiots. The individual argued passionately for their friends' talents, insisting that Kirishima and Kaminari were exceptional musicians, and Shinso could sing beautifully. After some back and forth, Katchan finally relented, suggesting they ask Todoroki. With hopeful eyes, they turned to Todoroki, who smiled and agreed to hold auditions after their gig. Excitement bubbled over as they clapped their hands and playfully stuck out their tongue at Katchan, who grumbled in response, prompting laughter from both Todoroki and the individual. After rehearsal, the group parted ways, each heading off in different directions. Todoroki asked if anyone wanted to go get a drink, but the offer was declined. The spray that masked the mate bond needed to be reapplied, and it was affecting me more than I cared to admit. Katchan also turned it down, citing the need to study. Upon entering my dorm room, I rolled up my sleeve to examine the many healing cuts on my wrist. They were healing quickly, which was concerning. I hadn't engaged in any serious cutting since being caught by Kami and Kiri, but I hadn't completely stopped. It was just too addictive. There was something about the pain, the way it felt as the blood seeped from the cuts. It was thrilling in a way I couldn't quite explain. I locked the door and grabbed my knife, letting out an excited giggle as I skipped over to my bed, rolling up both sleeves. I clenched the knife in my hand, then relaxed and pressed it against my wrist. I watched as it sliced through a healing cut, the blood collecting before spilling over. I continued, giggling as I quickly ran the knife across my skin, counting the cuts as I went. I watched the blood drip onto the floor, my arm shaking slightly from the pain, but a large smile was on my face. I was ready to move to the other arm when I heard a knock at the door, followed by the impatient voice of one of my mates. Kat-chan was demanding to know why the door was locked. Rolling my eyes at his impatience, I quickly cleaned up the evidence. I called out that I was coming while spraying myself again before opening the door to reveal an annoyed Kat-chan and a bored Todoroki. Kat-chan immediately caught the scent of blood and narrowed his eyes, questioning me. I nervously lied, claiming I had stubbed my toe earlier. Both of them clearly didn't believe me but let the subject drop for now. They informed me that our show was starting in 30 minutes, and I was shocked that I had forgotten about it. I rushed to get dressed, slamming the door shut behind me. As I hurriedly changed, I tried not to look in the mirror. If you asked anyone else, they would say I was a skinny, good-looking guy with a soft, feminine body. But I saw myself as a fat, ugly loser, or sometimes as a gorgeous queen deserving of the world. There was no in-between. I threw on a cropped hoodie that said Queen and some ripped skinny jeans before hurrying to put on white shoes. I opened the door with a smile, ready to go, feeling a blush spread across my face as both of them scanned me. I took a moment to look at them as well. Todoroki wore a simple white shirt with a black jacket and jeans, while Kat-chan wore the same style in opposite colors. They both looked amazing as usual. I stuttered, asking if the teachers knew about our plans, snapping them out of their trance. They confirmed that the teachers were aware, and I giggled at their confusion. As we walked, I heard Todoroki ask Kat-chan if he thought I might be hiding something, but Kat-chan dismissed it, saying we would feel the bond if that were the case. I needed to be more careful. If they found out, it would be a disaster. The walk to the cafe was quiet for me, my thoughts racing. Kat-chan and Todoroki were arguing about whether cats or dogs were better. I stopped and turned to face them, scolding them that both were awesome and that it was crazy to choose one. I giggled when they protested, then turned back around, sticking my fingers in my ears and chanting to drown out my worries. I was giggling the rest of the way, listening to them try to pull me to their sides. When we finally arrived at the cafe, they were still arguing. I shook my head and playfully warned them that if they kept it up, I might cut their tongues off, giggling at their shocked expressions. Thankfully, they stopped arguing and followed me onto the stage. I was practically bouncing with excitement, feeling a blush creep across my face as I caught their amused stares. The cafe was well prepared, which I appreciated since I didn't want to carry anything. The owner, a middle-aged woman with long brown hair, spoke to Todoroki, who nodded before addressing the customers through the microphone. As I looked out at the crowd for the first time, my excitement turned to fright, and sweat gathered on my forehead. Kat-chan placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, and I inhaled sharply, hoping he would attribute it to nerves. He encouraged me, saying they would love me, and added jokingly that if they didn't, he would blow them all up. I rolled my eyes with a giggle, thanking him before he took his place behind the drum set. Todoroki handed a guitar to the narrator, already holding one himself, before stepping up to the microphone, now unoccupied. He glanced over his shoulder, encouraging the narrator, who felt a mix of excitement and nerves. With a smile, the narrator adjusted the guitar strap around their body and took a hesitant step forward, positioning themselves beside Todoroki. The cafe owner announced their performance, and the crowd erupted in cheers, eager for the weekly show. They exchanged a glance before starting, the cafe falling into a hush, punctuated by occasional cheers. The narrator began to sing, expressing the confusion of their feelings. The cafe patrons listened intently, quickly realizing it was an original song, intrigued by the new voice. Although nerves made their hands tremble, the soothing presence of friends singing alongside helped ease the tension. As the song continued, the crowd cheered, and a smile spread across the narrator's face, their nerves dissipating. The voices blended together harmoniously, each part complementing the others. With every note, the narrator felt more at ease, looking out at the cafe customers, who were captivated by the performance. Lost in the music and the cheers, the narrator let go of all thoughts, fully immersed in the moment with their friends. The song conveyed a sense of uncertainty and resilience, capturing the essence of feeling torn between choices. The narrator expressed their struggle, yet found strength in the support of their friends and the energy of the crowd. As the performance reached its climax, the narrator felt invincible, embracing the complexity of their emotions while connecting deeply with the audience. The cheers of the crowd echoed, reinforcing the bond formed through music and shared experiences. As the song concluded, the cafe erupted into cheers, even louder than before. A giggle escaped as Midoriya looked at Kacchan and Todoroki, a childlike smile on his face. Kacchan, grinning, signaled for them to start the next song. By the time they finished, an hour and a half had passed, and Midoriya was ready to leave. They had only sung a few originals, the rest being covers. While it wasn't as enjoyable as performing his own work, it was the next best thing. Despite the fun, Midoriya felt the urge to leave due to the annoying fact that the spray would wear off in about 30 minutes. He didn't want that to happen, not now, not ever. He whined for the 100th time, asking if they could go, earning an annoyed groan from Kacchan and an amused chuckle from Todoroki. Finally, Todoroki confirmed they could leave, putting his half-empty drink down before standing up. Midoriya groaned in relief, turning around and walking out of the cafe without waiting. Kacchan shouted after him, but it was futile. Once outside, Midoriya hurried down the street. He couldn't risk the spray wearing off and having them sense the mate bond. No matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't endanger his aunt's life for his own selfish desires. As he walked, he realized he must have taken a wrong turn, finding himself in a dark alleyway. He scratched the back of his head, pouting as he muttered to himself about the trouble he was in. Suddenly, he heard a giggle and tilted his head to see a blonde-haired girl skipping out of the shadows with a crazed smile. She approached him, giggling, and exclaimed that she could smell blood. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, pointing out that her clothes were covered in blood, both dried and fresh. While he felt a twinge of fear, it wasn't directed at her. Rather, he was more frightened by his own indifference to where the blood came from. The girl giggled again, liking her blood-covered lips and closing her eyes in delight before opening them wide in confusion. She asked if he wasn't scared of her, mentioning that she knew he was a hero in training at UA. Midoriya chuckled, saying he was more worried about her clothes, which looked impossible to clean. She brushed off his concern, proudly declaring that girls were experts at removing bloodstains. Midoriya found himself laughing, wondering why girls were considered pros at such things. The girl introduced herself as Himiko Toga, asking for his name. Midoriya hesitated, recalling where he had heard that name before. He reached out to shake her hand but stopped when he noticed she was holding a knife. Rolling his eyes, he giggled as she pouted and let her arm drop. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, or Deku for short, and then suddenly realized she was Uraraka's mate. Toga's expression shifted, and she asked if he was friends with Uraraka. Midoriya admitted he had punched her once, giggling at the memory of it. Toga stared at him for a moment before her serious demeanor melted away, and she reached into his pocket, stealing his phone. She declared that she liked him and began typing something into his phone. Curious, Midoriya asked what she was doing as he sat on the ground in front of her. She shrugged and sat down in front of him, saying she was putting her number in his phone. When she handed it back, he saw she had saved her contact as Hot Psycho. He rolled his eyes again just as he heard Kacchan shouting in the distance. Kacchan's voice echoed through the alley, calling for him. Midoriya looked at Toga as she stood up, still smiling. She said it was her cue to leave and waved goodbye, skipping away. Just before disappearing into the shadows, she told him to make sure to give Uraraka another punch for her. 5 minutes later, Todoroki and Kacchan found Midoriya sitting on the ground in the alley. They did not look pleased. Kacchan yelled at him, his voice filled with anger, though his eyes showed concern. Midoriya smiled and waved at them, greeting Todoroki and Kacchan cheerfully. Todoroki crouched in front of him, looking stressed but quickly catching on to Midoriya's mood. He asked if Midoriya was hurt, to which Midoriya shook his head and replied that he had made a new friend. Kacchan's attention peaked, and he crouched beside Todoroki, narrowing his eyes as he asked who the friend was. Midoriya shrugged and giggled, teasingly refusing to reveal her identity. Cat-chan, frustrated, roughly grabbed Midoriya's wrist, demanding to know who it was. Midoriya whimpered and shrank back, feeling scared of Cat-chan for the first time in a while. Seeing this, Todoroki gently pried Midoriya's wrist from Cat-chan's grip and spoke softly to him. Cat-chan immediately looked regretful, realizing he had frightened his friend. Midoriya giggled, reassuring them that everything was fine. But could they go back now? The protagonist smiled at the two amused and slightly confused alphas. Todoroki agreed, standing up and helping both Cat-chan and the protagonist to their feet. They all started to head off, with the two alphas ensuring that the protagonist wouldn't run off again. It was important to return soon, before the spray wore off. Upon arriving back at the dorms with just 5 minutes to spare, the protagonist couldn't contain their delight and let out a joyful scream. They dashed to the safety of their dorm room, leaving the two alphas behind in confusion. After closing the door, the protagonist chuckled softly, acknowledging how close the situation had been. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts, asking what had been close. The protagonist spun around, surprised, letting out a small yelp. A familiar voice echoed in their mind, finding humor in the situation, prompting an eye roll from the protagonist as they crossed their arms and pouted. Shinso had snuck into the room again, and the protagonist playfully scolded him for his antics. Shinso, with a hint of sarcasm, replied that given their current mental state, the advice about sneaking into rooms wasn't the best. He then flopped onto the bed, making himself comfortable. Curious, the protagonist asked why he was there. Shinso casually mentioned that Denki had thrown a coconut at him, which elicited a laugh from the protagonist. They teased Shinso about his previous comment regarding onions, and he groaned in response, burying his face in a pillow. He explained how Denki had tried to charge him after claiming he wasn't energetic enough, leading to a comical situation that made the protagonist laugh uncontrollably. Shinso didn't leave until well past midnight, claiming he couldn't sleep and knew the protagonist wouldn't be able to either. They shared stories, and when Shinso hesitated about being friends with Toga, the protagonist distracted him with news about auditions happening after class. After he finally left, the protagonist collapsed onto their desk, diving into homework and songwriting. Hours passed, and when they finally looked at the clock, it read 9:30 a.m. They were late again, but no one had tried to wake them this time, perhaps learning from past experiences. The protagonist chuckled at the thought that it had taken throwing glitter on multiple people for them to stop trying. They rubbed their sore eyes and playfully slapped their cheeks, feeling the sting. After throwing on their uniform without bothering with the tie, they checked their phone and smiled at a few messages from Toga. A voice in their head remarked on how surprising it was that Toga had texted, but the protagonist felt a sense of pride in proving the voice wrong. As they read Toga's messages, they giggled at her playful suggestions, which included robbing a bank and going to the beach. The protagonist pouted at the thought of skipping class but quickly composed a reply, only to find all eyes on them when they entered the classroom. They greeted their classmates cheerfully, their pout disappearing as they waved and returned to texting Toga, who insisted on skipping school for a beach day. Before the protagonist could respond, Ida appeared, scolding them for using their phone in class. The protagonist couldn't help but giggle at his serious demeanor, excitedly pointing out something amusing to their classmates. "I can do it too." The character squealed before mimicking his arm movement, only to shove past him with a scowl. They rolled their eyes at the gasp and snickers, relieved when they didn't hear Todoroki try to reprimand them for their language. Once seated, they placed their feet on the desk to annoy the blue robot and began typing a reply. Broccoli Boy mentioned that school was boring, but if they stopped going, they might end up like him. Hot Psycho responded with a laugh, noting that since Broccoli Boy didn't want to hang out, they would have to find a new best friend. Broccoli Boy simply replied with a K, before closing the phone. Looking up, they were confused to see Todoroki beside them, with Kiri behind, Kami next to him, and Shiso also close by. When had they arrived? The character thought to themselves that it was something they would like to know. They quickly looked out the window, feeling the weight of 5 sets of eyes on them. They narrowed their eyes but kept silent, aware that their friends were watching closely. It wouldn't be good if they realized they could hear voices or that they talked to them like they were best buddies. Soon enough, the 5 friends looked away and resumed their conversation, no longer paying attention to the character. They gazed out the window, trying not to latch onto one or both of their mates. A deep voice chuckled, suggesting it would be a long day. They sighed and leaned back, silently agreeing. The rest of the day passed painfully slowly. Todoroki and Bakugo made it a point to sit next to the character in every class, even during gym, refusing to leave their side. They needed to ensure their friends didn't suspect them as their mate. The thought filled them with both joy and fear. Lunch was no better. Before they could even stand from their desk, a group of classmates surrounded them, bombarding them with questions about why they had punched Uraraka earlier or if they were okay. When their answers were met with disbelief and the group refused to leave, they may have retaliated with a punch or two. Innocent until proven guilty, after all. Finally making it to the cafeteria, they took one look at the crowd, shook their head, and ran for their dorm room, spending the rest of their lunch texting Toga about their plans for the next day when they wouldn't have school. When lunch ended, they returned to their efforts to avoid revealing anything to their mates. All they wanted after school was to crawl into bed and hide from the world, or perhaps punch someone again. Instead, they had auditions to attend, which meant more time with their friends. They loved spending time with them, but the more comfortable they became, the lower their guard dropped. They couldn't risk revealing their secret. Sitting on the floor in the theater room, they narrowed their eyes and started poking the ground with their blade, a scowl on their face. Denki spoke up, and when they looked up, they saw 5 curious faces watching them, clearly nervous. They noticed the amusement in Todoroki's eyes. The character tilted their head innocently as they pulled the knife from the wooden floor. Denki asked how they managed to do that, while Shinso whispered to Kiri, expressing his fear. Ignoring them, Bakugo questioned what the floor had done to deserve such treatment. Todoroki elbowed him for his language, but Bakugo brushed it off, turning his attention back to Denki. Bakugo then demanded to know where the character had gotten the knife. Everyone looked at them, eyebrows raised, realizing they hadn't entered the room with it. They smiled and waved the knife, almost stabbing themselves in the process. Their friends yelled for caution as they tried to take the knife away, but the character hissed or growled at their attempts. All but Todoroki, who approached calmly, crouched in front of them, and extended his hand in a silent request. They pouted but complied, dropping the knife into his hand. Once Todoroki walked back, Denki, Kiri, and Shinso were instructed to grab the music sheets and warm up for 10 minutes. It seemed unfair, but they accepted it. The characters sat in the audience, a fair distance from their friends to focus. The 2 alphas sat together in the front row, glancing over occasionally to check on them. Were fine and amused themselves with another knife they had found in the floorboards. When time was up, Bakugo set off a small explosion to get the others' attention. The character put the knife down and watched as their friends exchanged a few words before taking their positions for the performance. They all had a microphone, with Denki and Kirishima using guitars while Shinso played the keyboard. Shinso was the first to sing, and a small giggle escaped as Bakugo's shocked expression registered. Shinso, Denki, and Kirishima harmonized, their voices blending together, creating an infectious energy in the room. The lyrics expressed a playful rejection, emphasizing the importance of self-respect and independence. Denki's voice surprised everyone, enhanced by some technical effects he had used. The upbeat rhythm and catchy melody filled the space, making everyone smile. The familiar words reminded me of the time Shinso and I had written the song together. As the song reached its conclusion, the room fell silent for a moment before Bakugo quietly remarked that he had hoped they would be bad. Despite Bakugo's complaints, Kirishima, Shinso, and Kami joined our band, bringing in much-needed members. Denki invited everyone for drinks, but Bakugo and Todoroki declined, stating they were busy searching for their mate. I responded with a nervous chuckle before quickly leaving, hoping they wouldn't suspect anything. I groaned as I walked back to my dorm room, wishing they would dismiss my behavior as mere tiredness. Just as I was about to open my door, I froze. There, on my door, was a note signed by the very person keeping me from my friends. I let out a frustrated sound as I grabbed the note, entered my room, and shut the door firmly. Leaning against the door, I slid down to the floor and began to read the note. The message was taunting, reminding me of my failures and the weight of my responsibilities. Tears threatened to fall as I clenched my fist, crumpling the note in my hand. I shouted in frustration, banging my head against the door, momentarily losing my vision. The last words I heard echoed in my mind, a reminder of the inner turmoil I faced. When I regained consciousness, it was nearly midnight. I remained on the floor, glaring at the ceiling as if it were the source of all my problems. I knew I had to be more careful. I couldn't let my only remaining family member be harmed. If that meant distancing myself from my friends, so be it. I wished I could confront the person threatening my aunt, but I had been warned that she had innocent hostages. The voice in my head questioned my priorities, suggesting that the lives of strangers didn't matter as long as I achieved my goals. I hesitated, grappling with the moral implications of my thoughts. The inner conflict continued, challenging my identity as a hero. I demanded to know who the voice was, and it responded with a taunt, pushing me toward darker thoughts. But I refused to give in. He was a hero, and killing people or allowing them to die were not heroic actions. Well, he let his mother die. He did not, and they both knew it. Annoyed, he groaned and tugged at his hair slightly, feeling the tension in his head. These two were not helping his headache. At least he didn't have a multitude of voices telling him he was worthless every second of every day. He thought they were foolish. Suddenly, he felt a presence and turned his head to see Toga and a guy with patched skin emerging from a purple portal. He was too tired to care about their sudden appearance in his room at such an hour. He greeted them with a wave as he sat up, groaning again. The patched guy narrowed his eyes at him before turning to Toga, asking why they were in a Broccoli's room. Confused for a moment, he then understood the joke and responded coolly, complimenting Toga's humor. The patched guy looked at him with wide eyes, clearly surprised. He explained that he had not really known but deduced it from the guy's eyes resembling Shoto's and the burns likely resulting from overusing his quirk, which was probably fire-related. He also noted the red tips of the guy's tail and ears, recalling that Todoroki's older brother had red hair. The patched guy was left speechless, glaring to mask his panic. He chuckled at the guy's reaction and reassured him that he wouldn't spill any secrets. Leaning against the wall, he spaced out while Toga and the patched guy exchanged words. Suddenly, Toga snapped him out of his thoughts, asking what he was thinking about. He rubbed his neck and hummed in response. The older male folded his arms in annoyance while Toga giggled, asking where he got all those cuts. He glanced down at his arm, noticing the sleeve of his hoodie had bunched up, revealing the deep cuts he had given himself. He casually mentioned that he had done it to himself because it felt nice, omitting the part about deserving it. He noticed Dabi groan and mutter about another ethist. Curious, he asked what he was, tilting his head like a curious puppy. Dabi smirked, but before he could respond, Toga covered his mouth, insisting that he shouldn't explain it because he was too innocent for that. She pulled her hand away with a look of disgust, shaking it vigorously. Dabi rolled his eyes and asked why they were there again. Toga wiped her hand on his bed, ignoring his complaints, and declared they were going shopping. Both Dabi and he deadpanned, pointing out that it was the middle of the night, which made Toga pout. She insisted that the others were already there and that if she wanted to keep hanging out with him, she needed to tell him what they were. If he didn't take it well, they could easily get rid of him. He thought about that for a moment, feeling uneasy. He grumbled, rubbing his temples, and told them both to be quiet. Dabi narrowed his eyes, asking what he had said. He shrugged it off, commenting that alphas were too sensitive and that he wasn't talking to them. Dabi huffed but let it go, shoving his hands into his pockets and leaning against the wall. Dabi pulled out his phone and typed something. Moments later, the black portal reappeared, and without hesitation he walked through it. Toga followed, urging him to come along. He hesitated, glancing between the portal and his door. It was well past curfew, and if he got caught leaving, especially to go to the mall, he could be in serious trouble. He whispered to the empty room, deciding to go through the portal. When he stepped onto solid ground again, he spotted Dabi and Toga, along with two unfamiliar figures. Dabi sarcastically remarked about his arrival, leaning against a store window and playing with his fire. Ignoring him, he pointed to the two blue-haired men and asked Toga who they were. One was covered in hands and glaring at Dabi, while the other had a broken horn and was tracing patterns on the ground with his claws. Toga introduced the one with blue hair as Shigaraki, who immediately corrected her, insisting he be called Shigaraki and not Shigi. He chuckled at Shigaraki's reaction, and Dabi moved to hug him from behind, holding his hands. They must be close. Toga then introduced the other as Phoenix, a demon. Excitedly, he asked if he could see Phoenix's wings. Phoenix replied that if he survived the night, he could. He rolled his shoulders back and stood up, ready for whatever the night had in store. My smile falters slightly but remains as I tilt my head to the side and repeat the word, survive? Shigaraki and Dabi both begin to pay attention again while Phoenix strolls over to a cafe, reaches through the glass barrier between him and the sweets, and retrieves a donut. I watch in amazement as the cuts on his hand and arm heal instantly. Everyone looks at him with raised eyebrows while I struggle to contain my laughter. He casually mentions that he was craving sugar and reassures us that the alarms are not a concern because he has frozen time. Right, some demons can freeze time. Shigaraki, with a glare directed at both Phoenix and Toga, suggests that if Phoenix is done being foolish, he should come over and ensure that I don't lose it when they reveal something to me. It's clear that no one wants to be the bearer of bad news. I roll my eyes at the voices in my head before asking, what is it exactly that you're telling me? Shigaraki and Phoenix stop bickering, and a tense silence fills the air until Toga speaks hesitantly, looking apprehensive about my potential reaction. She reveals that they are villains. After a moment of silence, I respond with a simple, okay. This prompts a shocked reaction from everyone, their bodies relaxing but their faces still showing confusion. I hum in agreement, skipping over to Phoenix and snatching the half-eaten donut from his hand, giggling as he glares at me, seemingly recovering from his shock. I finish the donut before he can reclaim it. Dabi, eyeing me closely, suggests that I should have reacted more dramatically, perhaps saying something like, villains? In that case, prepare to be brought to justice, followed by a fight. The others nod in agreement, still looking bewildered. I shrug, pondering the nature of heroes and villains. To me, there isn't much difference. We live, we die, we take lives, we save lives. We're all just human. Well, kind of. Their surprised reactions prompt me to ask to see Phoenix's wings, eager to learn more about him. Later, I return to the dorms just before 6, having spent 12 hours at the mall where Phoenix had frozen time. We had fun, even if it sparked another argument between the voices in my head. After the demon reached his limit, we left the mall and wandered around town until I had to leave. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see Phoenix's wings, as he mentioned it was too dangerous. I dropped the numerous bags I was holding into my closet and get dressed for the day, applying some spray before heading out. I had no plans for the day since I had already been to the mall. All I knew was that I needed coffee, and I needed it now. As I rush down to the kitchen, I'm greeted by a cloud of smoke. I giggle as a yellow-haired wolf dashes out, its face covered in soot. Confused, I hear an explosive voice yell about someone letting Pikachu into the kitchen. Entering the smoke-filled room, I cough my way to the coffee machine, determined to get my coffee despite the chaos. I can hear multiple smoke alarms blaring as I pour myself a cup, wondering what Denki has burnt this time. Suddenly, I hear Bakugo exclaim in disbelief about someone burning water. I settle in the living room, sipping my coffee while watching Bakugo and Todoroki converse when an undeniable pain hits me. I drop my cup, and it shatters on the floor, coffee spilling onto the carpet. I wince, clutching my stomach as Todoroki, Bakugo, and the others rush over to check on me. Their expressions shift from concern to realization as they catch a whiff of the room's scent. I curl up in a fetal position, overwhelmed by heat. Most of them don't know how to react, as only a few have ever been there to assist me during these moments. Strong arms lift me up, and I don't need to look to know it's Todoroki. His touch brings immediate relief, and I can't help but express my gratitude. I'm unaware of the tension building between him and Bakugo, nor do I realize that coming down for coffee this morning would lead to unexpected complications. Todoroki carries me to my room, with Bakugo following closely behind. He uses his quirk to keep me cool, though his touch alone is enough to ease my discomfort. As I close my eyes, I wonder if I should just tell them what I truly want. At this point, the narrator felt indifferent about the stakes. All that mattered was the heat needed to end. The only way to achieve that was through the companionship of their two friends. As the door to the dorm room swung open, the narrator prepared to speak, but the two voices, caught in their argument, turned their attention back to them. One of the friends pointed out the likelihood of rejection, emphasizing how the narrator's behavior might deter others. The narrator felt a pang of hurt at the truth of those words. They closed their mouth, suppressing a whimper and holding back tears. Thankfully, the friends seemed oblivious, attributing the narrator's distress to the heat. Doubts crept in: would they really reject them? It seemed plausible, especially since the two friends had found common ground in their assessment. The narrator couldn't help but feel unworthy. As they were gently placed on the bed, the heat surged back, prompting an instinctive leap off the mattress. Ignoring the discomfort and the comforting presence of Todoroki, the narrator spun around, startling the two alphas. They reached out, pulling both friends down into a makeshift den of blankets and pillows, positioning themselves in the center. The friends hesitated before wrapping their arms around the narrator, offering a silent comfort. The pain began to fade, and the narrator's breathing steadied. It wasn't the ideal solution, but it was sufficient. Lost in the moment, the narrator didn't register. The sounds escaping their lips, too overwhelmed to consider the implications. Each movement from their friends elicited a protective growl, a fear of being left alone. Eventually, sleep took over, and the narrator faintly heard Todoroki and Bakugo whispering about something important. One urged the other to open his eyes, while the other reluctantly agreed to search the room for evidence to support his claim, expressing doubt about its validity. The conversation hinted at a deeper connection, one that the narrator had yet to fully understand. Not good. Not good at all. The memory slipped away like sand through fingers. When I wake up, I find myself in the arms of Kirishima and Denki, instead of my mates. A sharp pain lingers in my stomach, and my body is covered in a thin layer of sweat. However, the pain isn't as intense as I expected. I share an emotional bond with Kirishima and Denki, and since Kirishima is an alpha, it provides some comfort. It's not the same as my mate's touch, but it still feels nice. I whimper softly, feeling as if 1,000 needles are piercing me repeatedly, waking the two sleeping wolves. I start to speak, but an overwhelming wave of pain rushes through me, causing me to bury my face in Kirishima's neck. Denki growls softly, clearly displeased that another wolf is touching his mate, but he manages to control himself, wrapping his arms around me tighter, offering warmth and relief from the pain. They manage to convince the others to leave, believing it wouldn't be good for them to be around me when my heat wore off. I mumble my gratitude, not wanting to think about the consequences if they had stayed. My throat tightens slightly as I realize the truth in my thoughts, and I find myself stifling a giggle. I would gladly embrace chaos if it meant I could be held by my mates. Unfortunately, that isn't the only thing holding me back. Besides the fact that Kirishima and Denki keep a watchful eye on me to prevent any reckless actions, my own self-doubts also keep me at bay. No matter what decision I make, the voices in my head always make me second-guess myself. Denki interrupts my thoughts, mentioning something that pulls me back to reality. I feel confused and momentarily distracted from my discomfort. Kirishima tries to explain, but Denki cuts him off, warning him not to say anything that might confuse me further. Denki quickly changes the subject, suggesting he go get some ice packs for me. I can sense Kirishima glaring at Denki for his abruptness. As another wave of pain hits me, Denki leaves to retrieve the ice packs. When he returns, he hands me a shirt that I recognize as belonging to Katsuki. I cling to it, inhaling his scent, and before I know it, tears begin to flow. Kirishima expresses his concern, asking what's wrong. I cry out in frustration, wishing to be with my mates. I lament that I shouldn't care if a few people die if it means I can be in their arms. My sobbing suddenly shifts to laughter, startling both Kirishima and Denki. Denki tries to reason with me, but I insist that I am calm, even as the voices in my head argue otherwise. I scratch at the back of my neck, feeling a pout form on my lips. I would confront those voices if they were real. I'm completely normal. Denki places an ice pack on my stomach and another on my forehead, his expression more worried than scared. The silence stretches on, but I can tell that the two wolves are communicating silently, discussing something they don't want me to hear. I push those thoughts away, curling up in a ball and breathing in Katsuki's shirt, finding slight comfort in the presence of my two brothers. When the silence becomes unbearable, I announce my desire for chocolate, bringing both Kirishima and Denki back to reality. Denki responds cautiously, recalling the last time we were out of chocolate during my heat. I insist again, louder this time. Kirishima warns me, but I respond defiantly, declaring that I would scream if I didn't get my chocolate. Kirishima calls my bluff, but I retort that I'm going through my heat without my mates, hearing voices, and feeling an overwhelming urge to lash out. After a lot of commotion, I finally get my chocolate. Denki had to go to the shops to buy some supplies, and one could only imagine the questions he faced when he walked down the stairs with a pale face, muttering about nightmares that had haunted him for months and wishing for my discomfort to pass quickly. At that moment, he was sitting on my bed next to his mate, who was still groaning in pain, while I lay curled up in my makeshift den, shoving an excessive amount of chocolate into my mouth, covered by a blanket of sweat and surrounded by many ice packs. Todoroki observed the chaos unfolding in the living room as he entered, carrying 2 cups of hot chocolate. Kaminari rushed past him, clearly in a hurry. He settled beside Katsuki, who took his cup with a muttered thanks. Todoroki then inquired about the commotion. Katsuki rolled his eyes and explained that Midoriya had been upset over wanting chocolate, prompting Kaminari to go fetch some. Todoroki leaned back, twisting a strand of hair between his fingers, feigning boredom despite his genuine interest. His cup remained untouched on the coffee table, steam rising from the hot liquid, filling the otherwise quiet room with its comforting aroma. Most of their classmates had gone out shopping for fun on their day off, but he and Katsuki had chosen to stay behind, partly to search for their mate. Katsuki acknowledged Todoroki's question before placing his cup down. He expressed his disbelief that Midoriya could be their mate but revealed he had found something interesting. He pulled out a small perfume bottle containing a glowing blue substance, which emitted a peculiar, faint scent reminiscent of Midoriya. Katsuki noted that this was the only item in Midoriya's room that stood out, suggesting it might block the mate bond. He pocketed the bottle before Todoroki could examine it further. Todoroki pondered the implications of this discovery, feeling a mix of hope and concern. Katsuki leaned his head on Todoroki's shoulder, dropping his tough demeanor. He expressed his worry about the possibility of their mate hiding from them, prompting a moment of silence from Todoroki. He knew Katsuki was right. The thought of their mate being in pain was unsettling. Despite his desire to know more about Midoriya, he feared the truth might be too painful to bear. Meanwhile, Midoriya's week had been filled with confusion, misunderstandings, and a whirlwind of emotions. He found himself surrounded by arguments and teasing comments that left him bewildered. When he attempted to seek answers, he was met with silence or stammering responses. His friends, Kirishima and Kaminari, stayed close, providing support during his difficult moments, but they also prevented him from venturing out to find his mates. As the week came to a close, Midoriya prepared for class, running late as usual. He hurriedly dressed in his uniform, neglecting his tie, and reached for the perfume bottle, applying it liberally. The voices in his head erupted into laughter, and he tried to ignore them as he left his dorm, pulling his hoodie sleeves down to conceal his scars. On his way to class, he encountered All Might, who greeted him cheerfully. Midoriya felt a surge of frustration and wanted nothing more than to escape the conversation. All Might called out to him, asking if he would train with him later that day. Midoriya declined, feeling overwhelmed by the prospect of spending more time with him. All Might, noticing Midoriya's reluctance, insisted that training was essential for becoming a hero. He compared Midoriya's situation to the struggles of women in childbirth, which only fueled Midoriya's irritation. He wished All Might could understand the intensity of his own struggles. With a feigned sincerity, Midoriya apologized, only to cut off All Might before he could respond. He made it clear that he was not interested in pretending to care about the hero's expectations. Though he didn't blame the old man, he knew that with all his muscles, he must mistake a lot of things. He caught a glimpse of the man's red face before turning away and walking to class, unwilling to waste another second on him. As he walked, he heard the old man muttering something about teenagers, but he couldn't manage a smile. His face felt devoid of all emotions. He wanted to feel happy, amused, or even angry about the events that had just occurred, but it felt as if the connection to his emotions had snapped. This disconnection was not new. It happened often, a side effect of the spray he had been using. He wondered why he was doing this again, remembering that killing people was considered bad nowadays. Maybe seeing his friends would cheer him up, though he highly doubted it. He questioned aloud, but no one was close enough to hear. He shrugged off the laughter that followed and continued his walk. 15 long minutes passed before he reached his classroom, where the chatter inside indicated that the pro-hero Eraserhead was asleep. As he pushed the door open, a sudden fear crept down his spine. All eyes turned to him, and time seemed to slow down. The door closed behind him, but he didn't hear it. His wide, frightened eyes were fixed on two of his friends standing together. He sensed the mate bond fully present between them, which could only mean one thing. It suddenly made a lot of sense: the laughter, the different scent of the spray, and the fact that he didn't feel completely sick after using it. Someone had switched it out. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing this to be a dream, a nightmare. This couldn't be real. He wouldn't allow it. In the end, he couldn't care less about the hostages who were likely to die alongside his aunt. It was the fear of rejection that left him frozen in place. He didn't care how selfish it sounded. He didn't want to endure that pain, the inevitable pain if this was real. When he opened his eyes again, he found not the walls of his room but the confused faces of his classmates, his two friends on the verge of tears, the same desks and windows he had seen all year, and the sleeping caterpillar they called their teacher. It wasn't a dream or a nightmare. It wasn't some prank or joke. It was real, and it felt like hell. His hopes of this being about something completely different were crushed when the two boys at the back of the room spoke in unison, pulling a choked cry from him. He didn't register the gasps or the yells of his classmates. He didn't notice his brothers and Shinso standing up, all looking worried. He didn't hear Uraraka whispering or realize that half the class was listening to her as if their lives depended on it. He didn't even notice his nails turning into claws and digging into his flesh, a puddle of blood already forming. His breathing hitched as all the emotions that had been cut off moments ago rushed at him, drowning him as his friends slowly approached. Neither looked happy, and he couldn't quite figure out what they were feeling, except for anger and hurt. He attempted to explain, but it felt unreal. The words didn't sound like his own. It was as if he were watching an awful movie, unable to stop what was about to happen no matter how much he screamed or begged. It took a moment for Katsuki's voice to reach his ears, and he soon found himself wishing he had never heard it at all. Katsuki's voice was soft, quiet, yet so loud to him. He demanded an explanation, his tone shifting from a child's disappointment to a harsh scream. Tears pooled down his face as his blood dripped onto the floor. The loud noise woke the tired pro, who immediately realized what was happening but was too shocked to say anything. Katsuki continued, expressing how he and Shoto had been searching tirelessly for him, suffering in silence while pretending everything was fine. He accused him of being selfish, of not trusting them, and the hurt in his voice cracked like glass. It was a shame, he whispered, that he had liked him. With that, he ran out of the classroom, leaving him and Todoroki behind. Turning to Todoroki, he felt desperate and wet-eyed, his hands shaking as pain surged through his body. He pleaded for understanding, but Todoroki's response was cold. He could have trusted them, he said, and a single tear fell down his cheek before he ran after Katsuki. Left standing there, the classroom fell silent except for the steady dripping of his blood. Shinso, Kaminari, and Kirishima looked as if they wanted to comfort him, but like everyone else, they were frozen in place, absorbing everything that had just happened. My tears quickly dried, but the pain lingered, infecting me and spreading from one place to another, consuming my thoughts with the events that had just unfolded. Did this mean they had rejected me? Probably. I wouldn't want me as a partner either, especially after what had just happened. Everyone's heads turned toward me at the sound of my giggle, their expressions a mix of fear and concern as I dropped to my knees, tugging at my hair in frustration. The tears returned, slowly trickling down my face, yet I continued to giggle. In an instant, Shinso, Denki, and Kiri were by my side, with Aizawa not far behind. Their mouths moved, but I couldn't hear them. I couldn't hear their attempts to calm me, nor could I hear Uraraka spreading yet another rumor about me. All I could hear were the voices yelling, screaming, laughing. I thought I had silenced them, but they were back, every last one. Among them were the two who had been there the whole time, joining in as they overwhelmed my senses with lies I had come to believe. Useless. Unwanted. Worthless. Unloved. Crazy. The list went on, and while the classroom fell silent again except for my giggling, I was hearing anything but. The students collectively inhaled when my laughter ceased, a heavy silence settling before Uraraka spoke. See? What have I told you? He's lost it. Before she could finish, I was on top of her, my eye twitching as the voices continued. I didn't try to ignore them or block them out. Instead, I let them in. Fighting them had become too exhausting. You're right. I am, as you would say, crazy. Just a little bit. How could I not be? I lied to the two greatest people alive, my partners, thinking it was for the greater good. But I realized, actually, that's a lie. I've known for a while now that I couldn't care less about the greater good, because look what happened to me because of it. I interrupted the squirming girl beneath me by slamming my fist near her mouth, a small smirk forming as I felt Aizawa's restraint tool wrap around my wrist, not pulling me away but preventing me from causing her further harm. I don't like being interrupted, especially by those who are below me. Literally and metaphorically. I continued, now. Where was I? Oh, right, I was actually done. I smirked at the glare from the pink-cheeked girl, along with half the class, their fear and concern radiating off them like a bad smell. I didn't blame them for their fear. I could easily hurt them with a flick of my finger. But I was more annoyed than touched by their worry. In an instant, I stood back up, no longer restrained as I managed to break free on my own. Sensei Aizawa didn't try to restrain me again, but he remained on high alert, watching my every move. It was strange, one punch, and suddenly I was the bad guy. Shinso intended to say something, but before he could even open his mouth, he was out the door, warning anyone who dared to follow him. Aizawa could be heard telling his friends to give him space, that he needed time. Aizawa was right, he did need time, but if he had known the reasons behind it, if he understood what he was contemplating, he would have never let him leave his sight. He lay on the floor of his dorm room, feeling the weight of his actions. His hand trembled as he lifted it, the knife hovering over one of the few untouched spots on his thighs before he found himself unable to move again. His body went limp, the only sign of life being the slow rise and fall of his chest and the steady blinking that allowed the dried tears to fall. He had locked his door, knowing that a glimpse of his condition would lead to a visit to a mental health facility. He had also taken precautions, spraying around the room beforehand. With the amount of blood pooling, it would have been too risky not to. His vision blurred, but he fought to stay awake, enduring the pain and the haunting whispers in his mind. He felt he deserved it all, and perhaps even more. That was what the voices were saying after all. Every movement sent waves of pain through him, and he struggled to breathe as he lost more blood. He was grateful that Todoroki and Bakugo hadn't marked him yet, for it would have meant they could feel his pain, both mental and physical. He had no idea how he was still alive, with cuts on every reachable part of his body: his neck, wrists, arms, legs, feet, waist, stomach, and more. He was afraid to look. The scent of his blood filled the air, and he worried about someone else detecting it, whether a classmate or teacher. It seemed unlikely as they were all in class, but he couldn't shake off the paranoia. After today, they would undoubtedly think he was unstable, but even he recognized that something was wrong when someone went to such lengths. He allowed his eyes to close again, reflecting on how his life had spiraled into this darkness. He could faintly remember a time when he was genuinely happy, without a care in the world. He longed for that childhood innocence, when everything felt right and life was just a game. Now, he clung to the small moments he had left, time spent with his brothers or singing with his bandmates. But that was all ruined now. He doubted Kiri and Kami would want him if they saw him like this. In fact, he knew they wouldn't want him. They would cast him aside in an instant, just like everyone else. Not that he could blame them, it was his fault after all. He fell into a restless sleep, feeling as if he were slipping away. Meanwhile, Katsuki chased after his distressed friend, ignoring the curious and judgmental stares from the other students in the hallway. All he cared about was his friend, who looked ready to explode with anger. Shoto Todoroki felt similarly, though he buried his emotions deep down, convincing himself that he didn't need to feel anything at all. Katsuki came to a sudden halt, nearly causing Shoto to collide with him. His eyes were filled with tears, both fallen and unshed. He confessed that he had once told his friend to end his life during a heated argument, words spoken in anger that he deeply regretted. He had said things that cut deep, and now he was haunted by the memory of their fight. As he spoke, his eyes darted around the empty hallway, searching for something, but he avoided looking into Shoto's eyes. Just as Shoto was about to respond, Katsuki whispered that he never thought his friend would take his words seriously. He recalled how his friend had jumped, landing in a shallow area, and how he had spent a week in the hospital afterward. During that time, Katsuki had been consumed by guilt, constantly apologizing for his careless words. They had grown closer after that incident, promising never to fight again or keep secrets from each other. This was their first conflict since then, all because his friend had felt he couldn't trust them. Katsuki felt betrayed and broken, believing that they had shared a bond of friendship that should have been unbreakable. Shoto, sensing the weight of Katsuki's pain, pulled him into a comforting embrace, tears slipping from his mismatched eyes. He reassured Katsuki that his friend had reasons for his actions, urging him to try to understand, even if it was difficult. He promised they would talk to him and uncover the truth behind his choices, believing that his friend had never intended to hurt them. If he truly wanted to distance himself, he wouldn't have spent time with them in the first place. The ash-blonde boy remained oblivious to the tension around him. Katsuki's soft whisper, muffled as his face nestled in the crook of the taller boy's neck, asked if there was a promise. The response came hesitantly, affirming the promise. Suddenly, the mate bond between the two boys and Deku flickered out, causing both to tense up. They quickly dismissed it as a result of the smallest mate using the spray, their minds too occupied to realize that it was impossible since they possessed the only bottle capable of such an effect. Katsuki threw his bag under his desk and sat down, propping his feet up. He glanced over at Deku's desk, frowning at its emptiness. Initially, he had welcomed the absence, needing time to himself and perhaps to spend time with Shoto. However, a week had passed, and guilt weighed heavily on him for the harsh words he had directed at Deku. Neither he nor Shoto had forgiven Deku yet, both were still angry and hurt, even if they didn't always show it. The bond between them and Deku lingered, faint but present, indicating that he was at least physically okay. Despite his concerns about Deku's absence, Katsuki refused to search for him in All Might's dorm room, too stubborn and upset to do so. No one seemed to have actively looked for Deku, although some clearly missed him. All Might appeared irritated, and a few students seemed pleased with his absence. Katsuki could easily guess who they were. He avoided discussions about Deku, the wounds still fresh and not needing any further aggravation. If he were honest, he doubted he would ever forgive Deku. The betrayal and hurt ran deep. While Shoto seemed slightly more forgiving, it was evident to Katsuki that he also had no intention of simply forgetting what had happened. Deku hadn't even shown his face, let alone apologized. Katsuki tried to block out memories of how happy Deku had made him, memories of the few people he had allowed into his life, including Shoto. They had both felt a sense of relief, but now that weight felt suffocating, all because Deku had chosen not to trust them. Remembering those moments threatened to bring tears, tears born from betrayal and raw emotion clouding his mind. To complicate matters, his mother had gone missing. Despite their complicated relationship, he loved her. Her sudden disappearance worried him. Something felt very wrong. A loud whisper from the front of the class pulled him from his thoughts. He quickly recognized the source of the obnoxious comments, and by the low growls and tense expressions around him, he knew others felt the same. The girl continued her conversation with her blue-haired friend, seemingly oblivious to the tension she was causing. The robot in the class asked about Deku, and the girl responded with a cruel remark about him. Katsuki felt his anger boiling over, and he wasn't alone in that sentiment. Just as he prepared to react, a low growl silenced the room, causing everyone to pale, including Katsuki. The temperature dropped as a very angry Shoto radiated icy mist. The girl and her friends stiffened, turning to face the alpha next to Katsuki. He fought against the urge to shiver from the cold and the fear that gripped him. He had only seen Shoto like this once before, and it had not ended well. Shoto's calm voice contrasted sharply with the deadly glare he directed at the girl. He warned her to stop spreading hurtful rumors, making it clear that he would not tolerate such talk, especially regarding something as serious as self-harm. Most students understood that Shoto's threats were not empty. When the girl meekly acknowledged Shoto, he relaxed slightly, though the cold atmosphere indicated he was still upset. It was going to be a long and chilly day. Deku stood in a makeshift studio, reflecting on his feelings. He sang about his struggles, questioning his worth and humanity, feeling lost and scared. He was interrupted by the voice of a tall, older boy leaning against the doorframe. The boy complimented Deku's singing, expressing surprise at the original song. Deku shrugged and continued packing away the instruments he had salvaged, remaining silent as the older boy hesitated before speaking again, curious about the song. Asking if I was okay would have been rather foolish, considering both my physical and mental states. Nodding, I jumped off the makeshift stage with a slight wince before walking out the door, calling over my shoulder that I had written it the other day, while the scarecrow followed me. It had been a week since the incident. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in an abandoned bar, surrounded by villains. Toga immediately began yelling at me, while the other villains I recognized simply glared. Apparently, I had gone too far, something about my heart stopping and being dead for an hour. If it hadn't been for Phoenix, the devil villain's multitude of powers, I would have remained dead. To say my reaction to the situation had shocked everyone would be an understatement. I simply blinked, shrugged, ignored the pain in my body, and walked to the fridge, where I proceeded to eat all the chocolate spread. I hadn't left the bar since, and most didn't seem to care. The ones who did, namely the villains who didn't trust me as the successor of the great All Might, fell silent at a single look from the blue-haired leader. One villain commented about the song having some foul language, and I responded, swearing that if he tried to reprimand me about my language like Shoto, I would inform his precious mate that he had eaten his peanut butter chocolate cake. The villain protested that I was the one who had eaten it, but I pointed out that the other wouldn't know that, and who would he believe? His thieving mate with a questionable track record or the innocent Izuku Midoriya, who was having such a hard time in his fragile life? I spun around to stare at him with big, wide puppy dog eyes, though the almost cruel smirk on my lips gave me away. He huffed, glared, and pushed past me, muttering something about me being more of a demon than Phoenix. I was sitting in what the League called the living room, talking with Toga. Our crazed giggles filled the near-silent bar, causing the surrounding villains to shuffle away slowly, as if we might pounce on them at any moment. I wouldn't blame them. Toga had been known to do that. When Toga glanced behind me, her crazed smile turned slightly worried. I stopped giggling and turned around, looking up at Shiggy from my spot on the floor. Without his father's hand, I could see his expression, spotting the frown and slight fear in his eyes. This should be interesting. I didn't think them kicking him out was good, though it was expected. I mumbled for him to shut it before tilting my head slightly, strands of fluffy green hair falling in front of my eyes. I asked what was up, giggling when he scowled and told me off for calling him that again. Remembering why he was there, his scowl vanished, replaced with hesitation and distress. An eyebrow raised as I watched the young villain start to scratch his neck, reopening old scabs and creating new ones. My smile quickly faded, annoyance bubbling up inside me. I demanded to know what it was, urging him to spit it out already. No one was surprised. They were already used to my mood swings, especially lately. Apparently, my mood had been a lot less stable, though I didn't see it. My smile returned in an instant the moment he narrowed his eyes and began speaking again. I didn't notice half the people around us taking a step back. He reluctantly informed me that the lady I wanted him to send some people to watch over was gone. As the narrator observed, one of the others suggested that we should give him more time, noting that this couldn't be easy for him. Another responded that he shouldn't be alone, especially with his track record. They had already given him a whole week, and no one had seen him since. It was hard not to worry. One of them tried to cheer up the other, forcing a smile and elbowing him lightly, assuring him that it was Deku and that he was probably fine, just hoarding all the chocolate spread and watching that All Might video he was obsessed with. When they arrived at the dorms, they spotted Shinso standing outside Deku's door, his face scrunched up. It didn't take long for them to figure out why, as the faint smell of blood drifted into their sensitive noses. It was faint but smelled rotten, stale, and old, worse than the scent from Grape Soda's old room. One of them greeted Shinso, doing his best to ignore the smell and praying that it wasn't coming from inside Deku's room. Only just noticing them, Shinso turned to face the two others, ping his head slightly. The bags under his eyes looked darker than usual, his hair messy and unkempt as if he had just gotten out of bed. The unhealthy color of his skin had changed since Midoriya's absence. He looked the most affected, and no one blamed him. Midoriya was Shinso's first friend, the one who would stay up with him when he had nightmares, though no one knew this. He greeted them, his voice gravelly and rough, as if he hadn't had anything to drink for days. Denki and his soul-mate exchanged a quick glance, silently agreeing that they needed to ensure the purple-haired teen took care of himself eating, drinking, and sleeping even if it meant using force. This small moment did not go unnoticed by the mini Erasure Head, who groaned, bringing the pair back to reality as they offered him sheepish smiles and shrugged. Denki was the first to break the silence, explaining their purpose. They were there to check on Deku because they were worried. The other teen expressed his concern too, noting that Deku hadn't responded to any messages except to tell him to forget about him, which had been 3 days ago. Initially confused, he was now worried that Deku might have done something reckless, and the unpleasant smell surrounding them wasn't helping. Shinso, unaware of Izuku's troubling habits, felt bewildered when the two boys in front of him paled and then kicked down the locked door. His confusion quickly turned to shock as he was hit by the suffocating, rusty smell of stale blood. The metallic taste filled his mouth as he mistakenly breathed through it. His tired eyes widened, and he pushed past the two frozen friends, gasping upon seeing the bloodstains that had turned Deku's usually soft green carpet a disturbing maroon. On the bed lay a note, but despite all seeing it, no one moved to pick it up or even step into the room. They took in the chaotic state around them, All Might posters torn down and scattered across the blood-stained carpet, clothes strewn across the furniture, and hanging out of the broken window. The fan looked ready to fall from the ceiling, and the lights were shattered, glass shards glimmering like glitter in the large room. Finally, Kirishima stepped forward, followed by the other two like lost souls. They were unaware of what had happened, yet tears were already falling, with only the most affected one holding back his emotions. The sleep-deprived teen, though not shedding tears, looked ready to break. His breathing was ragged, hands shaking, and his frantic eyes darted from one mess to another, his mind refusing to accept that this was real. It had to be a nightmare. Kirishima picked up the note, his tail tucked between his legs and ears pressed flat, mirroring the others. He didn't read it right away. He simply stared at it for a while. Time seemed to slip away, and by the time he began to read, the sun was setting. The note began with an apology, expressing confusion about feelings and a sense of muddled emotions. The writer reassured them not to worry about the blood, claiming to be fine, though that was a lie. They were alive on the outside, at least. The note conveyed a sense of goodbye, revealing the writer's fear of rejection from their friends, which they felt was inevitable. They expressed regret for being a burden and acknowledged their selfishness in wanting to leave. The note ended with a chilling remark about the consequences of their absence. No one spoke, each person absorbing the words, huddled around the note now stained with tears. The silence shattered as sparks of electricity crackled in the air, accompanied by pained gasps from both Kirishima and Denki. They couldn't believe Deku had left without a proper goodbye. Hurt and anger surged through them. Meanwhile, Shinso searched the room desperately, muttering under his breath until he finally shouted, drawing everyone's attention. He called out for Midoriya, pleading for him to come out, expressing his fear of abandonment. The last part came out as a whisper as he dropped to his knees, Denki and Kirishima sharing a look through tear-filled eyes. Both boys were thinking the same thing. They had each other, friends, and family, even if Kirishima's was an adopted one due to his biological family being lost in their own struggles. Shinso, however, felt isolated. Though he had his dads, no one knew who they were, and he lacked true friends. The only one who had truly held that title was now gone. He didn't even have a mate yet. Denki and Kirishima approached the broken teen, with Denki wrapping his arms around him in a warm, comforting hug. Kirishima whispered that they needed to inform Deku's mates and the teachers. In a different place, Deku struggled against the quirk erasing collar around his neck, feeling trapped. He protested against Dabi, who seemed uninterested as he cleaned up the wrecked bar with the other villains. The two villains nearby, both Omega, recoiled in fear at Deku's outburst. The third villain, responsible for much of the chaos, sneered from across the room, making a dismissive comment about the lack of respect among Omegas. Deku's frustration boiled over, and he attempted to lunge at the sneering villain, only to be restrained by the chains attached to his collar. The beta laughed as Deku gasped for air, leading to a coughing fit. Initially, he had been restrained with quirk-erasing bracelets, but after he fought back, they had resorted to the collar. The villain taunted him, expressing indifference to Deku's desire to kill, even suggesting he would enjoy watching it happen. However, Shigaraki had ordered them to keep Deku restrained, citing the potential usefulness of the quirks of those he wanted to harm. In this twisted game, Shigaraki held the power. He instructed me to ensure you didn't harm anyone. The only way I can do that without constantly watching you is to tell those fools to stay away and keep that collar on. So, sit still to avoid hurting yourself again and calm down, he snapped, turning to look at me and using his authoritative tone at the end. I narrowed my eyes at him but complied, picking at the collar while glaring at everyone around me. I casually informed Dabi that he was now on my kill list, which made him roll his eyes as he returned to his task of cleaning well, more like burning anything broken and kicking the ashes under something. But what did it matter, right? I pleaded, promising that I was over it and asking to be set free while tugging at the thick chain that restricted my movement to just 3 feet from the wall. Dabi, not taking his eyes off the TV screen as he played a racing game, replied that I was lying. His focus remained on the game as he beat his companion yet again, causing the latter to growl in frustration and destroy his controller. I questioned how he could know that. Toga chimed in with a crazed smile, reminding us that I had just been talking about killing someone 5 minutes ago while sipping a strange-smelling red liquid. She was also restrained, eager to join me in taking down the 3 who deserved to face justice. I giggled and rolled onto my back, recalling my earlier thoughts. I had lost track of time, but everyone had gone to bed. Toga was asleep on the other side of the room, mumbling about blood, cake, and knives. I decided then that I wouldn't be eating the cake she had made earlier. Still chained to the wall, I leaned against it while fiddling with the chain. The voices in my head taunted me, reminding me of my failures. I tried to drown them out, running my fingers through my fluffy green hair and tracing the scars on my body. My eye twitched as I was suddenly reminded that my aunt was likely gone because of me. I heard the whispers. Imagine her screams. She'll never see her son again. You're the reason one of your friends no longer has a mother. Killer. Murderer. How do you expect Katchan to love you now? I snapped back, not realizing I had raised my voice. I chanted for them to be quiet, my voice growing louder with each repetition until I was screaming, not even forming words, just releasing my anguish as my vision blurred and black spots filled my sight. I didn't notice how a group of villains had gathered around me. I might have if it weren't for the voices and the sudden pain in my shoulder blades demanding my attention. I heard it before I felt it, the sickening sound of something tearing, followed by a sharp pain that faded quickly, leaving me whimpering. When I turned my head, I froze at the sight. The room had fallen silent. I had stopped screaming the moment the pain ceased, enduring the voices for a moment, and so had the chaos around me. The crowd stared at something behind me, their eyes wide with shock. All except Phoenix, who appeared bored by the situation. The silence shattered when Toga exclaimed in awe that I had wings and that my eyes were red. Monster. Freak. Abomination. I ignored the voices as the room erupted into chaos, everyone pointing and shouting about my new appearance. I looked behind me to see large, white-feathered wings with black tips and sharp talons that had effortlessly severed the chains like paper. A surge of power bubbled up inside me, and my eyes, now red, allowed me to see everything as if it were midday, despite it being 2 in the morning. My senses heightened, making the shouting around me unbearable, and the smell of blood from the villains filled my nose, intensifying my discomfort. When the room fell silent again, I turned back to the crowd, noticing them glaring at Phoenix, who remained oblivious as he played a game on his phone. Phoenix, Shigaraki growled, gaining the demon's attention. He didn't seem fazed by the stares of the angry or curious werewolves, nor by the few humans present. "Yeah, boss?" he replied, distracted. "Did Deku get a haircut or something? He looks different." I narrowed my eyes but giggled, piecing together an idea of what I would look like now. "You know full well what is different. Now spill. What did you do?" Shigaraki asked, glancing back at me as I hummed to myself, playing with my new wings. No one seemed surprised by my sudden calmness. "Oh fine. You're no fun. I just asked my dad for a little favor." He complied. "And what, pray tell, did Lucifer grant his favorite son?" Dabi asked, curiosity mixed with annoyance in his voice. A few people gasped at the mention of the demon's father, but a glare from him silenced them before they could ask questions. I looked up with raised eyebrows, giggling as I returned to playing with the soft feathers. "Simple. He made Deku a demon." It was silent for a brief moment before several members of the group, including Toga, Dabi, and Shigaraki, expressed their shock at the revelation. The others, however, quickly lost interest and wandered off. "Don't fool yourself, they're using you," someone cautioned. The explanation came that it wasn't a full demon, but rather a hybrid half-werewolf, half-demon. The speaker seemed to think this made everything acceptable, but it didn't matter much to me. I found it somewhat intriguing. A change in species didn't make me any less of an eccentric individual. Dabi, with narrowed eyes, remarked that I had done nothing wrong. Someone in the crowd whispered sarcasm, prompting a frown from Phoenix. After a moment, I decided to speak up from beside the anxious alpha, startling everyone except Phoenix. I pointed out that I was fine with the situation, which made Phoenix whine to Shigaraki, clearly worried about facing consequences. I couldn't understand his fear. All he had to do was the laundry, which sounded like a nightmare in its own right. Shigaraki grumbled, scratching at his neck. He explained that the issue wasn't about it being a bad thing, but rather the immense power I now possessed. Along with new abilities like compulsion, wings, heightened senses, and strength, there was a risk of losing control and potentially harming someone or worse, myself. I interrupted him with a bright smile, teasing that he cared for me. He growled in response, his embarrassment hidden but still evident. Dabi, snapping out of his trance, stepped forward and firmly grabbed his mate's wrists, moving them away from his scratched neck. He leaned down to whisper something, and Shigaraki's reaction was telling, drawing chuckles from the remaining villains. I was oblivious to the specifics as usual. Ignoring Dabi's hold, Shigaraki continued, warning me about the urges I would experience and the volatility of my temper. He was cut off when he finally looked at me again, noticing my antics. I had wrapped my legs around a thick wire of light, hanging upside down with my wings enveloping me, making me invisible to the outside world. Shigaraki ordered me to get down, but I refused. He threatened to disintegrate my wings, but I reminded him that I enjoyed the pain, playfully opening my wings to reveal my mock disapproval. He insisted that this was serious, emphasizing that I was an entirely different species and would need help. I tuned him out, bored, and began to swing back and forth, lost in my thoughts. Initially, my mind wandered to trivial matters, like how I hadn't eaten in 3 days, the last meal being Shigaraki's cake. I also reflected on how controlling my wings felt as natural as using my arms. Then, I remembered the school's talent contest and how I had given songs to Kat-chan and Todoroki since we weren't allowed to perform together. I wondered how they were doing. I was supposed to return tomorrow, But now I wasn't so sure. Thoughts of my missing aunt crept in, and I felt a surge of anger towards those who had failed to protect her. The realization that 3 of the 4 reasons for her disappearance were still alive made my blood run cold. I barely noticed the temperature in the room rising until Dobby spoke up, concerned about the heat. He asked if I was okay, noting that it had become uncomfortably warm. Just as I was about to respond, a tired voice broke through the silence, questioning why we were out at such an hour. I didn't need to look to know that the 2 Omegas were with him, as they always were. All I could focus on was the overwhelming urge to confront them, my instincts urging me to retaliate. As I uncovered myself, my red eyes gleamed in the dim light. I ripped off the collar around my neck and leaped to the ground, my gaze fixed on the 3 wolves, feeling something inside me snap at the mention of my aunt. The scene shifted to Todoroki's perspective, where silence enveloped the room as everyone stared at the note left by my smallest mate, its edges stained. Katsuki was in tears, torn between grief and rage. The heroes, Aizawa and All Might, wore frowns, with All Might's expression reflecting more anger than sadness. Shinso, Kirishima, and Denki looked utterly defeated. When the distraught boys had come looking for us, we were already with the heroes. Sparky was outraged to learn that All Might had stopped searching for his mother. He demanded to speak with him, dragging me along. When questioned, the number 1 hero simply stated that there was no point in trying, as it would look bad if he couldn't find an average housewife. It would be terrible for me, so I've decided not to get involved. Azuwa had shown up just as Katsuki and I were in a heated moment with the man. The tense silence was broken when All Might decided to speak, though everyone would have preferred if he had remained quiet. He ranted about the traitor, expressing his disappointment in what he believed to be a cowardly successor in Midoriya. As he spoke, I noticed the temperature in the room rising, and sparks flickered from my side. Azuwa remained silent, seemingly lost in thought as he stared unblinkingly at the note on the desk, his expression revealing emotions I hadn't thought he was capable of feeling. The 4 teenage boys in the room, however, were ready to unleash their frustrations. Katsuki immediately fired off explosions, while the others let loose a colorful array of words, their quirks activated. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Shinso had managed to immobilize All Might with his quirk, and Katsuki looked ready to act. I spoke up, my words causing everyone to pause and look at me with a mix of doubt and hope, even the weary pro-hero. It wasn't his handwriting. At my words, Katsuki abandoned his target and snatched the note from the desk. Everyone turned to him, waiting to see if he would support my claim. He mumbled something under his breath before looking up, tears in his eyes but a smile on his face. He realized the writing was indeed different and readable. He expressed his unwavering belief in Midoriya, and everyone turned to glare at All Might, effectively silencing him. The atmosphere shifted when Denki trailed off, unable to finish his thought as the tension in the room thickened. If Midoriya hadn't written the note, it meant he hadn't left willingly. With the state of his room, it should have been clear, but emotions had clouded our judgment. Shinso finally erupted, insisting that we had to save him. When people looked at him in confusion, they realized he was addressing Azuwa, both of them oblivious to the surprised stares around them. Azuwa was Shinso's father. What a revelation. However, there was no time to process this new information with the urgent thought of Midoriya potentially being in danger. I couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal. While I was worried for him, I wasn't exactly eager to see him again. Azuwa's expression turned serious as he contemplated the situation before he sighed and spoke. 3 hours passed and we all knew it was time. Tonight we would bring Midoriya back. From Midoriya's perspective, he couldn't remember much of what had happened. After jumping down, everything became foggy and dreamlike. He recalled the screams and orders for him to stop, but they faded into silence, leaving only his heavy, irregular breathing. His eyes widened as he stared down at the lifeless blue orbs of the fallen. 2 other bodies lay nearby. The sting in his eyes wasn't from tears but from the shocking realization of what he had done. He was straddling a still warm body, grappling with the truth that he had taken a life. He wrestled with the thoughts that flooded his mind, battling the conflicting emotions of guilt and justification. The voices in his head taunted him, reminding him of the irreversible act he had committed. Faintly, he could hear people talking and footsteps approaching, but he couldn't respond. The voices grew louder, a mix of taunts and encouragements, until he snapped. His hands stopped shaking, and for a moment he was silent. Everyone else followed suit, noticing his sudden stillness, some stepping back while others moved closer. The atmosphere shifted when he hunched over, his shoulders shaking violently. At first glance, it appeared he was crying, prompting some to awkwardly attempt to comfort him. But as they realized the truth of his state, they exchanged looks of concern. The extra villains who weren't part of the inner circle quickly disbanded, unable to bear the sight. In their home base sat a boy with large, angelic-like wings, surrounded by chaos. His body and wings were stained, and his unsettling laughter echoed in the air, a stark contrast to the grim scene around him. The remaining individuals were uncertain about what to do, but a sense of relief was palpable even through the fog. They could handle chaos, but the weight of depression, tears, and moral dilemmas was too much to bear. They were in the midst of cleaning up the aftermath when a knock echoed through the room. While the lower-ranking villains busied themselves with the mess, one individual struggled to process the reality of having taken 3 lives and surprisingly enjoying it. Initially, denial was a refuge, but the persistent voices in their head made it impossible to ignore the truth. Frustration boiled over, leading to an outburst of acceptance about their feelings, followed by an attempt to seek solace in alcohol. However, Kurogyari intervened each time, having been frightened by their previous drunken state. At some point, they had glanced in a mirror to observe their transformed appearance. Since the events, their eyes had shifted from red to an eerie green, now framed by black instead of white. Horns had sprouted, sharp and prominent, and their skin had paled. Phoenixes had explained that these changes were a result of their bloodlust and actions, noting that they could conceal everything except for one eye and the pale complexion. When the knock came, silence fell over the room as everyone turned to the door. It was nearly 3 in the morning, and any villains present wouldn't typically knock. The unexpected voice from the other side announced a pizza d'Elverwai, eliciting groans and annoyed glances among the group. The room erupted into chaos. People were shouting, arguing, and even engaging in playful debates over video games. In the midst of this pandemonium, the individuals seized the opportunity to retrieve a bottle of bourbon. Suddenly, 5 voices called out, freezing them in place and causing the bottle to slip from their grasp and shatter on the floor. The loud crash drew everyone's attention, and in that moment, the villains managed to slip away, leaving only a handful of heroes who remained oblivious to the others' departure. The heroes stared, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. Overwhelmed by their gazes, the individual wished to disappear, feeling the weight of disgust, hate, and rejection directed at them. Shame washed over them, prompting the immediate retraction of their horns and wings, and the familiar sting in their eye signaled a return to normalcy. This seemed to break the heroes from their stupor, and they stepped forward, causing the individual to instinctively retreat, their mentors' voices fading into the background. As they backed away, the shouts of concern and disgust overwhelmed their sensitive ears, especially when they recognized All Might's voice among them. When they finally looked up, their gaze met with ruby-red eyes before shifting to mismatched orbs. Relief radiated from the heroes, but they remained still, their anger palpable. Before they could process the situation further, 3 pairs of arms enveloped them. Initially tense, they soon recognized the familiar sense and wrapped their arms around the 3 figures who clung to them, all in tears. The intensity of their emotions puzzled the individual, who wondered why their friends seemed to think they were on the verge of losing them again. Denki and Kirishima were the first to release their hold, only after a hero suggested they needed to ask questions. Many heroes had already departed, no longer needed. However, Shinso remained, refusing to let go. He whispered a request for a promise, leaving the individual confused. They didn't question who he meant by they, knowing it referred to his biological family. They understood the weight of his request, recognizing his pain. They assured him, vowing never to leave him like others had. Once Shinso finally released them, his father, Aizawa, helped the individual up and inquired if they could answer some questions. He was among the few who remained unaffected by their appearance, though he avoided looking at the individual's eye for too long. Before a response could be given, something shifted in the shadows, prompting a smile as they waved and giggled. The others around them grew confused, instinctively taking defensive stances upon seeing the figure emerge. The individual greeted Phoenix, who responded in kind. The tension in the room thickened as the others regarded him as a potential threat. Phoenix, seemingly unfazed, casually dodged an attempted quirk attack, his tail inadvertently tripping several people as he moved. He appeared oblivious to the chaos around him. He declared his intent to find his mate, causing everyone to stiffen at the revelation. As he continued, he finally spotted Shinso, whose eyes widened with a storm of emotions, staring at Phoenix in disbelief. The scene unfolded, leaving the room in a mix of confusion and anticipation. Phoenix's pox. Full disclosure, there was no understanding of what was happening. One moment, twice, and the narrator were throwing dictionaries at Dobby to prove that words could hurt, and the next, a large yellow bunny appeared, launching an unexpected attack. There wasn't even any pizza to lighten the mood. I wasn't entirely sure what I was supposed to do, so in a last-minute decision, I decided to take down one opponent after another. My back ached as my wings yearned for release, craving the chance to strike at the wolves and humans around me. I pushed the feeling aside, though it wasn't difficult once I caught a scent so intoxicating that it made my head spin. I froze in place, my hands subtly shaking at my sides despite my efforts to remain calm. I wasn't foolish, no matter how much Dobby insisted otherwise. I understood what this was: the pull of a mate. The scent, the desire, the sudden need to love, protect, and hold someone. A mate. The bond that humans might refer to as a soulmate, the one. I blocked out the chaos around me, the screaming, the explosions, the grunts as I stepped back into the shadows, willing my mind to focus. I had a mate, me. The son of a notorious figure. I had always been told that because of my lineage I wouldn't be granted a mate. That I would be punished for my father's sins by being deprived of the one thing that could bring me true peace. My father had faced a similar fate. The divine force he had angered took away his mate while I was still in the womb. It was a miracle that I had survived, and he never let me forget it. He held me close, loved me, protected me, all while I watched him slowly lose his sanity. Without his mate, my mother, his mind began to unravel. Like anyone with a mate, without the other half, or in some cases, a third of your soul, you would go, to put it bluntly, insane. I was surprised at how sane Deku still was. He was strong, I had to give him that. I had always believed I would share my father's fate, left to stand alone as my mind slowly deteriorated. Actually, that's a lie. I had hope, a glimmer of light that kept me smiling. However, after my 3000th birthday, I gave up. I accepted my reality. I wasn't born with a mate. I wasn't destined for a happily ever after. And that was fine. Many people led difficult lives. I would rather not have a mate than endure what Deku had gone through or what Toga experienced when she saw her mate kiss another. So, when I sensed it, felt it, saw it, I found myself unable to breathe, think, or speak. I was frozen, pleading to the ends of the earth for this to be real. The thought of it being fake was unbearable, and if it were real, I couldn't even imagine freeing myself from the pain. Trust me, I had tried. I hadn't even realized that the fighting around me had ceased until a nagging feeling urged me to pay attention. I had to suppress a growl when I noticed my hatchling was upset, hiding his wings and other features as everyone stared. I could almost hear his heart drop when a particular yellow bunny muttered some unkind words about him. Well, that bunny had just moved to the top of my list. I was about to step forward to intervene, motivated by the desire to find my mate, of course. I couldn't have them thinking I cared about the little green guy. Besides, I genuinely wanted to find my mate. Definitely not to kidnap them, kiss them, and never let them go. But before I could make a move, the little broccoli was tackled to the ground by 3 bodies. My gaze lingered on the one with purple hair, thoughts racing before I forced myself to focus back on the newly transformed demon. I watched silently like everyone else, tilting my head as the cute purple one seemed to whisper to the hatchling. No one noticed the two small growls from two alphas near the front of the crowd, nor how the blonde rushed out, soon followed by the two-tone-haired one. I recognized them as the hatchling's mates, though I wasn't sure why they cared so much. From what I had gathered, the pair had rejected Deku in every way but words. Thank goodness for that. Everyone knew that if it had been otherwise, he would have lost it for good. Deku got back up with the help of a yellow caterpillar. Where did that sleeping bag come from? They exchanged a few words before Deku's eyes met mine, a grin splitting his face the moment he saw me. I silently begged him to remain quiet, but it was too late. His diverted attention had already drawn the gaze of others. Though I couldn't find it in myself to be angry at the young demon. No one in the base could really. We had all silently adopted him. Whether there was paperwork to prove it or not was irrelevant. "Hey, Phoenix," the hatchling greeted, earning some curious glances. Sighing, I stepped out from the shadows, my long, bone-like tail flicking behind me. My wings were concealed, as always. I didn't take much pleasure in showing them, especially after what had happened last time. I had to suppress a shudder at the thought, subtly narrowing my eyes at Deku. I didn't think he noticed. I observed how almost everyone took a step or two back upon recognizing me, or at least what I was. I scrutinized those who hadn't moved. Some showed no fear, while others were frozen in place, as if anticipating an attack. They were the ones who should be afraid, not me. My gaze lingered on the purple one again, and by the shiver that ran through his body, he noticed. I looked away just in time to catch Izuku speaking. "Oh, would you look at that," the others were growling. Maybe they hadn't been fed, or did they hunt for their own food? Oh, who was I kidding? I didn't care as long as my mate, whoever they were, wasn't hungry. "I sense my mate," I replied absently, my eyes scanning the crowd of wolves and humans. With all the different scents around me, it was too difficult to determine who my mate was. I barely noticed the so-called heroes advancing toward me. Surely, they didn't want to confront me? Last I checked, I didn't taste very good. Maybe wolves like demon flesh? I didn't understand why, though. Was fairly certain my blood was toxic. But if they wanted to take that risk, who was I to stop them? As I walked, I heard several people drop behind me. They probably fainted. I had that effect on people. I mean, have you seen me? I'm hot as hell. At least that's what the Earthlings say. Hell is actually freezing. Well, most Earthlings. Deku seems to enjoy telling me that I look like hot garbage. When I question how I could look like black trash bags, he scowls and mutters something about Todoroki and me being alike in one way or another. Personally, I think he's just jealous, but I wouldn't tell him that. He can be intimidating sometimes. He even took my chocolate spread and made a sandwich out of my bed and sheets. That might not sound too bad, but when you add the fact that he scattered cockroaches all over the sticky spread, it turned into a nightmare. Demon or not, cockroaches are unpleasant. All because I admitted I didn't know who Panic at the disco was. Coming out of my thoughts, my eyes scanned the scene again. As soon as I find my mate, I'll be on my way. I just want to see their face. So, come on out my... My eyes flew to the purple-haired one, just like everyone else's. Oh, thank goodness I got the attractive one. There he is, I thought, feigning nonchalance. Taking another step forward, I let my tail handle anyone trying to stop me. Many were frozen, realizing I wasn't lying about sensing my mate. Idiots. I kept my eyes on my mate, shamelessly admiring him while ignoring Midoriya's excited clapping and jumping. He glared at me as if to warn me, and I was fairly sure I saw him mouthing something along the lines of, "Hurt him, and I'll make you regret it." The disgusted and worried stares turned away from the hatchling for now, the pouting banana who was complaining to a loud guy with a unique but cool mustache. All of it faded into the background as I stared at him. A purple-haired wolf who was obviously sleep-deprived if the bags under his eyes were any indication. He was perfect. Oh God, this sounds so cliché. If I didn't know better, I would have thought we were in a story. I could see the hesitance in his eyes, along with hope, fear, and love. The instant love that seems like a blessing but is, in reality, a curse. Because when there's love, heartbreak is never too far away. Rejection. No doubt what both he and I were worried about. In some cases, people suffer greatly, others go mad or can't find love again. Some lucky few have a second chance mate, but even now, just 10 minutes into seeing him, I couldn't bear the thought of replacing him. I was barely holding myself back and I could tell he was too. The desire to hold him in my arms, keep him safe, and hide him away from all the prying eyes was almost painful. I went to take another step, everyone holding their breath as I got closer. If I wanted to, I could reach out and grab him. But of course, my life is not easy. Sometimes, I really hate Kurogiri's timing. Todoroki Shoto called out to Katsuki, who was walking away without acknowledging him. His fists were clenched at his sides, and unshed tears burned in his crimson eyes. He felt lost, angry, and confused, and who could blame him? He had discovered that his best friend had been hiding something significant from him for weeks, even months. They were mates, bonded in a way that transcended ordinary love, yet his friend had concealed this truth while Katsuki and Shoto searched for their other half. Tensions escalated between Katsuki and Shoto, leading to a week of barely speaking to each other. They only interacted during band practice, where the atmosphere was thick with unspoken words. Soon, Katsuki learned that his mother had gone missing, leaving his father in a state of panic with a newborn baby to care for. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, they did. Deku, the nerd, had run away, only for it to be revealed that he had been kidnapped. It was hardly surprising given the state of his room. Katsuki and Shoto set out to rescue him, pushing aside their anger and despair over their complicated relationship as worry took precedence. Upon arriving at the villain's headquarters, they were shocked to find the green-haired wolf had transformed into a demon hybrid, faint scars marking his skin. The sight of Deku flooded Katsuki with a wave of conflicting emotions. He felt a strong urge to comfort him, yet another part of him demanded retribution for the pain he had caused. Shoto, his alpha mate, gently pulled Katsuki from his thoughts, urging him to stop. Katsuki hesitated, his anger barely contained. He snapped back, trying to hide the pain in his voice, but it was evident. Shoto stepped closer, concern etched on his face. He asked if Katsuki was okay, unaware of the impact of his question. Katsuki's explosive response was filled with frustration, and when he turned to face Shoto, the tears streaming down his face revealed his true feelings. Shoto's concern deepened as he noticed the tears. Katsuki insisted he was fine, forcing a fake smile that only highlighted his distress. He then turned the conversation back to Shoto, pointing out his own struggles and the makeup under his eyes. Shoto's expression hardened, but Katsuki pressed on, demanding to know how long it would take for Shoto to admit his feelings. The atmosphere grew tense as silence enveloped them. Both boys stared at each other, one with tears on his face and the other with a guarded expression. Eventually, Shoto's mask of indifference shattered, and he unleashed his pent-up emotions. He expressed his frustration over Katsuki's denial and his own struggles with mental health. He felt the weight of his pain but believed he had to remain strong for Katsuki's sake. Suddenly, Katsuki collapsed onto the cold ground, burying his face in Shoto's neck, apologizing for everything. Shoto was taken aback. Katsuki rarely apologized sincerely. He questioned what Katsuki was sorry for, feeling his own hurt and anger begin to fade. Katsuki's remorse was genuine, reflecting the burden he felt for pushing away his feelings for the sake of others. For the first time, the two-toned-haired boy found himself opening up in an abandoned alleyway, just meters away from their demon hybrid companion who had hidden the truth from them for weeks. He realized that much of his clothing was now missing. Confused, he moved his arms, which were wrapped around the blonde resting against his chest, and felt bare skin on his left side. His face grew warm as he processed this realization. Embarrassment quickly shifted to amusement when he noticed the blonde shifting closer to him, half-dressed. Before he could comment, the blonde interrupted him, insisting he keep quiet because he was cold and the boy was warm. Chuckling, he responded with a playful remark about always being warm. The mood turned serious as he warned that this moment of vulnerability didn't absolve them from discussing their feelings once they returned to the dorms. The blonde dismissed him with a casual remark. In a reflective moment, Deku contemplated the saying that speech is silver, but silence is golden. He had never fully understood it, as his mother always encouraged him to speak up rather than remain silent. Yet, he began to grasp that in silence, there was freedom to express oneself, and breaking that silence was invaluable. Unfortunately, he felt like silver was more popular than gold, allowing him to slip away unnoticed when he needed it most. As he wandered the police station, he felt the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. He whined about the teasing voices in his head, frustrated by their relentless commentary. They reminded him of the chaos he had just escaped, where the so-called heroes couldn't even keep track of one kid. After a recent incident, the heroes had sent him to the police station with a few other professionals while the students returned to the UA dorms. He felt ignored, as if his presence went unnoticed by those who mattered most to him. He tried to shake off the negativity, but it clung to him. Suddenly, he was startled by a voice behind him, questioning what was so funny. It was Aizawa, his trusted pro. Deku defended himself, claiming he was just startled, but Aizawa's knowing gaze suggested he wasn't convinced. Aizawa pointed out that Deku had left before they could question him. Deku explained that the noise had been overwhelming, and he hadn't wanted to deal with the debate about his companions. He felt a mix of relief and apprehension as Aizawa listened, his expression serious yet understanding. Deku finally admitted to being an Omega, revealing a part of himself that he had kept hidden. He felt no shame in this admission, even as Aizawa recognized the scars that told a story of their own. He knew he was troubled and there was no point in hiding it. He responded, opening his eyes to look at her with confusion. She explained that they, the Omegas, were often seen as the caretakers, the ones who provided comfort and support for the young ones. She noticed his discomfort with her words, as he was one of the few who held a higher regard for Omegas. She continued, sharing that what many did not realize was that the moon goddess had bestowed upon them a special gift, one that had become increasingly rare over time, leading people to believe it was merely a myth. She was sure he was aware of this, especially since his daughter possessed the same gift. Understanding dawned in his eyes before he turned his gaze to the ceiling. She interjected, confirming that she could sense his guilt. She thought it was foolish for him to feel remorse over something beyond his control. Before he could respond, she pushed off the wall and walked down the hall, heading back toward the interrogation room. She mentioned that the so-called heroes were about to put the police station on lockdown because they couldn't find her, and they needed to move quickly. That was totally so impressive, the character thought to themselves, giggling and skipping back to the pro-heroes, who were definitely heroes in their eyes. They felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, thinking they might just collapse. The bright lights and white walls reminded them too much of a hospital. They had been waiting for what felt like an eternity, though it had only been 10 minutes. The character couldn't help but feel frustrated. They glanced around the empty room, realizing the pro-heroes were outside discussing something before they would start questioning them. They muttered to themselves, feeling a bit dark. The detective working on their case, along with a man known for his lie-detecting quirk, looked confused and slightly concerned at the character's outburst. The characters smirked, kicking their legs up onto the desk and waving at the mirror that shielded the pro-heroes. The woman detective began to respond but stopped when the man next to her twitched, a natural reaction to lies. The character giggled, running a hand through their messy hair, showcasing their transformed eye, which made the two detectives flinch back. They reassured the detectives that all the best people were a little crazy, managing to keep a straight face for just a moment before bursting into laughter, their head pressed against the table, feet on the ground. The character exclaimed how impressive the situation was, laughing at the detectives' reactions. When silence stretched on, they scowled, sitting up and glaring at the pair, demanding to know why they weren't speaking. The detectives looked wide-eyed, but no words came from them, only fueling the characters' anger. They stood up, startling the detectives further, and expressed their frustration at their flinching, reminding them they were in a police department and they were just a kid. Just then, their homeroom teacher's commanding voice cut through the tension, making the character blink and realize they had backed the detectives into a corner, their full appearance on display. They noticed more people had entered the cramped room. Feeling a bit sheepish, they rubbed the back of their neck as their wings and horns disappeared, their left eye returning to normal. They giggled and skipped back to their spot, regardless of whether they had shoved anyone out of the way. One of the heroes began to express concern, but the man with the lie-detecting quirk interrupted, explaining that the character had just been kidnapped and was likely in shock. He apologized and suggested everyone leave, except for their teacher, who remained, glaring at the character. The teacher decided to stay, assuring the detectives he wouldn't interfere. The lead detective, still a bit shaken, agreed to this arrangement. The character's teacher warned them to keep quiet, or their homework would multiply, which made the character mumble in compliance, feeling a bit intimidated. As the detectives began their questioning, the lead detective introduced herself as Kinjo Hina and gestured to her partner, Smith, who was a human lie detector. They were ready to begin. The character, feeling playful, suggested they hold off for a few more minutes, only to be interrupted by a light smack on the back of their head from their teacher. They sank back into their seat, reluctantly agreeing that it was a good idea to start. The detectives exchanged papers, and Smith activated a recorder, stating the time and date for the questioning. The character thought the introduction was unnecessarily long but smiled brightly, resting their head on their hands, eyes wide and innocent. They asked if anyone had ever wondered what it would feel like to choke someone with their own organs. The room went silent, and the detectives looked visibly uncomfortable, except for their teacher, who rolled his eyes and reprimanded them for scaring the others. The character, confused, apologized, thinking detectives would be more entertaining. They encouraged the detectives to continue with their questions. Smith, shaking his head, asked for the character's name, age, and occupation, to which they complied, watching as he pressed a small green button on the table, intrigued by the red button nearby. Press it. The atmosphere was tense as the speaker addressed the group. They were all tired and stretched thin, so the speaker decided to get straight to the point. They explained the rules. Questions would be asked, and the answers would determine whether the green button or the red one would be pressed. The green button indicated honesty, while the red one signaled a lie. A light would flash to alert the observers about the truthfulness of the answers. There were no consequences for lying unless incriminating evidence was being withheld. The speaker felt a mix of frustration and amusement as they faced the questioning. For the better part of an hour, they had been on the receiving end of inquiries about their captivity, the names of the villains, and the origin of their scars. Initially, the questions were standard, but as the session progressed, Kinjo's frustration grew, leading to more aggressive questioning. The speaker noted the vein in Kinjo's forehead and felt a sense of triumph, recognizing her attempts to outsmart them. Despite the tension, the speaker experienced a familiar sensation of emotional detachment, as if a cord connecting them to their feelings had snapped. Their blank expressions seemed to unsettle everyone in the room, even causing Kinjo to pause momentarily. However, the speaker found it difficult to care. Smith took over the questioning, providing a brief respite from the pressure to divulge vital information. Unfortunately, the relief was short-lived. The speaker suddenly erupted into laughter, startling the two detectives. Azua grumbled and rolled his eyes, returning to his slumber, which only made the speaker pout. Kinjo quickly regained her composure and resumed her questioning, but the speaker tuned her out, focusing instead on the voices in their head as they debated which was more sinister. The speaker's responses remained vague, sticking to 5 words or less, which only served to confuse Smith further. Eventually, Kinjo's patience wore thin, and she snapped, questioning the authenticity of the speaker's kidnapping. Azua, who had been dozing, suddenly opened his eyes and narrowed them at Kinjo, though she seemed oblivious to his reaction. Smith interjected, defending the speaker's situation, emphasizing that being found at the League's hideout clearly indicated that it was not a ploy for attention. Kinjo, undeterred, launched into a tirade against Omegas, expressing her disdain and prejudice. Her words were harsh and filled with contempt, but the speaker found it hard to suppress a laugh. Kinjo's horrified expression morphed into a smug one, though confusion remained in her eyes. The speaker managed to stifle their laughter, but the amusement lingered. They pointed out Kinjo's evident dislike for Omegas, noting that if they lived in her time, they might agree with her. They recounted the historical treatment of Omegas, describing a past where they were seen as lesser beings, often subjected to punishment and control. The speaker emphasized that, while Omegas might still be SBMSSV in many relationships, they were no longer mere toys to be played with. They had learned to stand up for themselves and had the support of their communities. With a confident tone, the speaker warned Kinjo to adapt to the times or face dire consequences. They highlighted the protective nature of their packs and the fact that Omegas were a rare and valuable part of society. The speaker's words cornered Kinjo, who seemed to shrink under the weight of the confrontation. With a final scoff, the speaker declared their intention to leave, ensuring everyone heard their resolve. Mr. Aizawa was asked to take her back to the dorms, as she didn't quite feel like riding with the police at that moment. After receiving a nod of permission, she made her way out, pausing at the door to add that she had been kidnapped. It wasn't a lie, she had been taken from her room without consent. As she heard Smith press the green button, a giggle escaped her lips. She skipped down the hall, then turned back to peek into the room, sheepishly informing Mr. Aizawa that he was her ride and she didn't know the way out. The drive back to the dorms was quiet, both of them lost in their own thoughts. That changed when President Mike called to inform them that some students, including Shinso, had snuck out and were spotted at a local club. The atmosphere grew tense after a brief laugh escaped one of them, only to be silenced by Aizawa's sharp glare. Aizawa instructed the other to stay in the car while he went inside to retrieve the sleep-deprived Shinso. Other teachers were on their way to collect the rest, but President Mike insisted on getting Shinso out immediately. It was clear that he was worried about his husband and wanted to ensure Shinso's safety first. As soon as Aizawa was out of sight, the others slipped out of the car and into the club, weaving through the crowd of dancing bodies. In the corner of their eye, they spotted Shinso being escorted out, prompting a wave that caught his attention before he disappeared from view. Giggling, they playfully pushed someone off a seat and pointed at a man who had just walked by, only to receive a narrowed gaze in return. Once the man left, presumably to confront someone else, they took his seat and smiled at the bartender, who had witnessed the whole scene. They ordered 6 shots, their eyes widening when the bartender hesitated. After a brief moment, they explained their rough day, emphasizing that they were an Omega, not a child. The bartender's demeanor softened, and he reluctantly agreed to serve them. With a triumphant grin, they knocked back the shots, wincing slightly at the burn but soon feeling a goofy smile spread across their face. Ignoring the whispers around them, they pushed themselves up and wandered into the crowd, losing themselves in the music. However, the moment of escape was short-lived, and they soon returned to their tipsy state. Mumbling to themselves, they stumbled off the dance floor, frustrated that their shoes seemed to have vanished. In their distraction, they collided with someone, realizing too late that it was not a wall but a person. The man growled at them, irritation evident in his eyes. They quickly dismissed him, stating that he was not their type. Unfortunately, he didn't take kindly to the remark and yanked them up by the collar of their shirt. The collar was a gift from Phoenix, designed to help manage their powers. It had special jewels that regulated their emotions and senses, but in this moment, it felt more like a restraint. They regretted not choosing the bracelet instead, which had been heavy and uncomfortable but would have been better than this. Their thoughts were interrupted as the man leaned in closer, his breath unpleasant. They tried to maintain their composure, but the situation was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. As he pulled them closer, they felt a wave of panic rise within them. They stuttered, demanding he let go, but their body betrayed them, caught in a mix of fear and confusion. It was a moment of vulnerability, and they wished for someone to come to their aid. Where are the heroes at times like these? Thank goodness it's over. By the time the weight of his body lifted from hers, tears streamed down her face, her scalp aching from how tightly he had held onto her. The skin where his lips had been moments ago felt itchy, and if it weren't for someone wrapping their arms around her, pinning her arms down, she would have scratched at it already. At first, she couldn't hear anything. It was as if she were underwater, nothing making any sense. But then everything snapped into focus. In a matter of seconds, she could hear the yelling, the sound of fists striking flesh. She felt the warm arms around her, the hot tears running down her cheeks. The scent of her brothers filled the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Anger and fear surged through her. Before her stood a purple wolf, towering over a battered body, the creature having just transformed. Not far from it was Kirishima, his fist swollen and bruised, his eyes glowing in the dimly lit club. Denki was the one holding her, she realized. And her friends were nowhere in sight. Maybe they were just not here, she thought, her voice breaking as Cammy turned her around, holding her close. Lying is bad, Deku. You know they're here. You can smell them. She squeezed her eyes shut, wrapping her arms around Denki as sobs racked her body. Mindlessly, she moved her feet in sync with his as he guided them out of the club, never once letting her go or stopping his soothing whispers. If she had known that the two mates she so desperately needed were being held back by just a handful of people, perhaps she wouldn't have cried as much that night. When the protagonist woke up, they found themselves curled up with the purple wolf from the previous night, holding onto its fur tightly. Surprised, they let go and sat up, rubbing their eyes, only to feel warm tears streaming down their cheeks. They often found themselves crying. Ignoring the words around them, they tried to block out the burning sensation in their chest and the urge to escape from their own skin. Suddenly, a voice called out, and the protagonist would deny forever that they had screamed and jumped in surprise. Kirishima, who had been tangled in a mess of blankets and hair, shot up, startled by the commotion. Unfortunately for him, his still sleeping boyfriend pulled him back down, landing him softly on the ground, cushioned by the blankets. Blinking, the protagonist turned to see Shinso putting on a shirt. He apologized for startling them and moved around the bed. The protagonist mumbled that they hadn't been scared, but Shinso teased them about the manly scream that had erupted just moments earlier, playfully kicking the two tangled figures on the floor. Shinso grumbled for them to wake up, kicking them again when he received no response. Denki rolled onto his back, glaring at Shinso and questioning whether they were all supposed to go to school. The protagonist tuned them out, taking in the room's simple decor. Band posters adorned the walls, and a desk held various knickknacks, including a framed photo of Shinso with Eri, who had been adopted after a rescue mission. Looking down at their wrist, they noticed bruises, likely from the previous night. Memories of last night flooded back, bringing with them a sense of discomfort. They could almost feel the clammy lips on their neck and the painful grip of a hand in their hair. The scent of smoke and sweat lingered in their mind, making their throat tighten. Shinso snapped the protagonist out of their thoughts, holding their shaking hands and gently pulling them away from their neck, where they had been scratching without realizing it. Denki then spoke up, noting that he was just as pale and had scars he preferred to keep hidden. He offered concealer to cover the bruises on their wrist and the marks on their neck, already applying the makeup while Kirishima wiped away the tears that had fallen. Kirishima looked at the protagonist, expressing that while he couldn't fully understand their pain, he knew that dwelling on the events of the previous night wouldn't help them move forward. He encouraged them not to let it stop them from smiling and changing moods like their favorite colors. The protagonist didn't respond, focusing on their lap as Denki continued to cover the bruises. Kirishima reassured them that it was okay to feel upset but emphasized the importance of not letting it consume them. He paused, searching for the right words to say. Finally, the protagonist cracked a smile and teased their friends about their attempts to help. They acknowledged the effort but pointed out that Denki was visibly tense, Kirishima was trying too hard, and Shinso had been hiding in his closet to avoid the emotions. Kirishima chuckled and hopped off the bed, promising to be there if the protagonist needed someone to talk to, even if it was just to vent. Shinso, awkwardly shifting his weight, emerged from the closet with a change of clothes for the protagonist. Looking down at their now clear wrist, the protagonist felt their smile fade but agreed to promise to talk to someone if they needed to. Later, they found themselves sitting in the principal's office, having been informed by Denki that they had the day off from classes, but Principal Nizu had requested their presence. Shinso sat beside me, claiming he was there for emotional support. It was amusing how he dashed out the moment Mr. Aizawa arrived. He muttered that Hizashi was just around the corner, taking a seat next to mine as a small white creature popped out of his scarf, causing me to yelp in surprise. The creature greeted me with a playful nickname, which didn't bother me at all. Before I could respond, it hopped off Aizawa's shoulder and onto his desk, then jumped onto his chair, spinning to face us. It announced that it had a busy day of writing fanfiction ahead and assumed we wanted to go off and be gloomy, so it would get straight to the point. Both Aizawa and I glared at the creature, questioning its nature. Aizawa groaned, urging it to continue. The creature explained that my room had been destroyed during my kidnapping and that it would take time to make it livable again. The only rooms available for me to stay in were those of my mates. However, given that I had lied to them and, according to Uraraka, had betrayed their trust, it suggested that I wouldn't want to stay with them. I was taken aback. How could it be serious? Uraraka and I were no longer friends, but the accusation of betrayal was severe. Surely, no one would believe such a claim. Yet, a nagging thought reminded me that I had already lied to them once. What was stopping me from lying again? The whole school likely knew about my secret now. What if they believed Uraraka's story? I had messed up. Nizu, seemingly unaware of my internal turmoil, continued explaining that I would be staying with my parents. Normally, they would have contacted them, but they didn't have my father's number, and my mother's line was disconnected. He asked if I could explain the situation. I replied nonchalantly that my dad had gone to the store and never returned, and my mother had passed away. I tilted my head, trying to lighten the mood even if it made others uncomfortable. My words shocked them, and I took a strange pride in surprising the usually composed Nizu. Aizawa questioned why I didn't know this, assuming there was a plan in place for situations like this. His narrowed gaze turned to Nizu, who seemed to be caught off guard. I realized Aizawa was confused because I had previously mentioned my situation to him. Whether or not I had lied about Nizu knowing was irrelevant. Why was Nizu even here? Nizu explained that this was precisely why we were having this conversation. His eyes remained fixed on my slightly hunched figure, which most wouldn't notice. Fortunately, aside from a brief worried glance from Aizawa, they ignored it. Unfortunately, Nizu didn't seem to know when to stop talking. He muttered that I had messed up again, words that were barely audible but clear enough for Aizawa and Shinso to hear. Aizawa interrupted, stating he would take me in, rubbing his temples in frustration. His words surprised me, and I noticed a small smile on Shinso's face. Before I could process Aizawa's offer, my inner thoughts began to intrude. I questioned whether he truly wanted me around. A voice in my head suggested I would be better off gone, and another chimed in, agreeing that I deserved for them to think I had betrayed them. Shaking my head and blinking away tears, I stood up abruptly, drawing their attention. I declared that I would be leaving now. Aizawa called after me, asking if I was still competing in the talent contest, but I brushed him off, exiting the room before they could fully register my words. As I pushed open the classroom door, I interrupted midnight mid-lesson. I paused, scanning the room and landing on my mates at the back. I quickly looked away, seeing only the hatred and sorrow hidden in their guarded expressions. Blinking through stubborn tears, the narrator marched up to Kiri and Denki, pulling them both up by their elbows. Without sparing the class another glance, the narrator dragged the pair out of the room, remaining silent despite their questions until they understood and quieted down, simply allowing themselves to be led toward the theater room. Upon arrival, the narrator released them, shoving Denki's music device into his hands and a guitar into Kiri's before jumping onto the stage, with them close behind. The narrator stated simply, "Original, soap," before gripping the microphone tightly, giving them a few seconds to recall the song. The narrator began to sing, pushing thoughts aside and wiping the mind clean. The lyrics flowed, expressing a sense of frustration and the desire to break free from carefulness. As the song continued, the narrator felt the weight lift, the tears falling harder but breathing becoming easier, the head no longer aching. In a different moment, Kirishima observed Deku, who was staring ahead at the rows of seats, seemingly lost in thought. Kirishima wondered if Deku was truly seeing anything. Kirishima put down his guitar, and Denki followed suit with his soundboard. Memories of the earlier events in class flooded back, and Kirishima clenched his fist, recalling what had happened to Pika. Deku finally spoke, revealing the source of his distress. Kirishima realized the situation was more complicated than he initially thought. He shared a look with Kami before nodding at Pika, and together they approached the quiet boy. They carefully helped him off the stage and led him to the rehearsal area, gently guiding him onto one of the bean bags while they settled beside him. Kami nestled between Kirishima's legs, leaning against his chest, wrapping Kirishima's arms around him. Deku remained silent, but Pika began to explain what had happened, gaining Deku's attention. Kirishima and Denki chimed in, detailing how Uraraka had rallied half the class against them. Kirishima hesitated, sensing Deku's growing tension. It was well known that Omegas were protective of those they considered part of their den, and Deku's instincts would surface when necessary. Deku's curiosity piqued as he sensed the hesitation in Kirishima's voice. Kirishima continued, explaining how Momo, who had been with the two alphas, grew frustrated with their attempts to clarify the situation and had ordered them to. Kami interjected, recounting how they refused to back down, leading to a confrontation where Momo had accidentally injured Kirishima. They reassured Deku that everything was handled before things escalated too far. As Deku processed the information, his expression hardened, and his eyes shifted, signaling a change. His wings and horns remained hidden, but the transformation in his gaze was enough to send chills down Kirishima and Kami's spines. Before they could intervene, Deku bolted out the door. Kirishima remarked that at least Deku wasn't miserable anymore, to which Kami replied, acknowledging the shift towards something more dangerous. Meanwhile, Deku raced out of the theater room, mind racing as he quickly determined where his class would be. He could faintly hear Kiri and Kami chasing after him, but they neither urged him to stop nor attempted to hold him back as he reached the classroom door. They knew their attempts would do nothing to hold me back. Pushing open the door, I ignored Present Mike and my classmates' questions, marching straight up to the girl with black hair. The entire class seemed to freeze as I pulled her out of her seat and pushed her against the wall, my added strength and a small percentage of one for all causing her to hit the wall hard. As she crumpled to the ground, I took advantage of the class's shock and landed 3 punches before Present Mike tried to defuse the situation. When he failed to get me off her, he turned to the class and instructed them to pull me away while he asked Kiri and Kami what was happening. It wasn't until Momo was unconscious that someone yelled for me to stop, grabbing my wrist tightly and halting my next punch. I flinched at the contact, the pain in my wrist reminding me of the previous night, making it hard to recognize who had yelled. I yanked my wrist free, feeling it throb as I turned my dark eyes onto the person who had intervened. It was Todoroki. He demanded to know what I thought I was doing, and I visibly shrank back at the venom in his words, rubbing my sore wrist and avoiding his gaze. I muttered that she deserved it, my voice quiet but still filled with anger. He questioned how she deserved it, and by now the whole class was silent, with Kiri, Kami, and Present Mike absent. I growled that she had hurt Kami, turning back to the slowly waking girl beneath me before sending another punch toward her nose. Kaken's voice cut through the tension as he expressed his frustration, and I turned to face him, feigning innocence. They wouldn't stop defending me for cheating on them, Todoroki shouted, his eyes glowing with intensity. I froze, slowly meeting his gaze, relieved that he didn't flinch at the sight of my eyes. I couldn't hold his gaze for long, unable to bear the hatred behind those same eyes I had dreamt about for weeks. I finally spoke, saying they were defending me because they knew the truth, unlike him. Uraraka chimed in, sarcastically questioning if I had almost been assaulted. The only thing that stopped Shinso from retaliating was the combined efforts of Scotch Tape and Laser Navel, who struggled to hold him back. I snapped that I hadn't cheated on them, taking pleasure in the way Uraraka flinched at my words. No one intervened. Shinso was being dragged out of the classroom. Kaken looked anywhere but at me, obviously hurt, and Todoroki was helping Momo while the rest of the students watched helplessly. Uraraka continued, accusing me of hiding the truth for weeks. I growled that I would show her a monster and lunged at her, but Aizawa's scarf wrapped around my wrist just in time to stop me from landing a hit. That's enough, problem child, Aizawa said from the doorway, flanked by Kami, Kiri, and his husband, all looking out of breath. I could faintly hear Shinso struggling, suggesting he was also caught in his father's scarf. When I didn't move but instead glared down at the girl beneath me, Aizawa stepped forward, raising his eyebrows as if daring me to strike. Growling lowly, I pushed myself off Uraraka, glaring at her before redirecting my glare at the scarf around my wrist. I warned her that next time she wouldn't be so lucky. As I walked toward Aizawa, Uraraka taunted me, but I paused, turned back, and brought my foot down onto her nose, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the sound of her cry of pain. I continued to stand over her, not making another move toward Aizawa, who took it upon himself to walk away, dragging me along with the scarf. I asked Shinso if he came here often, both of us struggling to keep up with the annoyed pro-hero. After being pulled away from the chaotic scene, Aizawa decided to take Shinso and me home, picking up Eri, who immediately latched onto me. I was shown my room, located between Eri's and Shinso's, who said he would stay with me until my room was livable again so I wouldn't feel lonely. Currently, we were all eating dinner, minus present Mike, who had been called in for hero duties. To say I was eating would be a lie. I was more focused on feeding the cat spaghetti while sharing various conspiracy theories with everyone. You believe them, obviously. No one's supposed to know. Father, your turn. Disappointment. I'm full, please excuse me, the character said, getting up to store their leftovers before retreating to their new room. They declared that they would never watch Sandersides with the others in their head again, jumping face first onto the bed and rolling onto their back, ignoring the complaints around them. The voices in their head continued to bicker, one suggesting that they should give up on sleep, while another insisted that they would manage. The first voice teased the second, comparing them to someone named Deceit. The character groaned and sat up, feeling overwhelmed by the noise. They snapped at the voices, too tired to deal with their bickering and the tension that seemed to hang in the air. One of the voices expressed surprise at the mention of tension, while the character deadpanned that they were aware of the voices in their head and their thoughts. The character expressed frustration, feeling that the voices made them question everything they did while also being a source of headaches and sadness. Knowing sleep was unlikely, they shuffled over to the wooden desk in the corner of the room, which held most of their belongings. They muttered about hating the boss of the voices while pulling out their journal, which contained their most recent songs, including one they would be singing at an upcoming contest. One of the voices reminded them that they weren't real, to which the character responded with irritation. They felt grumpy, recalling the annoying voices arguing about their friends potentially rejecting them or making light of their situation. Whispering to avoid waking anyone, they expressed their frustration about the voices and the situation they found themselves in. They quietly sang the song they were preparing for the contest, hoping for a positive outcome. It had been a week since the incident with Momo and just over a week since the club event. The mark on their neck had faded, and their bruised knuckles had healed, but the bruises on their wrists remained. Kiri had a theory about the lingering bruises, suggesting that something mentally was preventing them from healing. The character felt guilty, interpreting Kiri's words as blaming them for the bruises, even though Kiri reassured them it wasn't their fault. The gap between the character and their friends had widened, with classmates whispering about the events of that night. Whenever the character tried to explain the truth, they were dismissed or called a liar, with others only focusing on their mistakes or moments of frustration. The character understood their friends' upset feelings but found the situation ridiculous. Despite this understanding, their emotional scars deepened. Shinso had discovered their struggles at his house, and while they had discussed it, the character had only managed to stop for a short time before the feelings returned stronger than ever. Half the school believed Uraraka's version of events, unaware that Ito wasn't actually her mate. The other half stayed neutral but would defend the character if necessary, which was a small comfort. The character had also enlisted Shiggy to help find their aunt, providing information to the heroes about her possible whereabouts. Due to certain circumstances, they had to send an anonymous letter, unable to disclose who had taken her. Classes were cancelled for the day of the talent contest, with most of the school gathered in the largest auditorium. The contestants were seated in the front row, as no one was allowed backstage due to concerns about teenage hormones. Several performances had already taken place, including Uraraka's acting scene, which the character noted was good but not Oscar-worthy. They were sitting with Denki, Shinso, and Kiri, with Denki holding his guitar. Kiri was the only reason Denki hadn't backed out of performing. Kiri had promised his adoptive family he would sing, and they were present in the audience, along with some news reporters. Although neither boy was fond of singing, they had gained confidence since joining the band, especially with the personal meaning behind the songs they had worked on together. The character couldn't help but think about the band and how they hadn't been invited to practice since returning. Nearby, Todoroki and Kaken seemed to be in a heated discussion, glancing at the guests every few seconds. Pushing those thoughts aside, the character watched as a second-year student finished their dance routine and received polite applause from the audience. Present Mike returned to the stage, this time with a megaphone, grinning widely. The students instinctively covered their ears at the sight. He announced Todoroki Shoto as the next performer, causing the students to react to the loudness of his voice. The character looked back at their friends, noticing them exchanging more words before Shoto pointed toward the back of the auditorium. The character followed his gaze to see his father, the current #1 hero. When they looked back, they saw Kaken pulling Todoroki up the stairs, returning to his seat after giving his boyfriend a glare. If Todoroki was still singing the song they had written together, the character could understand his nerves, though they doubted he would perform that particular song. Todoroki looked out at the sea of faces, his expression hardening as he took hold of the microphone handed to him on the way up. Taking a deep breath, he strummed a few notes on his electric guitar, which hung limply from his shoulders, already connected to the amps via Bluetooth. He began to play. He was born in a chaotic era, with a preference for raspberry-flavored sweets. At the age of 16, he bought a car and brushed his teeth with bleach, as he didn't have time for cavities. His father had once threatened him, saying that if he kissed a boy, there would be serious consequences. In response, he had tied him up and locked him away, then went out to the garden to enjoy time with his best friend. Beside him, Shinso whispered, equally shocked, that the performance was using his song, which had to be a good sign. He only hummed in response, staring with wide eyes as his tallest friend sang, wondering if Kaken would also sing his song. His high hopes were fading as the crowd, now recovering from their initial shock, began to cheer, ensuring Todoroki's voice remained clear above the noise. He sang about the struggles of youth, the disconnect between generations, and the challenges of feeling alone. The lyrics touched on the absurdity of life and the misunderstandings that often arose between parents and children. As he finished, he disconnected his guitar, mindful of the next performer who might need the amps. He jumped down from the stage, casting a glance at his stunned father, a smirk briefly crossing his face. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains, Phoenix observed the group as they walked down yet another alleyway, chasing another lead. The purple scarecrow, Debbie, grumbled about the need for heightened senses to locate the woman whom their ally was so concerned about. After a recent attack, the others had retreated to their backup base, an abandoned fast food restaurant that locals avoided due to a previous incident. When they realized he was missing, panic ensued, leading to wild conclusions about his capture. Offended by the thought, he had reacted with a fiery display, ensuring that those who had wronged him faced consequences. They had been pursuing this particular lead for hours, careful to avoid detection by the heroes also searching for the woman. As time passed, many heroes had given up, but they continued to follow every lead, some reliable and others leading to unfortunate outcomes for those who underestimated them. He expressed that the boy was not obsessed but rather worried, as the woman was the only connection he had to his mother, who had been tragically taken from him. The reminder of the boy's loss seemed to unsettle Debbie, who quickly went on the defensive when questioned about their leader's decisions. Despite the tension, he reminded Debbie that their leader's secrets would not be easily forgiven by the boy. They shared a moment of silence, both aware of the potential consequences of their actions. Just then, another member of the group groaned, eager to share his thoughts, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between them. The journey was tense, and the air was thick with unspoken words. The protagonist felt frustration simmering beneath the surface, knowing full well why their companion refused to fly them to their destination. They continued walking, dismissing the wolf's lazy demeanor without a second thought. Suddenly, they were yanked to a stop, a sensation that ignited a spark of anger. Spinning around, they wrenched their arm from the wolf's grasp, baring their fangs in a warning. The alpha growled, attempting to assert dominance, but the protagonist was not one to back down easily. They muttered a retort, turning their pale face away in defiance. The tension escalated as the alpha's words struck a nerve, mentioning the protagonist's past and their deceased mother. In a flash of anger, the protagonist pushed the alpha against the wall with enough force to crack the surface behind him, their claws pinning him by the neck. The alpha's response was a weak attempt at humor, but it only fueled the protagonist's fury. In a swift motion, the alpha took advantage of the momentary confusion, pushing the protagonist to the ground. The sharp gravel and glass pressed painfully against their face, while the alpha restrained their arms, forcing their wrists against their shoulder blades. A scream escaped their lips, the discomfort overwhelming. Despite the pain, the alpha continued to press down, demanding the protagonist use their wings to scout ahead. Each word was accompanied by increased pressure, drawing out more cries of distress. The protagonist felt trapped, their abilities hindered by the very position they were in. The alpha knew this, exploiting the situation to maintain control. The struggle was intense, and just as the protagonist felt they might lose consciousness, the weight on them lifted, replaced by a familiar presence. They quickly regained their composure, attempting to hide their wings from view. A whispered question broke through the haze, and the protagonist's thoughts raced. Home was all they could think about, a longing for a place where they could truly be themselves. The narrative shifted to another perspective, revealing the inner turmoil of a character who had always felt misunderstood. Growing up, they faced constant judgment and dismissal, their identity questioned by those closest to them. Despite the love from their family, the lack of acceptance stung deeply. They felt like a freak, fearing rejection from their mate and friends if the truth were revealed. Yet, amidst the fear, there were those who accepted them wholeheartedly, becoming the support they had always yearned for. The protagonist grappled with the paralyzing fear of being unaccepted, feeling like a fraud among friends. The thought of betrayal loomed large, leaving them on edge, unable to fully trust those around them. The struggle for acceptance and the desire for understanding painted a vivid picture of their emotional landscape, highlighting the challenges they faced in a world that often felt hostile. Silently waiting for something to happen that would give them an excuse to turn their backs on him, embarrass him, and use him like so many others had before. With a lot of help from Deku, he had written a song that he was supposed to perform at the school talent show. Sitting in the auditorium, feeling a wave of performance anxiety wash over him, he regretted that choice. Unfortunately, Deku and even Shinso were not letting him back out. He watched and waited until his name was called for all to hear, excitement and dread swirling within him. He whispered to Shinso, who was seated next to him, contemplating a hasty escape. Ever cheerful, responded with a playful bounce, linking their hands together. Sending a weak glare at the redhead, he sank down into his seat, trying to ignore Shinso's soft chuckles and Deku's nervous mumbling. Some things never changed, he mused. Glancing towards the back of the room, he caught sight of his parents, his heart sinking at the sight of the sign with his name painted on it. Even if he wished they wouldn't be there, he couldn't escape the reality. He gently took hold of his chin, bringing his gaze away from his parents, whispering encouragement. Kiri, beside him, wiped away the tears he hadn't even realized had fallen. He felt overwhelmed, expressing his fears about disappointing everyone. He reassured him, saying that Shinso, Deku, and he would be waiting for him after he completed his performance, urging him to show them who was in charge. Laughing softly, he leaned his head on I's shoulder, grateful for the support. As his name was called again, he sighed and pulled himself up, sending a small smile towards his friends who were cheering him on. He whispered to himself, trying to muster courage as he took hold of the microphone and climbed the stairs, his heartbeat racing. Placing the microphone in the stand, he looked out at the crowd for the first time, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes on him, judging him. The auditorium fell silent, save for a few cheers from his bandmates. A glance at his family made him regret it instantly. They did not look pleased. Deku shouted encouragement, urging him to ignore the negativity and just sing. If only he could take his own advice, he thought with a sad smile before nodding and taking a deep breath. He whispered a mantra of determination before playing the starting notes on his guitar. He sang about the struggles of being misunderstood, the pressure from family and society, and the feeling of isolation. Tears filled his eyes as he focused on the ground, refusing to think about the audience's reactions. As the song progressed, he sensed a shift. The crowd began to understand the message behind his words. Some booed, while others clapped, but he kept his head down, determined not to meet anyone's gaze, even as the supportive sounds drowned out the negative ones. As he finished the last few chords, his hands shook, and he fought back tears. Time seemed to blur until he found himself wrapped in warm arms, surrounded by his friends. The auditorium erupted in applause, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him, even as he noticed the disapproving looks from some. Shinso, Deku, and Jiro stepped back, giving him space while wearing wide, supportive smiles. Todoroki and Kaken stood a few feet away, sharing similar expressions. Jiro, who had been unaware of his struggles, accepted him without hesitation, which surprised him. His other friends remained seated, looking wary or betrayed, but he didn't dwell on them for long. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the auditorium, and he realized he had been struck. It took a moment to process that it was his father who had slapped him. Flinching at the contact with his bruising cheek, he felt a surge of anger and disbelief. Recovering from his shock, growled, filling the rapidly silencing room with tension. If I had paid attention to what was happening around me, I would have noticed that my protective mate was being held back. He had witnessed his mate being hurt twice in the span of a month. The man I called my father seethed with anger, his wife attempting to soothe him without even glancing in my direction to check if I was okay. He expressed his frustration, stating that they had provided for me, accepted me through all my phases, and yet I had embarrassed them in front of so many people, even on the news. My mother, speaking for the first time, raised her head and fixed her cold gaze on mine. She explained that what my father was trying to say was that this situation was unexpected. For a moment, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe they would find a way to accept me, their mistake and freak of a son. Perhaps they would finally let me be myself. She continued, saying they loved me, but they just weren't ready for this and needed more time. Her words were cut off by a sudden laugh from Deku, who, despite being fiercely protective of those he cared about, seemed strangely calm. His laugh was not his usual carefree giggle. It was cold and hard, sending shivers down everyone's spine and even silencing Kiri's growls. He echoed her words, tilting his head in a way that would have been adorable if it weren't for the glint in his eyes, which were surprisingly not both black, promising something ominous. Closing his eyes, he let out a shaky breath before another cold chuckle escaped him. He stated that this wasn't his fight, but if Denki didn't put them in their place, he would, and no one would like the outcome. The only reason he was holding back was that he understood the pain of losing one's parents, urging his brother to act quickly. I watched as Deku allowed himself to be escorted off the stage by Aizawa, though he didn't go far, remaining close as Aizawa leaned against the wall beside him, keeping a watchful eye on the situation. I stuttered, feeling my father's impatience grow. He demanded that I speak up, insisting he wouldn't tolerate me mumbling. The older man looked so furious that I couldn't help but flinch back, causing Kiri to growl lowly again. In a moment of frustration, I shouted for him to be quiet, pushing him away with enough force to make him stumble. I expressed how I had listened to them degrade me since I was 10, summing up my struggles and feelings as just a phase. I had stayed silent, believing that in their own twisted way, they loved me. But now, it felt as if they loved the idea of me, the daughter they wished for, rather than accepting who I truly was. I demanded to be heard, my emotions flaring as my father prepared to respond. I declared that Deku was right. I had given them plenty of time, had been patient and more understanding than they deserved. I had held back tears every time they used my dead name or referred to me with feminine pronouns. I had to buy my binder behind their backs because they dismissed my pleas. I had spent months practicing my voice, still not on TSN, and had to shop for clothes secretly because they would drag me away from the men's section. I felt like I couldn't be myself around them. After 10 years of knowing and 7 since coming out, they still thought this was a phase. I pleaded for them to give me some credit, my voice cracking as tears streamed down my face, turning away from the crowd to hide my vulnerability. I whispered a broken question, asking why they couldn't love me for who I was. Just then, I felt familiar arms wrap around me in an embrace. I did nothing to resist, allowing my mother to hold me for the first time in 5 years. She apologized, realizing how unfair she had been, and expressed that they should be understanding of me, not the other way around. She tightened her arms around me before pulling back to hold me at arm's length. She suggested we go home to discuss my situation regarding T's turn, apologizing for using the wrong name. Overwhelmed, I sobbed and jumped back into her arms, wrapping my own around her neck tightly. But like all good things, this moment quickly came to an end. My father shouted, demanding to know what she was doing, insisting that they were not putting their daughter on hormones, claiming I needed help, not support. Stepping out of my mother's warm embrace, I moved to stand in front of my father, softly calling out to Deku. If I had looked away from my father, I would have seen a wolf-like grin spread across Deku's face as he stalked forward, seemingly unfazed by Aizawa, who appeared excited about what was about to unfold. I warned my father that he should run, but he scoffed, believing that Deku, being an Omega in a hero course, posed no threat. I wondered if he had ever truly seen Deku's eyes. Pausing, I glanced over my shoulder at my father. I thought about how, just a few months ago, I would have said that Deku could never cause him pain. But now things had changed. Things had happened to change him. The narrator's gaze drifted momentarily to their twin brothers before returning to their father. All it took was one look into the broken boy's eyes to see the potential for violence lurking beneath the surface. The narrator had just given him the freedom to act. They repeated the warning. It was time to run. Todoroki, speaking for the first time, leaped off the stage, with Bakugo following closely behind. The boys had changed, but the narrator felt indifferent about the consequences. There was no malice in Todoroki's words, yet they were far from welcoming, revealing how little he cared for the boy with green and black hair. The narrator hoped that things would change after Izuku's performance. They glanced back at their father, who was now trembling and staring at Izuku with wide eyes, the boy's unusual eye on full display. The so-called alpha stuttered in fear before jumping off the stage and fleeing, the audience reacting with a flurry of thrown items. Izuku pouted, expressing disappointment at the alpha's retreat, tilting his head slightly. His hair naturally fell over his right eye, successfully concealing it. His eyes glistened, likely due to Todoroki's tone rather than his words. Kirishima, finally free from the teacher's hold, rushed over to the narrator and wrapped his arms around their waist, reassuring them that there was still fun to be had. He even offered to join in for old time's sake. Excitedly, the younger boy clapped his hands and jumped off the stage with Shinso, who had been silently observing with a frown. The narrator's mother spoke up, drawing their attention back to her. She suggested sorting everything out tomorrow, addressing her son with warmth. With tears of gratitude in their eyes, the narrator nodded in agreement, appreciating her support. A moment of silence followed until someone in the audience began to clap, prompting a chain reaction that spread throughout the auditorium. Once the narrator, their mother, and Kirishima had exited the stage, Present Mike remarked that it had been enough drama for one day, though he sensed it was only the beginning. He glanced at Izuku, who was mumbling about songs, friends, chocolate, and rejection, expressing his eagerness for what was to come. Laughter erupted from the crowd, while others covered their ears, muttering about needing a mute button. The narrator thought they heard Aizawa make a comment as he walked past, but it was lost in the noise. Dabi's perspective shifted as he took in the sight of the demon before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had only witnessed the true form of the phoenix once before during a raid, and it had sparked a flicker of respect for the figure known as the Prince of Hell. It wasn't solely due to his lineage, there was more to it than that. The demon's claws were midnight black, his eyes swirling with raw power, and sparks ignited beneath his feet, scorching the ground he treaded upon. His wings were a sight to behold, feathered with dark roots and flaming red tips, soft one moment and razor-sharp the next. It was easy to understand why he inspired fear. Despite the terror his true form evoked, the demon never displayed it. To reveal his true form meant exposing his wings, and none knew the full reason behind his reluctance. It was understood that it related to his late mother and the way their sight plunged his father into despair. From a young age, he had likely learned to feel guilt over his wings, a thought that was quite disheartening. Now, one of his magnificent wings was deteriorating, feathers cascading down to reveal a skeletal structure beneath. While it retained a chaotic beauty, it contrasted sharply with the classic elegance of its twin. Dabi stepped forward, only to halt as the demon flinched back violently, a wave of guilt crashing over him. He had never seen him so vulnerable before. Normally, he would have mocked him, called him weak, and turned away. Emotional support was not his forte, nor was it something anyone he knew excelled at. Their relationship had been built on insults and confrontations. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Dabi felt compelled to comfort the demon. It made no sense to him. He could hear the demon's bitter words, filled with pain and self-loathing. Dabi's eyes narrowed at the disrespect woven into those snarled phrases, yet he realized he had no right to retaliate. It was a strange sensation, recognizing his own wrongdoing, especially when he had acted in a way that he would have condemned in others. The demon's jaw tightened, fists clenched, and Dabi sensed the urge to lash out. He felt a surge of relief that Tomu had made him take that oath. Dabi asked about the connection to Deku, his voice softer than he intended, a tone he reserved for his mate and younger brother. The demon's laughter was cold and bitter, and Dabi could sense the underlying pain. He explained how everyone believed his father could easily transform Deku into a demon, but the truth was far more complicated. When Deku had died, he ascended to heaven, despite his flaws. To bring him into his father's realm, they had to negotiate, a process that took months. Time flowed differently in that realm, making it seem like only moments had passed for those above. Eventually, they found a rebellious angel willing to assist, but there was a catch. The demon's mother was not a traditional angel or demon, she was a succubus, a being that didn't belong to either realm and could perish from physical harm. His mother had fallen in love with his father, and though she had died before holding him, her legacy was powerful. When his wings formed, chaos ensued. It was unprecedented for a male demon to possess feathered wings, and he became the first. Because of him, Deku was the second. Angels, demons, and creatures from all realms sought to glimpse the young prince. Some even attempted to kidnap him, hoping to extract the essence from his wings. His father had refused, knowing it would cause immense pain and deformity. After much pleading, they reached a compromise, allowing the angel to take half of the essence, resulting in the destruction of one wing. His father was displeased, but he would do anything to ensure his son's happiness. Now, the demon's wing would not last another week, but he found solace in the fact that Deku was alive. There was no bitterness in his voice, rather he expressed genuine gladness. Who would have thought that the Prince of Hell possessed a heart? Or that his father actually cared about his son's happiness? The thought crossed his mind that perhaps Satan, the King of Hell, was a better father than his own. But he pushed the notion away. This wasn't about him, not now, not ever. He finally spoke up, struggling to lift his gaze to meet the demon's tear-filled eyes before they shifted upward. He felt pathetic, but the way the demon's eyes widened was almost comical. Instead of bringing him amusement, it only made him feel uneasy. Did the demon really think he would mock him? Shaking off the unsettling feeling of guilt, he focused on the words coming from the demon's mouth, attributing his headache to the impact he had taken rather than the messy emotions swirling within him. The demon remarked that he couldn't read his feelings like Deku's, but it was clear how guilty he appeared. With a growl, he forced himself to meet the demon's gaze. And snapped back, telling him not to call him a mutt, before quickly looking away again. The demon insisted he shouldn't feel guilty, as it made him uncomfortable, his face flushed with what could be interpreted as anger, but he knew better. A snort escaped him at the thought of the Prince of Hell being embarrassed by his own feelings. He let out a surprisingly manly yelp as a ball of fire, hot even by his standards, shot toward him. He managed to duck just in time, though his drop to the floor might have looked more like a clumsy collapse. The demon grumbled about him being one to talk, scoffing as he turned his back, transforming back into his mundane appearance. He couldn't help but stare at the demon's wing as it folded back into his shoulder blades, disappearing into the skin that had been exposed by the holes left behind. Without looking back, the demon began to walk away, urging him to hurry as if nothing had happened. His eyes fell on the marks the demon's feet left burned into the ground, and his lip trembled. What he had done wasn't right, but he had a reason for it. So why did he still feel guilty? A small voice in his head, which he had come to call his conscience, whispered that if someone were to ever expose him for who he truly was, forcing him to reveal his identity like he had made the phoenix show his wings, despite the phoenix's desire to keep them hidden, he would consider ending it all. Again. The whistle pulled him from his thoughts, and with a growl, he was on his feet, chasing after the laughing demon who easily stayed out of reach down the alley. No, he whispered to himself. No, he wouldn't. Deku watched with a scowl as Uraraka descended the stage stairs, feeling a mix of resentment and resignation. It was no surprise that she excelled at acting. The entire auditorium seemed captivated, only beginning to clap after he shouted for them to resume their applause. Ignoring the few glares directed at him, he turned to talk to Shinso, who was sitting beside him. Both Kiri and Kami had just returned to their seats, their bathroom trip coinciding with the conclusion of the one-person act. After Denki's performance, he had broken down again, years of suppressed emotions catching up with him despite his earlier display of strength. It was more about asserting himself with his parents than a true breakdown. When he stepped off the stage, he immediately collapsed into Kiri's arms, his friend's shirt quickly becoming damp with tears. His mother had panicked, trying to reach her son as he began to hyperventilate, but Kiri had growled at anyone who approached too closely. They left the room without delay. When they returned, 5 people had exited, and Uraraka's name was about to be called. Denki clutched Kiri's shirt tightly, his eyes downcast and his steps heavy. He offered a small, reassuring smile to Shinso and Deku, indicating he was okay, just upset. He was more than just upset, but Deku kept his thoughts to himself. Denki refused to let go of Kiri's shirt, even sitting on his lap for a moment. However, as soon as Uraraka's name was announced, they got up and left, claiming they needed to use the bathroom, though Deku could sense they were lingering just outside the large room. Shinso interrupted Deku's rant about the unfairness of his father's rules regarding chocolate spread in the dorms, asking if he was okay. Playing the part of the confused puppy, Deku tilted his head and feigned ignorance, even though he understood exactly what Shinso meant. Throughout Uraraka's performance, both Kaken and Todoroki leaned forward in their seats, hanging on to her every word. When Deku shouted, they glared at him, and when the audience began to clap, they were the loudest. Deku wouldn't have been angry, he really wouldn't have. To them, Uraraka was the one who revealed the truth, the one who told them that he wasn't in danger but had indeed approached that man. Yet, he felt a deep sense of betrayal. He had tried so hard to express his truth, but his pleas were constantly ignored. They turned a blind eye to his requests to spend time with their friends. He longed to tell Kaken that he was hanging out with his mother's kidnapper, possibly a murderer. He wasn't sure who was worse, Uraraka or that other person. Though he wasn't mad at them, he felt hurt, as if someone were slowly tearing his heart out. But that anger was reserved for Uraraka and her group, whom he considered slimy and ugly from the inside out. Shinso leaned in closer, whispering with furrowed brows, asking if Deku knew what he was talking about. Before Deku could respond, Shinso posed a familiar question. Half empty or half full? Deku understood immediately, it was a daily game they played. If either of them answered half full, they would receive money from Yamada, which they could use for whatever the person who answered wanted for the rest of the day. If they answered half empty, they would stay in and raid the pantry, perhaps making s'mores or having a movie night with hot chocolate. Shinso believed this way, no matter how they felt, they would receive a reward. It was okay to feel bad, and it was also okay to express happiness, regardless of what was happening around them. If they lied, there would be consequences, not anything inappropriate, as that was uncomfortable for Deku. He didn't fully understand the strange things Kami mentioned, but it seemed to involve paddles and ice. It couldn't have been good, considering Shinso and Kiri once tackled Kami to the ground, stuffing gummy bears into his mouth to silence him. The punishments for lying were simple chores, cleaning each other's rooms, doing laundry, or taking out the trash. The worst had been when Deku had to clean Eri's small suite, wondering how one little girl could be so messy. This part of the game had been Aizawa's idea. While it was important to talk about feelings, it was equally important not to lie about them. Deku didn't fully understand but played along. After realizing that lying only led to trouble, he had mostly responded with half empty and the occasional quip about feeling as dry as a desert. Finally, he answered Shinso, saying he felt half empty and alone, shifting his gaze back to the stage as Shinso's father entered the spotlight, calling out his son's name in an exaggerated manner and sharing embarrassing stories. Shinso had to sprint up to the stage to push his dad away, his face red as he barely caught Deku's eye. The auditorium fell into a hush, all waiting for the next contestant to sing. The contest was unfolding and a figure with furrowed eyebrows dropped Denki's guitar before rushing to the side. Curious whispers filled the air as the purple-haired student spoke to a staff member responsible for providing instruments. Moments later, a piano appeared on stage, narrowly avoiding Denki's guitar, which squeaked in alarm before Denki hurried on stage to retrieve it, never letting go of Kirishima's shirt. Confusion washed over me as I tried to recall any song by Shinso that featured a piano. Of course, there were none. Shinso disliked the piano and rarely wrote songs that included it, as they were not easily accessible. So, what was he doing? I felt a voice in my mind urging me to pay attention. I hadn't even spoken, but my focus shifted as Shinso began to play unfamiliar notes on the piano. His brows were knitted in concentration, and it seemed he was improvising, a familiar trait of his. Yet, even as he focused on the music, his eyes flickered to mine, revealing a hint of desperation. He sang about being alone, about losing oneself in sound, and reclaiming one's crown. His voice was softer than I had ever heard during a performance, but I struggled to absorb it. How could I, when the realization hit me like a wave? I quickly understood who he was singing to, and judging by the audience's shifting gazes, they had figured it out too. He was looking right at me, his fingers dancing over the ivory keys. Tears began to gather in my eyes as I felt compelled to move. Slowly, I stood and shuffled closer to the stairs, drawn by his pleading gaze. As I reached the stage, the audience's eyes felt piercing, but I took a deep breath and stepped up to the microphone. "There's method in my madness," I said, my voice soft yet urgent. Without missing a beat, Shinso continued to improvise, weaving his lyrics around mine. "There's no logic in your sadness. You don't gain a single thing from misery. Take it from me." His eyes flickered to the empty spot beside him, and almost instinctively, I sat next to the boy I had long considered a brother. Together, we sang about being in control, about putting the monsters in our heads to rest, and about reclaiming our crowns. "You just have to keep going," he whispered in the near-silent auditorium. That was all it took for me to throw myself into his open arms, sobs shaking my body as the audience began to clap. Before long, the entire auditorium erupted in applause, but I paid it no mind, my arms tightening around one of the few who had stood by me through thick and thin. After the staff realized that they weren't moving anytime soon, they declared a break. Anyone who needed to use the restroom or was hungry could leave now and not miss any acts for 30 minutes. This was just the right amount of time, as Shinso and the narrator only shuffled off the stage 3 minutes before everyone was due back. Hand in hand, a huge smile covered the narrator's face, as if they hadn't just been crying. Most of the audience had returned, but a significant number were still missing. Unfortunately, the narrator's friends and their new companions were among those who had come back. The two alphas looked uncomfortable and dejected about something as they brushed past, but the narrator dismissed it when Uraraka, who had her back to them, growled that Shinso was probably involved with someone else. Gone was the hurt and upset demeanor of the alphas. Instead, they were now red-faced and fuming. The narrator couldn't blame them. Uraraka had a knack for getting people wrapped around her finger. And they had already betrayed the alphas once, maybe even twice, so what was to stop it from happening again? Before the narrator could respond, Shinso let go of their hand and tapped Uraraka on the shoulder. Everyone else was already looking at them, with some, like Mina, Momo, and Ida, glaring, while others, like Jiro and Siro, appeared a mix of uncomfortable and annoyed by Uraraka's words. Kaken and Todoroki looked empty. Uraraka muttered something dismissive after turning around, and the narrator questioned the intelligence of their friends. They didn't defend the alphas, how could they? One would question anyone's judgment after associating with someone as manipulative as Uraraka. Surely they could see how two-faced she was. Was this all just a cruel prank? A sudden wave of emotions washed over the narrator, who was surprised by their own intensity. They mumbled to themselves, feeling a strange connection to their thoughts. Suddenly, Uraraka interrupted, calling the narrator out. The narrator pulled themselves away from their thoughts and met Uraraka's gaze, ignoring the tension in the air. Uraraka had just cut Shinso off mid-rant, and the narrator felt a headache coming on. They growled back at Uraraka, who responded with a taunt about not talking to them. The narrator shot back, calling Uraraka a doll, full of plastic and always getting undressed for the first person who even looked her way. This earned them an indignant gasp and some muffled laughter, with Shinso moving closer to stand beside the narrator. After a moment, Uraraka retaliated with a hurtful remark about the narrator's family situation, which snapped something inside the narrator. Shinso growled, looking ready to defend, while the two alphas appeared equally ready to confront the situation. The purple-haired boy turned to the narrator, freezing as he noticed their sudden change in demeanor. The narrator's blank face broke into a large grin, revealing their sharp canines. They declared their intention to take the stage, instructing Shinso to keep the teachers away. Without waiting for a response, they jumped onto the stage, shouting into the microphone to gain the audience's attention. They proclaimed that love only leads to heartbreak and that life brings pain, but then quickly shifted to a light-hearted comment about video games, capturing the crowd's interest. The narrator continued, urging everyone to focus on them, promising free bleach, only to be interrupted by a grumpy teacher from the crowd. They noted to themselves that they needed to get Shinso some pudding later to avoid his grumpiness. With a playful tone, the narrator acknowledged their appearance and moved on to address the audience. They pointed out that Uraraka had called them an orphan, sharing their tragic backstory in a humorous way. They decided to challenge Uraraka again, despite their previous failure, and recalled that they had at least managed to punch her during their last encounter. That was fun. Before Shinso could snap at him again, he quickly turned his attention back to Uraraka, who now looked bored, as if this challenge were as easy as her family earning money. He realized that without Aizawa, she would literally be homeless right now, yet she was going after Uraraka for having no money. He thought it was amusing to let Shinso have his fun. It was entertaining to watch him potentially embarrass himself again in front of all these people. The cameras were even turning back on. By the time he dragged his attention away from the two voices in his head, which were not helping at all, Uraraka was already on stage, her eyes flashing with barely concealed impatience. The teachers had stopped trying to reach him, and the whole room had frozen after he had challenged the beta. A few people had laughed at first, thinking it was a joke, an Omega challenging a beta they had already lost to. Hilarious! However, when they saw Uraraka jump onto the large platform, they grew quiet, exchanging looks with their family and friends. As Uraraka began to growl, the atmosphere shifted, everyone held their breath. To stop now would be unthinkable. He growled back, making Uraraka flinch before she recovered. Everything was going great, and as more time passed, the tension in the room increased, with people leaning forward in anticipation. He was actually winning. But, of course, life had a way of throwing unexpected challenges at him. His eyes strayed for just a second, but it was enough. When he met her gaze, the warning was clear: stop, or else. Like a switch, his growling ceased, and he lowered his eyes to the ground, glaring at the felt-like floor. Still a little espingy, he thought he heard Uraraka whisper, leaning forward so no one else would hear her. His eyes flashed again, this time with mischief as he lifted his head, feigning innocence and guilt upon hearing the sickening crack her nose made. Oh, and you just got it fixed too. Such a shame, he thought, stepping back and lifting his hands to his mouth, eyes welling up. He expressed his faux concern, claiming he didn't mean it and swearing it on his love for eating. He turned to leave as a teacher or two came up to assist the bleeding Uraraka, his own warning clear to anyone who wished to see it. Kaken observed as Deku absent-mindedly picked at his nails, pretending not to notice the commotion from his friends. They were shouting about something he couldn't quite grasp, with words like snakes, anxiety, and ratmen floating around. When Denki suddenly stood up, his face flushed, exclaiming about a ship called Prinxiety, Kaken felt just as bewildered as the others. Deku's giggle rang out, a sound both beautiful and haunting. It struck a chord deep within Kaken, making him ache with the realization that he wasn't the one who brought such joy to Deku's life. The nagging voice in his mind whispered harsh truths. Deku had cheated, and yet Kaken still found himself longing for him, still dreaming about him. It felt pathetic. He barely registered his own thoughts as he continued to watch Deku, who had thrown himself onto his friend's laps, eliciting playful groans and laughter before they playfully pushed him to the floor. Kaken couldn't help but wonder what things might have been like if Deku hadn't hidden from them. But he had, and that realization stung. A voice interrupted his thoughts, pulling his gaze away from Deku. It belonged to Shoto, who was looking at Deku with an expression that hinted at hidden heartbreak. Shoto's voice trembled as he spoke, revealing the pain he felt over the situation. Kaken could see the struggle in Shoto's eyes as he tried to look away from Deku, but ultimately he couldn't. The conversation turned heavy as Shoto expressed his frustration over Deku's actions. Kaken felt a surge of emotion, but before he could respond, Shoto gently grasped his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Kaken had never seen Shoto look so weary. They had been through this before. Uraraka had shown them a photo that left no room for doubt. Deku had been in another man's arms. Kaken was not one to back down easily, especially in public, but the look in Shoto's eyes made him reconsider. He shifted closer, leaning into Shoto's comforting embrace, feeling the tension in his mate's body. Kaken buried his tear-streaked face in Shoto's neck, feeling the warmth of his arms around him. Shoto's voice was strained as he spoke, his words hanging in the air. When Kaken lifted his head, he was taken aback by the sight of tears in Shoto's eyes. This was a rare occurrence. Shoto rarely allowed himself to show such vulnerability. Kaken felt a wave of confusion wash over him, unsure how to navigate this new emotional landscape. He had learned that Shoto would rather avoid intimacy than let his emotions surface, which was a significant revelation. Kaken felt a pang of guilt as he considered Shoto's feelings. He gently cupped Shoto's cheeks, wiping away the moisture from beneath his eyes. Kaken urged him not to dwell on negative thoughts, struggling to find the right words to comfort him. To his relief, Shoto began to laugh softly, the tension easing slightly. Kaken felt warmth spread through him as Shoto expressed his love. He rolled his eyes, attempting to hide his own blush as he playfully shoved Shoto's shoulder. Shoto simply pulled him closer, resting his head atop Kaken's. As Kaken nestled against Shoto, he felt a sense of peace wash over him, grateful that the attention of those around them was focused on the performances rather than on them. He whispered his own feelings back, feeling a sense of belonging. If anyone were to witness him curled up on Shoto's lap, looking peaceful and content, they might be surprised. But in that moment, Kaken felt safe, and that was all that mattered. The crumbled and charred remains of other phones served as a clear warning. A gentle shake roused me from sleep, accompanied by a teasing comment about drooling. My name echoed from the stage, and I grumbled against the bare skin of my mate's neck, smirking as a shiver ran through his body. However, I had little time to enjoy the moment before I found myself groaning on the cold ground, cheeks flushing red as I realized that much of the audience's attention was focused on me. I glared up at an amused figure dressed in candy stripes, pushing myself off the ground with a grunt. I thought about how I had planned to let him have some fun that night, but I changed my mind, turning on my heels after catching a glimpse of regret and panic in his eyes. It was always the quiet ones, I mused. With a laugh as I climbed the stairs to grab my guitar. I stole a glance at my mate, smirking as I saw him fighting off a pout, before I began to play, not needing to tune my guitar since I had already done so. It wasn't until I found myself staring at Deku that I realized the weight of the moment. I clenched my jaw, trying to suppress the flinch that threatened to surface upon seeing the despair in his eyes, even though his demon eye was covered again. Perhaps he didn't mean it that way. Just sing, I told myself. My gaze shifted into a glare, looking away from him just as he flinched and cowered into one of his friend's sides. I pushed aside the stab of jealousy, ignoring the whispers in my mind that taunted me, reminding me how weak and pathetic I felt for singing this song, the very song I had written with him. Forcing air into my lungs, I started to sing, willing myself to avoid another panic attack. The lyrics flowed out, revealing my struggles and vulnerabilities. I could be a handful, but that was why you had two hands. I wasn't ever careful, and I could be rude. I could be a danger for you. As I sang about my issues, tears threatened to spill as I reflected on the nights I had cried myself to sleep, the times I had exploded in anger, and the hurtful words I had directed at Deku. I had told him to harm himself and had lied to myself, insisting that it was normal for a teenager to experience panic attacks multiple times a day. Yet, I pushed those thoughts away, allowing the lyrics to take over, a smirk forming on my face despite the painful memories. I talked to myself, realizing I needed help. So what if I wasn't okay? I sang about drinking on a Monday and feeling unstable, recalling how someone had told me I was doing it all wrong. I could be a fleeting encounter, waking up on the pavement in the early hours of the morning. I tried not to dwell on how many nights Deku had spent with me, rewriting this song whenever I showed even a hint of disappointment. I had told him it didn't have to be perfect, but he had persisted, and looking back, I recognized how clueless we both had been. As I continued singing, I expressed that I was just like everyone else, flawed and struggling. I talked to myself again, acknowledging my need for help. I quickly blinked away the tears that had gathered, hands shaking as I let the last notes fade from the still vibrating strings. When I looked to where I had last seen Deku, I found him missing, replaced by a proud-looking Uraraka. It was time for the canned A, and the author hoped to address any lingering questions before posting. They encouraged readers to comment with inquiries about themselves or the characters, assuring that there were only 2 days left for SBMs. The author expressed excitement about nearing 100 followers, hinting at a face reveal soon. They also shared their joy over acquiring a drawing pad, promising to post an updated picture of their original character, Phoenix, which would look better than the previous quick sketch. In response to a question about enjoying writing stories featuring a more chaotic version of Deku, the author expressed gratitude for the compliment and confirmed their enjoyment in crafting narratives with complex characters, finding it fun to explore those who were more troubled than themselves. When asked about their favorite anime and characters, the author playfully lamented the difficulty of choosing just one. They listed several favorites, ultimately leaning toward My Hero Academia, the first anime they had ever watched. They were also pressed to choose a favorite character from Class 1A, leading to a humorous exchange about their preferences, with the author admitting it was a tough decision between Shinso and Todoroki. As the questions continued, the author shared that they didn't have many apps on their phone aside from Wattpad, mentioning Minecraft and YouTube as alternatives for entertainment. They revealed their location in Queensland, Australia, describing the heat and their unfortunate allergy to sunscreen. When asked if the story would have a happy ending, the author teased uncertainty, hinting at potential suffering for Deku but assuring readers they wouldn't let everyone perish. They playfully acknowledged Deku's frustrations about his character's struggles, promising some angst in the upcoming chapters. The author reflected on their inspiration for the story, drawing from various sources, including personal experiences. They acknowledged the challenges faced by characters like Deku and Denki, emphasizing that many themes stemmed from their own life experiences, including issues of identity and acceptance. As for the future of the story, the author confirmed that a romantic development involving Todoroki, Bakugo, and Deku would occur in the next few chapters. They admitted to not having a set plan for the story's length, allowing the characters to guide the narrative. The author noted that they might even consider writing a second book due to the abundance of ideas they wish to explore. Finally, a reader inquired about the fate of Lucifer and Shinso, prompting a light-hearted response from the author, who expressed hope for a positive outcome. Phoenix clarified that his name was not Lucifer, as that was his father's name. He expressed his frustration about the misunderstanding, emphasizing that he was the son of Lucifer. He glanced sadly at Shinso, acknowledging the difficult situation they were in. The group was buzzing with energy, except for Shinso, who seemed too exhausted to engage. The atmosphere shifted when someone asked if Deku would turn into a villain or remain friends with them. Phoenix teased that the answer would be revealed in time. When asked about changing his name, Phoenix shared that he had already chosen the name Phoenix, which he felt more comfortable with. He explained that he had previously gone by River but realized it didn't suit him. The characters began to introduce themselves, with Deku eagerly jumping in first. Uraraka playfully interrupted, claiming that people liked her more than Deku. The playful banter continued, with questions flying around, including one about whether Uraraka could be killed, which she found alarming. Deku enthusiastically expressed his excitement about making new friends, envisioning fun activities and sleepovers, though Uraraka questioned some of his statements. The conversation took a humorous turn when someone asked about how insane Deku thought he was, to which he modestly rated himself low. Ikugu was next, ready to face questions about trust and past grievances. He explained the difficulty of believing Deku after feeling betrayed, emphasizing that it wasn't easy to regain trust. Todoroki joined in, addressing the skepticism surrounding Uraraka's claims. He expressed the pain caused by the situation, highlighting the emotional turmoil they had all experienced. Bakugo added that they needed to understand their perspective, even if it was hard for others to see. The session wrapped up with gratitude for the questions and a promise of more interactions in the future. Phoenix felt overwhelmed with joy at the support for his story, knowing that it meant a lot to him. The chapter concluded with a hint of tension, as the characters navigated their complex emotions and relationships, leaving room for further development in the story. His neck felt uncomfortable, a lingering reminder of the night at the club. In moments of panic, he would scratch at the spot, feeling as if it were dirty and unnatural. People often say that when the time comes where all you can do is breathe, yet your lungs refuse to take in air, it feels as if death itself has come to claim you. They are wrong. Death is quiet. The voices fade, the world becomes dull, and all sound warps as if submerged underwater. It is dark, so very dark. Death is peaceful. It doesn't hurt, at least not in the end. It simply takes. Death is a gift, a reward that brings a sense of relief, even if you don't realize it at the time. This was hell. To the young boy stumbling through the crowds of oblivious people, this was far worse than death. His lungs burned, his eyes stung, and his hands wouldn't stay still, scratching and clenching as he walked out of the overwhelming room. Were they staring? Judging? Plotting against him? Of course not, but to the young hybrid, the answer was yes. Yes, they were staring. Yes, they were judging. And yes, they were all trying to figure out the best way to humiliate him. So, he sped up, his hands wrapping around his neck as he felt a hot breath brush against it. When he finally escaped the suddenly freezing room, a choked sob escaped him, and he ran. He ran as fast as his trembling legs would allow, unaware that 3 other wolves he considered brothers were following closely behind, their expressions a mix of worry and barely contained anger. How dare she say those things to him? One of them called out to him, but the panicked boy realized it wasn't his mate. His mate hated him, and who could blame them? He had lied. He had hidden. He had let someone touch him. That's what he did, wasn't it? He let that man touch him, kiss him, mark his skin. That's what others had said, and they believed no one would ever hurt an Omega. So, maybe they were right? Maybe he really was asking for it? Yes, it was his fault. That's what everyone believed, so it must be true. He hadn't realized that his thoughts were spilling out in a jumble, nor that the 3 boys catching up to him were seconds away from confronting the source of his distress, tears in their eyes. They were more focused on calming him down than lashing out at her. He couldn't run anymore. His chest felt tight, his throat dry, his legs ached, and his neck was tender. Why was his neck tender? Were his fingers wet? Strange. Suddenly, he felt a firm but gentle grasp on his wrist, pulling his hands away from his neck, which he had been scratching. His vision swam with tears and a lack of oxygen, and he didn't recognize the blood dripping from his fingers, running down his hands and arms. It was an alpha. He knew that immediately. So why couldn't he think enough to recognize the scent of his brother? Why couldn't he breathe? Why was he letting someone touch him? Another voice called out, urging someone to let him go. The boy couldn't see clearly through his tears. He was having a panic attack, and if it had anything to do with that night, contact would not help him. He couldn't think without proper oxygen, so they needed to let him go. Hands were touching him, squeezing him, and he felt lips glide across his neck, marking him with bruises. He screamed for it to stop, thrashing around as his head swung back and forth, hitting the ground with such force that others winced. Everything was too loud, but nothing made sense to his ears. Voices blurred together, sobs that didn't belong to him, and screams he wasn't sure about filled the air, along with rushed plans and pleas before footsteps retreated and a door slammed shut. His skin felt sticky, and he realized his horns had started to grow, wings tearing through the back of his shirt, and his tail wrapped around his wrist, pulling his hands away from his neck where he had started to scratch again. Both of his friends were kneeling next to him, whispering comforting words as they urged him to calm down. As if summoned, the door slammed back open, causing him to flinch violently. He continued to scream, struggling against his own tail as his neck burned with a filth he wanted to rid himself of. One of the wolves shouted that they had found something, out of breath as he rushed over to where the boy was still twisting and turning. Just in time, the two wolves instructed him on what to do, and he didn't hesitate to follow their guidance. In an instant, the room was filled with screams, and then all that could be heard were harsh breaths and broken sobs. The thrashing came to an end as the young boy curled into a ball, clutching two shirts tightly like a lifeline, his face buried in them. It was going to be okay, his friends reassured him, and then everything went dark for the exhausted boy. Kirishima watched as Deku's body went limp, memories of the words that had led him to this moment flashing through his mind. Denki shuffled onto his lap, sniffing softly and keeping his focus on Deku, who appeared restless even in his current state. Kirishima wrapped his arms around Denki's waist, resting his head on top of his, careful not to let his frustration spill over as he played with the end of Denki's shirt. Denki's eyes were fixed on Deku as he asked if he would be okay, his wings enveloping him for warmth and shielding him from the outside world. Shinso attempted to reach out to touch the soft feathers but quickly pulled back when they transformed into sharp points. Kirishima remained silent, closing his eyes to avoid watching Deku's injuries. The knowledge of what had caused such a traumatic episode only fueled his anger toward Uraraka. He felt a deep desire to protect Deku at all costs. Shinso broke the silence, muttering that physically, Deku's wolf and demon sides would heal his injuries. The tension in the room was palpable as Shinso's voice faltered, and he collapsed onto the floor in front of the couch with a sigh. He expressed that Deku needed his mate during times like this, and with the situation involving the three of them, they could only hope for the best. Deku suddenly stirred, expressing that he felt as if he had just eaten some of Denki's cooking. Both Shinso and Kirishima turned to face him, surprised. Denki, who had been sitting in Kirishima's lap, stood up with his arms crossed, narrowing his eyes at Deku. He defended himself by recalling a past incident where he had accidentally set the dorms on fire while trying to cook. Kirishima agreed with Deku, redirecting the conversation back to him. Denki pouted, and Shinso, distracted by Deku's wings, mumbled his agreement without fully paying attention. Denki soon returned to poking at Deku's wings, while Kirishima focused on Deku, who was staring blankly at the shirts clutched in his clawed hands. Kirishima struggled to suppress a flinch when Deku's eyes met his. He reminded himself that despite the changes, Deku was still his little brother. Deku croaked that he was fine, but his voice cracked as he repeated it. When Kirishima pressed further, Deku snapped, his collar gems glowing as they had during his attack. Realizing he was being watched, Deku shrank back, fiddling with the clothes in his hands. Kirishima confessed that it hurt to see Deku like this. He reassured him that he didn't want to push him to talk but that he was there for him, ready to listen or simply be present. They could watch movies together, and he encouraged Deku to express himself in whatever way he felt comfortable. Denki chimed in, suggesting they could watch Snow White without commentary about consent, his playful tone revealing his lightheartedness. Shinso added his support, promising to always be there for Deku, even if he wasn't the best at comforting others. Deku thanked them quietly, his gaze sweeping over the group before a smile broke through, his twin demon tails swaying happily. The mood shifted as they all relaxed, watching as his tails intertwined playfully. Shinso suddenly leaped to his feet, surprised by the sight of Deku's second tail, exclaiming in disbelief. Deku explained that they usually wrapped around each other, making it appear as if he had only one, just like his wolf tails. Deku excitedly pointed at his tails, which shimmered and transformed into the fluffy ones everyone was familiar with. The purple-haired wolf sulked, his lone tail slipping between his legs as he expressed his envy. With a laugh, one character slid over to Denki, pulling him onto their lap with a smile. They whispered reassuringly, trying to convince both Denki and themselves that everything would be fine. Denki leaned back against their chest, sharing the sentiment that they would stay by Deku's side. They spent a few more minutes in the room, joking and laughing about things that Deku didn't fully understand, ensuring he was ready to return. Despite their offers to skip the rest of the contest, Deku insisted he didn't want to ruin their day and still wanted to sing his own song alongside theirs. After several minutes of trying to convince him to leave with Shinso, worried about potential mishaps, they compromised by agreeing that someone would stay with him for the evening. Eventually, Deku transformed back to his original form, keeping one eye and one tail in its demon state, explaining that it was less of a strain than the other options. He searched for a spare shirt to replace his, which had 2 large holes from where his wings had burst through. They managed to convince him to wear one of his mate's shirts, as they couldn't go to any of their rooms to lend him one. Denki had only been able to retrieve the shirt because he had broken into the locked dorms, which now were on lockdown due to his earlier antics. He chose Bakugo's shirt, which was slightly smaller than Todoroki's, though both looked like dresses on him. Before long, they found themselves chasing a laughing Deku, who had just moments ago worried about getting in trouble for wearing Bakugo's shirt. They tried to catch him before he ran into someone. However, as they entered the large auditorium, Denki accidentally collided with several people, causing them to tumble while he stood there, looking bashful with bright pink cheeks. One character rushed over to Denki's side, cracking a smile as Shinso and Deku struggled to regain their composure, their amusement only intensified by the glares directed at them. They playfully called Denki a klutz, offering a quick apology to those who had fallen before leading Denki to their seats, with Shinso and Deku following closely behind. Once seated, the character relaxed, knowing Deku was just a few feet away. However, they tensed again when Denki decided to climb onto their lap, causing them to grind their teeth in frustration. They tried to distract themselves with various thoughts, but found it difficult as Denki shifted, his eyes lighting up when a contestant began singing one of his favorite songs. Despite their best efforts, their thoughts kept returning to the blonde sitting in their lap. It seemed their body didn't understand that there were times to be discreet. Denki noticed and asked if everything was okay, expressing concern for his mate's appearance. The character smiled and nodded, reassuring Denki before he returned to watching the contestants sing, leaning back against them. The performance ended with polite applause, and suddenly, the character realized it was their name being called. Denki gently tugged at their arm, prompting them to blush as he encouraged them with a quick kiss on the cheek before sitting back down with a silly grin. Rolling their eyes, the character grabbed a spare guitar from the side of the stage and climbed the stairs, noticing a microphone already set up. After tuning the guitar, they took a deep breath and looked out at the audience, immediately regretting it. Standing alone on stage, exposed and vulnerable, they felt the weight of their choice of song and the presence of their mate in the crowd. Hands shaking, they glanced at Denki, who still wore that encouraging grin, along with supportive shouts from Shinso and Deku. Remembering their promise to Denki, they strummed the first few notes on the guitar, breaking eye contact to focus on the ground in front of them. As they began to sing about their struggles and the challenges they faced growing up, they poured their emotions into the performance, determined to overcome their fears and share their story with the audience. My son was told to stop kissing boys in the street. The room fell silent, save for the occasional click of a camera, merging the voices of parents and mine in the large space. I tried to focus on other things, like Denki or my own voice, instead of the burning sensation of eyes on me and the almost painful desire to please everyone present. As I sang, I reflected on my father's heart, which had grown a little warmer with age. Yet he still wouldn't hold me like he did my brother or kiss me like my mother. He had said I was a part of the family he created, but my behavior was concerning for him. Tears threatened to spill as I continued, gathering the courage to look up, only to quickly glance down again when I met my father's glare. I couldn't help but think about how different things could have been if my mother had been more like him. She had shown me affection only to turn aggressive moments later. My father was unwell, and for the first time he seemed to understand my truth. We sat in silence, yet we smiled, as for once, there was no fighting between us. He expressed his confusion about love, stating that he had only been taught that men loved women. He urged me to continue being myself, even after he was gone. I had anticipated the moment when the guitar was ripped from my hands, followed by the sickening sound of it shattering against the stage floor. The applause was replaced by gasps and murmurs of disapproval, quickly silenced as teachers moved to manage the crowd. They were aware that if they wanted to reach the stage, they would have to confront the situation head-on. Izawa held them back momentarily, sending me a silent question that I answered with a quick shake of my head. I turned to face the woman who seemed ready to explode, acutely aware that this private matter was about to become public in front of hundreds, even being broadcast live. I questioned her if she needed something, clenching my fists to steady myself as I met her gaze. Her first words in 5 years surprised me. They weren't as harsh as I had expected. I had braced myself for something far worse. She accused me of portraying my father as the villain, but I reminded her that he had raised his hand against me multiple times simply because of who I loved. Her scoff interrupted me, and she dismissed my feelings, claiming he was trying to help me and that I had refused to go to a camp. I remained silent as she continued to label me as sick and delusional, while my friends grew increasingly angry. Deku and Denki looked ready to confront her, while Shinso stood off to the side, a smirk on his face, eyes gleaming with a dark amusement. She shouted at me, demanding my attention, her face flushed with rage. I retorted that everyone was listening to her, joking that Australia had called to complain about the noise. I wished she had taken me aside first. She berated me for disrespecting her, claiming it was bad enough that I had publicly declared myself a sick, messed-up boy. She brought up my past relationship with a girl, implying that I should have been cured by now. I interrupted her, growling that she shouldn't bring Denki into this, my male partner. Her reaction was one of disbelief, as she lamented my support for those she deemed perverts and those who dressed differently. The woman stepped back, her tears drying as she realized her tactic had failed. She had pushed too far. The young man spoke with conviction, asserting that the trans community should not be judged by the actions of a few. He emphasized that Denki was one of the most respectable individuals he had ever met and urged the woman not to drag his community down due to her ignorance. He pointed out that Denki was striving to become a hero, protecting those in need from people like her, and that her actions were far worse than anything Denki had done. As the young man continued, his eyes flashed with intensity, a warning that silenced the woman. He lost control momentarily, feeling his teeth sharpen and claws emerge. He declared that she was not his mother. She had forfeited that title when she chose drags and reckless behavior over her children. He recounted how, despite their father's flaws, he had at least mourned the loss of his son and accepted him on his deathbed. In contrast, she had disrespected her son's memory during a funeral. He expressed that a true mother would never make her child feel inferior to a deceased sibling or harm them. To him, she was no more than a stranger, just as their father was. His true family consisted of the 3 boys who had supported him through everything and the loving group who had ensured his comfort and safety since his adoption. They had invested in his therapy without complaint, proving that family is defined by love and sacrifice, not blood. His voice remained steady, though it carried an edge of anger, and he felt the tension building within him. Just then his mate's voice broke through, offering a piece of advice as arms wrapped around him, bringing a sense of calm. The woman stood in shock, unable to muster any disgust, and quickly left the room, guided by Mr. Izawa for her safety. He weakly inquired about Shinso and Deku, feeling Denki hug him tightly. They ignored the crowd's cheers, focusing instead on calming their emotions. Denki explained that Shinso had taken Deku outside to prevent him from losing control and that he had chosen to stay because he believed he could manage his own urges. As they distanced themselves from the crowd, Denki pulled him down for a kiss, their bodies pressing together. The young man responded, his hands exploring Denki's sides as they shared a moment of intimacy. He playfully nipped at Denki's lip, eliciting a soft reaction. He confessed his love, and Denki smiled, resting his forehead against his. Concern flickered in Denki's eyes as he asked if he was ready to stay for the rest of the contest. After a moment of thought, he reassured Denki that he would be fine. Denki's gentle frown softened as he sought confirmation, and the young man promised he would be okay. They shared playful exchanges, and Denki's laughter filled the air as he playfully teased him before darting off into the crowd. Meanwhile, Deku and Shinso were engaged in a heated discussion about a prank involving Denki's dad and Kiri's mom. Shinso's frustration was palpable as he questioned the feasibility of their plan, and he warned Deku not to suggest he knew someone who could help. Deku assured him that he did not know anyone. He started to speak but then interrupted, causing me to giggle as he rubbed his eyes just like his father. He groaned, looking at me from behind his hands, questioning my behavior. I teased him, reminding him that he loved me and brought up the topic of ants. He quickly shot back, insisting that our plan would take too long and suggested we needed a quicker solution, mentioning acid. We both jumped at the sound of someone clearing their throat, spinning around to see Aizawa standing nearby with an unimpressed yet slightly amused expression. He asked if we were really planning something so drastic against our classmates' parents. Sharing a look with Shinso, a silent understanding passed between us, and we nodded in agreement, thinking the same thing. Aizawa seemed unfazed by our response and simply scowled at Shinso, who I silently labeled a traitor. Aizawa decided not to reprimand us further, advising us not to get caught before walking away with a sigh. Shinso whispered in confusion, questioning if Aizawa had just given us permission for something so serious. He jumped in surprise when Aizawa's blonde counterpart suddenly appeared, reminding us of the rules against such actions while living under his roof, his voice loud enough to draw concerned glances from others around us. I raised an unimpressed eyebrow at the onlookers, challenging them not to act as if they had never considered something similar while surrounded by heroes. I then asked where Kiri was, jumping onto my chair next to a bored Denki. I felt the familiar sensation of being watched and knew who it was, glancing at the two wolves destined to be my mates, who seemed more interested in my shirt than me. Denki groaned and shifted to block the view between Todoroki, Bakugo, and me, explaining that Kiri was trying to convince his parents he didn't need an emergency therapy session. Shinso muttered that he had been there before, recalling how one joke about wanting to end it all had led to him being labeled as depressed. Denki chimed in, noting that there was more to why Aizawa had gotten Shinso into therapy, raising his hands innocently as Shinso shot him a glare. I whined about not being scared of Shinso's glare, but they ignored me, arguing over who needed therapy more. Denki defended his orange juice habit after brushing his teeth, even as his face turned pink. Shinso reacted dramatically, claiming he was friends with monsters. I pointed out a bruise on Denki's neck, asking if something had bitten him. Shinso suddenly went silent before bursting into laughter, while Denki turned bright red, stammering out an excuse that I barely heard. Denki's face lit up with relief when Kiri took a seat next to him, and I suggested that Kiri might know what had happened. Kiri stuttered that Denki was fine, his own blush rising as he shifted awkwardly. Denki looked like he wanted to disappear. I teased that Denki might have enjoyed the bite, prompting Shinso to yelp in surprise as he rubbed the back of his head, his father walking away as if nothing had happened. The auditorium soon filled again with families and friends chatting as news reporters set up their cameras. Some had to leave after their equipment was damaged by an unnamed individual. I watched, bored, as Present Mike called out contestant after contestant, zoning out during each act. At one point, I rolled under the seats and started poking at the floorboards with a knife, which Shinso later confiscated. I had at least 2 more on me, or I used to until Kiri made me hand over the rest. Now I was stuck drawing patterns on the wooden floor with my sharpened claws, feeling utterly bored. I mentioned a fun fact about peanut butter containing rodent hairs, watching as Denki stared at his sandwich before shrugging and taking a bite, mumbling something about worse things. Shinso mockingly disapproved of my comment, urging me to do better. I countered with another strange fact, claiming that if someone died around their cat, it would likely start eating them within 24 hours. Shinso questioned why I would say such things, and I simply replied that I regretted nothing. Eventually, Shinso asked if I was going to come out from my hiding spot. I declined, but he reminded me that they had been calling my name for several minutes. He encouraged me to come out and show my mates who was in charge. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to step out, looking at Shinso through the cracked door. I declared my identity, revealing that I was gay and polyamorous. Shinso paused for a moment before attempting to push the door open again. He expressed his acceptance of Deku's identity, assuring him that they would discuss it further later to ensure he felt comfortable. However, he clarified that he meant for Deku to actually leave the supply closet where he was hiding. Deku narrowed his eyes at the ground, nodding even though they couldn't see him. He acknowledged Shinso's point, realizing it made more sense. With a drawn-out sigh, he pushed himself up from the ground. He groaned as he threw the door open, frowning before breaking into a smile and skipping away. He whispered to himself, reassuringly, that he could do this as he jumped onto the stage. However, he tensed up as all eyes turned toward him. Over half of the audience murmured about the cheating Omega, while others questioned his sanity. He reminded himself that he wasn't crazy and he wasn't a cheater. Forcing those thoughts away, he approached the person responsible for the instruments, handing them a music sheet as they set up behind a keyboard. He continued to whisper to himself, urging not to think too much and just sing, as he walked back to the microphone, feeling a weight in his stomach. After ensuring his guitar was tuned correctly, he nodded to the man behind the keyboard, blocking out the fading whispers as the first few notes filled the air with a hint of hesitation. He began to sing about the struggles he had faced in life, expressing feelings of being misunderstood and the pain of being used by others. He questioned the silence surrounding him and pondered whether his good intentions had led to negative outcomes. The emotions surged within him as he tried to maintain his composure, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. This song was different. It carried the weight of his worries, and despite his efforts, his thoughts raced with all the possible outcomes, leaving him feeling lightheaded. As he continued, he sang about feeling lost and drowning in his emotions, wishing he could change the circumstances that had made him bitter. He expressed a longing for understanding and clarity, desperately seeking answers to his questions. In the midst of his performance, he barely noticed when his wings sprouted from his back, nor how his hidden appendage emerged, flicking behind him. The crowd reacted strongly, not with screams or gasps, but he could sense the fear and fascination rising around him, overwhelming him with a wave of mixed emotions. In that moment of overstimulation, he lost the fear that had kept him from looking at his friends, his gaze landing on the one who had inspired the very song he was singing. The main ones were just Uraraka and my friends, occasionally Momo and Mina, though I could only glance at them for so long without feeling overwhelmed. The silence hung heavily in the air, and I felt my voice crack as I spoke, wincing at the stillness that followed. No one made a sound, and I didn't bother wiping away the tears that blurred my vision. My friends stared at me with wide, conflicted eyes. I wondered if they had nothing to say. I let out a humorless, wet laugh, my shoulders rising and falling in defeat. I whispered to myself, unsure of what I had expected. Suddenly, I jumped off the stage, my wings folding behind me but not disappearing as I ran through the parting crowd, sobs racking my body. I reached the door when an arm pulled me to a stop, spinning me around roughly. I glared at the two who had stopped me, another broken laugh escaping my lips. The room was silent as my friends stood there, no words passing between them as they stared with broken minds. Shoto Todoroki stood stoic, his eyes guarded and body stiff, struggling to process everything. He wanted the pain to stop. Katsuki Bakugu, known as Kaken, seemed to forget how to breathe, his breath coming out harsh as his body shook. He told himself he wasn't hurt, that he was fine, just angry. But deep down he was tired of feeling hurt. Izuku Midoriya, the youngest and arguably the most affected, wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Tears threatened to spill over, and his hands shook at his sides, but he kept smiling. He felt his grip on reality slipping, emotions swirling around him faster than he could comprehend. How long would it take for everything to unravel? A few feet away, their friends watched with expressions of disdain, only two of them showing any concern. Next to them stood Kiri and Denki, held back by the pro-hero present Mike, who insisted it wasn't their fight. They had seen enough of the students' struggles, and this didn't need to be on display. The silence stretched on, and finally, Deku couldn't take it anymore. He tilted his head, tears drying as he asked them if they had gotten taller. It wasn't relevant or important, but it was the only thought he could focus on. Maybe if he could find something normal to latch onto, everything would get better. They ignored him, and the silence stretched again, feeling like an eternity. When they could no longer bear it, Bakugo spoke, his voice strained with the effort to keep calm. He called Deku by his nickname, a mix of frustration and concern evident in his tone. Denki had to hold Kirishima back as Shinso was restrained by his father. Deku simply laughed, shaking his head as he glanced up at the two alphas. He rocked back on his heels with another laugh, though this one sounded significantly harsher. He found it amusing that two of the supposedly smartest students in the school were acting foolishly. In retrospect, he probably shouldn't have called the most temperamental person he had ever met stupid. But he was angry, upset, and hurt, and he knew he was losing control. Who would have thought things would escalate so quickly? Bakugo yelled, expressing their hurt. Deku had hidden from them, cheated, and caused trouble, and now they were feeling the consequences. In an instant, Bakugo was shouting, and then Deku was roughly shoved back, his wings preventing his head from hitting the wall behind him. However, one of his wings bent back painfully, eliciting a sharp yelp from him. Shinso, Denki, and Kirishima immediately became alert, growls escaping their throats as the blonde tried to calm them. He looked ready to jump in and stop the confrontation. The teachers had mostly left with the crowd to maintain order, and those who remained thought it best to let the three work it out themselves. After all, the last time someone intervened in a fight between an alpha and their mate, the interloper ended up in the hospital without facing any consequences. Aizawa seemed indifferent, and Midnight had to use her quirk on him before removing him from the room. For a school full of heroes, they were surprisingly incompetent and selfish. Todoroki looked conflicted but moved Bakugo further away from Deku, his worried gaze lingering on the tense boy. Despite the pain radiating from his left wing, Deku pushed forward, his expression blank as he stepped closer to them. He whispered that they were hurt, followed by a bitter laugh that warned them of the impending storm. The tension snapped, and his vision turned red. He found it amusing that the alphas were hurt because they couldn't see past the lies fed to them by someone he deemed untrustworthy. They had a photo, they claimed, and he had hidden from them, but he insisted that he hadn't cheated. The memories haunted him, and he couldn't even accept affection from his brothers without flinching. Yet, the others believed the worst of him, ignoring the fact that the one who accused him had cheated on her own mate. Deku admitted that hiding from them had been a mistake, but he had his reasons. He wished he could explain why he had to keep his distance, but it wasn't simple. If it were, they wouldn't still be lying about their own situations. He expressed his frustration that they hadn't put in the effort to understand what was really happening, feeling that he was the only one who cared about their relationship. He screamed that he was broken and crying out for help that wasn't there, and yet they believed it was his fault. He declared that he was done, no longer willing to deal with their misunderstandings. He didn't wait for a response, casting a glance at his brothers before leaving. As silence stretched over them, they stared in shock at the spot where Deku had stood. A now tearful Bakugo turned to his taller mate, admitting their mistake. They needed to make things right and get him back, even if it meant begging. Todoroki, in this new story, has autism, while Deku has borderline personality disorder. Neither of them can provide what the other needs, leading to a challenging relationship. Todoroki struggles to understand Deku's behavior, and Deku feels helpless during Todoroki's moments of distress. Days pass without any sign of Deku. The entire school buzzes with talk about the recent events in the auditorium, with some online blogs even sharing video footage. Whispers follow the two alphas wherever they go, and many who once supported them now glare in their direction. Those who had previously claimed no one would harm an Omega like Deku are now hurling accusations at the older mates, insisting they should have listened to him instead of ignoring his cries for help. The alphas pay little attention to the harsh words thrown their way or the murmured threats that are quickly dismissed. They remain unfazed by the food thrown at them or the rumors that swirl around them like shadows. Their focus is solely on each other, reacting only when they hear someone speak ill of Deku. They allow the negativity to continue day after day, consumed by the struggle to make things right with their missing mate. They isolate themselves further, distancing from Uraraka and her group of friends, except for Shiro and Jiro, who choose to stay with them. Jiro even lashes out at Uraraka during class, leaving with a few choice words whispered under her breath. On the 7th day without Deku, the Alphas once again attempt to approach their mates' brothers. Previous attempts ended with Todoroki leaving with a bruised nose and Bakugo sporting a black eye. Kirishima seems smug throughout the day, while Shinso has been absent since Deku's departure. Only Kirishima and Denki are in the common room, cuddled up on the couch when Todoroki and Bakugo find them. A few other students occupy the room, studying or whispering to one another. Neither of the cuddling mates appears pleased to see the Alphas. Kirishima turns the TV up to full volume, while Denki buries himself deeper into the book he is reading. Bakugo insists they won't leave until they find out where Deku is, to which Kirishima responds that Deku is safe and away from them, which is all that matters. The Alphas express their desire to make things right, but Kirishima insists that Deku needs time. Denki finally speaks up, snapping his book shut and glaring at the Alphas. He grabs Kirishima's hand, trying to prevent him from unleashing his electric powers on them. Bakugo, on the verge of tears, struggles to contain his frustration. He longs to scream at them, demanding to know Deku's whereabouts so he can make amends. He knows that Deku deserves to feel secure, knowing his mates hold no anger towards him. Bakugo expresses that Deku needs to know they don't hate him, his voice rising in intensity as his primal instincts take over. Denki stands up, his eyes glowing as his own instincts surface. He shouts that the Alphas only want to ensure Deku doesn't hate them. Kirishima quickly wraps his arms around Denki, grounding him, though small sparks still flicker around Denki's frame. Todoroki suddenly yells, shocking everyone in the room. He is crying, something he never did even when he suffered in silence. Bakugo steps forward, reaching out to comfort him, but Todoroki flinches back, shaking his head and pleading for him to stop. The atmosphere is heavy with emotion as the three wolves stand frozen, witnessing the vulnerability of their usually stoic friend. Find they would take him to Deku. Bakugo's eyes briefly left his distressed mate, and he felt some of the tension in his shoulders ease, a small smile appearing as he glanced at the shifting wolves. However, he made it clear that any misstep would not be tolerated, letting his words trail off as he directed a fierce glare at them. The red-haired wolf received a distracted nod from Bakugo before he turned his attention to the other occupants in the room. He warned them that a single word about the situation would lead to dire consequences. Sighing, Shinso pocketed his phone and dragged his feet into the kitchen, with a bouncing Eri trailing behind him. He asked her what she wanted, glancing back at the young Omega. She excitedly replied that she wanted peanut butter and jelly. As she hopped up and down, he focused on preparing her lunch, trying to push his thoughts about the phone call out of his mind. They were coming here? He was unsure what they expected, especially since Deku hadn't left his room since arriving. The only sign of life from him was when Shinso sat outside his door, talking to him, sometimes even falling asleep there, only to wake up in his bed. Then there was the issue of the knives. He called out to his dad, who replied that he would retrieve them soon, pausing the TV. Shinso let out another sigh, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders as he resorted to using a fork to spread the peanut butter and jam. Eri noticed his mood and asked why he seemed upset. Shinso mustered a smile as he placed the sandwich on a plate and handed it to her. Walking with her to the table, he reminded himself that despite her sometimes mature demeanor, Eri was still only 7 and didn't need to know about the troubling things in his life. He reassured her that it was nothing to worry about and encouraged her to eat her food so they could go tell Deku about her day before the others arrived. However, Eri frowned and looked down at her sandwich, taking a small bite before looking back up at her older brother. She sensed something was wrong with Deku, noting that he smelled sad rather than the usual confusing scent he carried. Shinso, unable to lie, glanced toward the kitchen where his dad was putting the knives back in their rightful places. He admitted that it was about Deku, explaining that he was hurt and there was nothing he could do about it. He insisted it was nothing for Eri to worry about and urged her to eat before their dad came in and took her food. Giggling, Eri agreed and quickly finished her sandwich as Yamada entered, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he sniffed the air. Shinso rolled his eyes and pushed his chair back, playfully tousling Eri's hair as he passed by. He mentioned that some people were coming over for Deku, giving a heads up before receiving a nod of acknowledgement. Now it was time to talk to Deku. He settled against the door and closed his eyes, listening to the sounds from inside. After a moment, he heard a thud against the door, followed by a muffled response from Deku. Curious about the Latin nickname Deku had chosen, Shinso asked what it meant. Since locking himself away, Deku had taken to learning Latin, claiming that his mate, a demon, was teaching him over the phone. Silence enveloped them as they both got lost in their thoughts. Finally, Shinso broke the quiet, mentioning that he had some people coming over to see Deku. But Deku immediately refused. Shinso sighed, drawing his knees to his chest and resting his head on them. He pleaded with Deku to talk to someone outside the house, explaining that healing required confronting the infection. He reassured Deku that he didn't have to let anyone into his room, just that he needed to talk. For the first time, Deku seemed to realize how exhausted Shinso was, not just from lack of sleep but from the weight of stress. The insomniac's tension was palpable. Finally, Deku whispered that he would agree to talk, but only for Shinso's sake. He remarked that Shinso didn't suit the stressed vibe, but he couldn't promise to be civil and asked who was coming. Shinso chuckled, lifting his head off his knee, but winced at the question. He hesitated before revealing that it was their brothers and mates. A heavy silence followed, and just when Shinso feared Deku had shut down again, there was a loud crash, followed by an empty laugh. Shinso sprang to his feet, trying the doorknob, knowing it wouldn't budge. He leaned his head against the cool wood, whispering to Deku to check if he was okay. The response took longer than he hoped, but eventually, Deku assured him he was fine, explaining that it was just a photo frame that had fallen. Shinso offered to cancel the visit if Deku truly didn't want them to come, but Deku insisted that it was fine and that they should let them come. The characters continued to overlook their part in the argument, each lost in their own thoughts and feelings. Tension hung in the air as they struggled to find common ground, their emotions swirling like a storm. The weight of unspoken words pressed heavily upon them, creating a chasm that seemed impossible to bridge. Each one grappled with their inner turmoil, unsure of how to move forward or reconcile their differences. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with shadows. The air was thick with anticipation as the figure stepped inside, their heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The atmosphere was charged, as if the very walls held secrets waiting to be uncovered. Each step echoed softly, a reminder of the solitude that enveloped them. They paused, taking in the surroundings, feeling the weight of the moment settle upon their shoulders. With determination, they moved forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The cold enveloped the landscape, a biting chill that seeped into every corner of the world. Trees stood bare, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers against the gray sky. A sense of stillness hung in the air, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. In this desolate environment, a figure trudged through the snow, each step a struggle against the weight of the frost. The wind howled, swirling around them, but they pressed on, determination etched into their features. The journey was long, and the path ahead was uncertain, but the warmth of hope flickered within their heart. As they moved forward, memories of brighter days flashed through their mind. Laughter, warmth, and the comfort of companionship felt like distant echoes, urging them to keep going. They recalled moments shared with friends, the bonds that had once felt unbreakable. Now, those connections seemed like fragile threads, fraying with each passing moment. Suddenly, a shadow loomed in the distance, a figure emerging from the swirling snow. The newcomer moved with a grace that belied the harsh conditions, their presence both reassuring and intimidating. The figure paused, assessing the traveler with keen eyes, as if weighing their resolve. The traveler felt a rush of adrenaline, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through their veins. They had come too far to turn back now, and the encounter could change everything. With a deep breath, they steeled themselves, ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. The cold may have been relentless, but so was their spirit, ignited by the flicker of hope that refused to be extinguished. All that could be hoped for was that it stayed that way. The anticipation grew as the moment approached. The characters knew that their allies would arrive soon, and they prepared themselves for what lay ahead. The ships for the new story had been decided: Todoroki and Shinso, Uraraka and Tsuyu, All Might and Inko, and a non-romantic pairing of Aizawa. Ida would remain as ace arrow, while Kiri, Denki, and Deku formed a trio. This left Bakugo alone, and it seemed he might remain single throughout the series. Ideas for his character were welcome. The first 5 chapters were expected to be released within the next 2 months, but if the writer's block cleared, they might arrive sooner. Deku felt a familiar sense of dread, a feeling that something bad was about to happen, and he was powerless to stop it. It was like being hit in the face with a ball thrown too fast to dodge or knowing a family member was seriously ill. He reflected on how his own actions had led to this moment, calling out to the bully with the soccer ball, dragging his sister into the sun without protection, and not speaking up about not wanting Karen to visit during the holidays. He knew he could have prevented this, but now he was left to face the consequences. Sitting in his room, which he had come to call his own, he could taste the metallic air and sense his brother's stress seeping in through the gap under the door as he awaited the arrival of the guest. Dread filled him. He had a feeling this meeting would not end well. He considered going out to tell Shinso to cancel, but he stayed put. Instead, he grabbed a fragrance spray to mask the unpleasant smell and leaned against the door, waiting. He sensed their arrival immediately. Despite the distance, the sense of the 2 alphas filled his nostrils, distracting him and leaving him momentarily breathless. His brothers were the first to reach his door, standing there hesitantly before knocking. Hearing their voices brought him a sense of relief, soothing the pain that had settled in his chest since they entered the house. He hadn't realized he was crying until the teasing voices in his head broke through his thoughts. He whispered a greeting in return, listening as they exchanged hushed words. He reassured them that his tears were happy ones, and a smile crept onto his face as Denki rambled about a dorm fire that, according to him, was not his fault. Deku couldn't help but smirk at Denki's antics, especially when he mentioned that even a 7-year-old knew not to put a metal fork in the microwave. When silence fell, he pulled his knees up to his chest, hiding his face between them. Kirishima spoke up, sounding closer than before, expressing how much they had missed him. He added that school hadn't been the same without Deku, especially when something amusing happened that he wished Deku could have witnessed. Hearing this made Deku feel a mix of emotions. He had missed them too but felt overwhelmed by his own struggles. He choked back a sob, pressing his palms against his closed eyes, trying to will away the tears that threatened to spill. Kirishima reassured him that they were proud of him for allowing their guests to come over. After a moment, he heard them shuffle away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. A new knock at the door broke the silence. Kaken's voice called out to him, rough and strained, as if he had been crying. Deku could sense both of them outside, but he felt only one would engage in the conversation unless provoked. He chose to ignore Kaken's question and moved to the unused bed with a sigh. Kaken persisted, acknowledging that he could hear Deku inside. Deku considered getting some sleep, but he knew that would only lead to nightmares. Kaken's voice, filled with hurt, made him feel guilty. He wondered if he had done something wrong to cause this pain or if Kaken was simply feeling guilty himself. He doubted it. Kaken rarely regretted anything. Deku wrestled with his emotions, telling himself to stop being weak and just respond. He questioned what Kaken wanted, collapsing onto the stiff bed, his voice weaker than he intended. After a tense silence, Kaken began to apologize, but Deku felt an impulse to speak, knowing he should have let Kaken finish. Life never seemed to go his way, and his impulsive nature often led him into trouble. Izuku Midoriya felt overwhelmed by the weight of his emotions. Life had dealt him a difficult hand, and he found himself in a living room filled with his temporary guardians, all of whom wore expressions of horror and concern. The tension in the air was palpable, and he couldn't help but wonder what he had done to deserve such a bitter reality. He had lost control, his breath coming in short gasps as he struggled to express the turmoil inside him. With his emotions running high and fatigue clouding his mind, he felt as if he were on the brink of breaking down. His eyes narrowed as he spoke, words spilling out before he could think better of them. He expressed his frustration, questioning why they wanted to apologize. They had succumbed to the lies they had been fed, and he had spent countless nights tormented by thoughts of betrayal. It hurt him deeply that they could believe those lies, especially Bakugo, who had known him for years. The pain of feeling misunderstood and abandoned weighed heavily on him. As he continued, his voice took on a mocking tone, reflecting his inner turmoil. He felt a surge of anger and despair, feeling as though he was being pushed to the edge. He couldn't understand how they could come to him, asking for forgiveness after everything that had happened. He wanted to be selfish for once, to demand that they work for his forgiveness instead of expecting it to be given freely. His emotions boiled over, and he shouted, urging them to leave him alone. He felt trapped in a room filled with memories and pain, grappling with the voices in his head that seemed to be the only ones who understood him. The weight of his despair became too much to bear, and he felt himself slipping away, gasping for breath as he struggled to hold on. Silence fell in the room, broken only by the sound of his muffled sobs. The others were horrified, their expressions reflecting the shock of what they had witnessed. Bakugo looked physically ill, while Denki buried his face in Kirishima's shoulder, who held him tightly. Todoroki, ever the calm one, picked up the unconscious Izuku and left the room, unaware of the tears forming in his eyes. Shinso sat on the unmade bed, running his fingers through his hair in distress, repeating to himself that he should have noticed the signs. Bakugo stared wide-eyed, the reality of Izuku's words hitting him hard. The room was a chaotic mess, the walls marked with dark stains that told a story of pain and struggle. Puddles on the floor and splashes on the ceiling painted a grim picture of what had transpired. Bakugo felt a surge of panic as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had been living under the same roof as Izuku and had failed to see the signs of his suffering. The metallic scent in the air was faint, overshadowed by the overwhelming smell of lemons. He fought against the urge to confront Shinso, grappling with the realization that it wasn't his responsibility to ensure Izuku was okay. In that moment, Bakugo understood the depth of Izuku's pain and the urgency of the situation. They needed to come together, to support one another in their darkest moments, and to find a way to heal the wounds that had been inflicted. It was his friends and perhaps his guardians, but to Bakugo, the weight of the situation rested solely on his shoulders. He wondered how long this had been happening. A nagging voice in the back of his mind insisted that it was his fault, that he had pushed Deku into these unhealthy coping methods. Perhaps he should consider releasing Deku from their bond. After all, once the initial pain passed, Deku might be better off. Yet, Bakugo quickly dismissed those thoughts. If Deku wanted to break the bond, he could do so on his own terms. Bakugo, whether it was right or wrong, was determined not to free the small hybrid. As long as Deku allowed it, Bakugo would dedicate himself to ensuring his well-being. Until Deku firmly told him to leave and truly meant it, Bakugo would remain by his side, striving to make amends for all the hurt he had caused to the one he was meant to protect and cherish. The second drawing of the original character was shared, with a note about forgetting the tail, suggesting it was hiding behind him. There was an invitation for feedback on whether to create a drawing of Deku in his transformed state, specifically the demon form, rather than the wolf form. In the story, the author expressed apologies for the delay in the development of the Todoroki, Bakugo, and Deku relationship. Originally, it was planned for a later chapter, but the author found themselves adding more drama than intended, which complicated the writing of their relationship. The author humorously reflected on the challenges of writing about intense themes, such as loss and revenge, while trying to maintain a believable progression in their characters' relationships. After the characters resolved their drama, there would be lighter moments, though the author acknowledged that they might not delve into overly happy themes throughout the entire narrative. The intention was to create a second book focusing on the Todoroki, Bakugo, and Deku relationship, with a mix of angst and other topics. The author reassured readers that the Todoroki, Bakugo, and Deku relationship would soon be explored further, as they were in the process of picking up the pieces of their relationship. In a personal note, the authors shared their excitement about being allowed to order their first binder, which inspired them to write. However, they expressed uncertainty about how to start their new story and sought suggestions from their readers, acknowledging their difficulty with beginnings. The next chapter of the current book, titled Just a Little Crazy, was promised to be released soon, with the outcome dependent on the author's mood and external circumstances. The chapter began with a scene where one character was still asleep and another commented on the situation, leading to a humorous exchange about waking him up. The atmosphere shifted as the characters gathered, with one character expressing a need to talk. The protagonist, feeling the weight of their friend's concerns, was reminded of the tension surrounding their struggles. As the protagonists sat up, they noticed the attention of their friends, feeling a mix of embarrassment and curiosity. One friend, Shinso, curled up in a ball, looked unwell, prompting thoughts about their well-being. The protagonist reflected on their friend's growth, noting they seemed taller. When the conversation turned serious, the protagonist was confronted about their struggles. They felt the heaviness of guilt and sorrow in the air, unsure why their friends cared so much. Denki, one of the friends, expressed his love and concern, revealing the pain it caused them to see the protagonist suffering. The emotional exchange led to a moment of vulnerability, with the protagonist attempting to comfort Denki as tears filled his eyes. As the tension eased, the protagonist leaned back, contemplating their situation. They hesitated to delve into their feelings, asking their friends to drop the topic for now, promising to communicate more in the future. There were two individuals outside who needed attention before their conflict escalated, and the thought of dealing with such chaos was far from appealing. After a moment of contemplation, Kirishima decided to return and sit down. He glanced at his companion before taking a seat across from him, effectively trapping me in the middle of the two. Denki, attempting to shift the mood, smiled at me, though it seemed somewhat forced. He asked if I loved them. I nodded, feeling a blush creep up my neck as I avoided their gazes. I admitted that I had forgiven them the moment Kaken started pleading. Kaken never begged, not even when he was at his lowest. His pride wouldn't allow it. For him to set that aside meant he truly cared. I also mentioned that Todoroki had been upset, and the thought of his tears troubled me deeply. As the silence stretched on, Denki, lost in his thoughts, finally spoke up, his head tilted in confusion. He asked why I had exploded if I had already forgiven them. I explained that they had hurt me, and while I didn't hate them, my anger had taken over. I paused, my voice faltering as I looked down at my hands, twisting them together in conflict. Kirishima's voice broke through the silence, softer than before, telling me I didn't have to say anything if I didn't want to. I shook my head, deciding to share. I revealed that I had been hearing voices that were not always kind, telling me that any attempts they made to reconcile would be forced and insincere. I realized I had started to believe those voices. To ensure their feelings were genuine, I felt I needed to make them prove it. I acknowledged that if they truly cared, they wouldn't give up easily. I also confessed that forgiving them too easily didn't feel right, especially since I worried that pushing them away might spare them from the pain of being with me. I mumbled the last part, hoping they wouldn't hear me. The silence lingered until Kirishima's voice broke through, expressing his frustration. Moments later, I found myself reflecting on my own thoughts, feeling a mix of emotions. I had walked off in search of a blanket, needing comfort. Kirishima had wanted the two wolves to leave, but Denki had managed to convince him otherwise, suggesting we needed to resolve our issues before the tension became unbearable. So, they stayed, and Kirishima declared the house under lockdown until we could at least talk things out. 15 minutes later, I sat on the fridge, wrapped in a large black blanket, staring down at the two arguing wolves I was supposed to reconcile with. When silence fell again, I glanced down, noticing Todoroki and Bakugo staring at each other before both turned their attention to me. I quickly declared my desire to be left out of their conflict, throwing the blanket over my head. As someone began tugging at the blanket, I clung to it tightly, hissing as the cold air hit my skin. I found myself on the ground, glaring at Kirishima, who had inadvertently pulled me down. Bakugo, ever the one to point out the obvious, exclaimed that it wasn't his fault I hadn't let go. Kirishima insisted that we needed to talk anyway. I questioned Kirishima's sudden change of heart, as he had previously been against the idea. He admitted that Denki had threatened him, so he was now insisting we resolve our issues, as long as we didn't hurt me in the process. With that, he left, leaving me to face the two wolves. I looked up from my spot on the floor, noticing Todoroki sitting near the oven, his knees drawn up to his chest as he traced patterns on the floor. His expression was impassive, but I could see the tension in his clenched jaw and the way his ears were pinned back. Bakugo, on the other hand, was more transparent with his feelings. leaning against the wall, his tail was tucked between his legs, and he was fixated on me, his lips parting as if he wanted to say something but then snapping shut again, his glare intensifying. This silence had persisted for several minutes, and I could sense Kirishima's frustration from the other side of the door, along with the tension radiating from my mates. Maybe it was time to break the silence. I began to speak, but Todoroki interrupted, stating that they didn't hate me. Startled, I turned to him, ready to address the situation. He hadn't moved, still tracing the invisible patterns, but his voice was loud enough to be heard. He expressed confusion about the situation, and as he pushed himself off the wall, the other alpha spoke. They reassured him, saying they didn't hate him for hiding, for the lies told by Uraraka, or for the actions he had taken to cope. They missed him dearly and were willing to wait for him, even if he didn't feel the same way. They expressed their sorrow, emphasizing that they couldn't hate themselves for not listening to him. Their visit wasn't about seeking forgiveness, it was to ensure he knew he wasn't hated. He acknowledged that he had already forgiven them, though he still felt hurt. The pain was familiar to him, and he held no resentment against them. The moment they arrived, any lingering hate had washed away. As hope filled the air, he felt the need to clarify that while he hadn't forgotten the past, it would take more than just a few words for the pain to fade. Noticing their smiles, he felt a mix of warmth and confusion. He reminded them that they wouldn't be close or in a relationship until he was ready. Kakin responded without hesitation, expressing their willingness to wait for as long as it took for him to feel comfortable. This made him smile through his tears, and when they panicked, fearing they had said something wrong, he couldn't help but laugh, wiping his eyes. When he looked back at them, still smiling, he found them both staring at him, appearing more relaxed than when they first arrived. He knew that once they left the privacy of the kitchen, their walls would go up again, but that thought only made him smile wider. The warmth of their gazes made him feel exposed yet comforted at the same time. Emotions were indeed confusing. He woke up to Shinso nudging him off the bed, shoving a ringing device into his face before covering himself with the sheets again. He grumbled a greeting, squinting at the bright light from the vibrating phone. Shinso pleaded for him to make it stop, curling up under the thick duvet as a Taylor Swift song continued to play. Chuckling softly, he complied, resting the phone on his knee. His enhanced hearing allowed him to hear the caller perfectly, even from a distance. He warned that if it wasn't an emergency, he might put to use the Latin spells Phoenix had taught him, joking about making someone's blood boil from the inside out. As he tuned out Shigaraki's ranting, he turned to the bundle on the bed, who was muttering about wanting to hear Latin all night long. A shock of purple hair appeared next to him, tired eyes peering at the bright screen with little interest. He was surprised to discover that Shigaraki had saved his contact as Crusty Dusty Bish. He pointed out the amusing nature of their contact names and asked why Shigaraki was calling him so early in the morning. "Shouldn't you be up anyway?" "Why, school?" Shinso jumped out of bed, wide-eyed, as he threw his clothes across the room and ran into the bathroom with his uniform in hand. He had skipped school for the last week, and being late one more time wouldn't hurt. However, he was fairly sure Phoenix was about to lose his mate. As the sound of a crash echoed through the house, it was followed by muffled curses and another phone ringing. Oh no! A tap was running, and the familiar sound of something being thrown into water could be heard. Moving to lay on my stomach with my feet swinging back and forth behind me, I asked again why he was calling, ignoring Shinso's shouts for me to get ready. "Right, yeah, we found her." "Found who?" "Oh, I don't know. Who have we been looking for, despite the risk, for the last 2 weeks or so?" I stumbled over the clothes on the floor, bracing myself on the messy desk to avoid falling. Once I found my footing, I picked up my phone, ignoring Shigaraki's concerns for my safety as I quickly threw on one of Shinso's shirts before running out of the room. "I'll be there soon." "Where are you going?" "We have school." I glanced over at the confused Shinso, narrowing my eyes before a huge smile spread across my face. How would he like to meet his mate? Looking back on it, asking Shinso, a bundle of pent-up anxiety and boredom, whether he wanted to meet his mate for the first time, an event that made everyone's stomach turn, probably wasn't the best idea. The moment the words left my mouth, all color drained from his face, his eyes wide with panic before he dashed off toward his room, glaring at his uniform in what seemed like disgust. It took another 30 minutes before he resurfaced, wearing what looked like his everyday outfit outside of school, save for the piercings and the mask covering half of his soon-to-be blushing face. Oh, how I couldn't wait for him to unravel. It was hard to get good teasing material on the tired emo. I was already bouncing with excitement at the many possible comments I could make about his outfit. Normally, he just threw on an old, dirty t-shirt with sweatpants and a hoodie when meeting new people, yet here he was, dragging me out of the house after 30 minutes of choosing an outfit. I had used that time to change into some of my own clothes, sneaking into my room to switch outfits. I didn't take nearly as long as he did, throwing on an oversized hoodie with the word, hoodie, printed in bold white lettering, some short denim pants mostly covered by the hoodie, and of course, my red shoes. Is that cologne? I grunted as he suddenly stopped pulling me along, making my body crash into his. I watched in delight as his face heated up behind the mask, a muttered, "Shut up," escaping his lips before he pulled me along again. Debating whether to tell him or see how long it took for him to realize on his own, I didn't get to choose before I crashed into him again. His eyebrows drew together as he looked down at me with narrowed eyes. "I don't know the way." Phoenix glanced away from the unconscious woman to see Shigaraki throwing his phone out the window, muttering something about Deku. Now having no evidence of what his name was saved under. "You sure she's alive?" Dabi questioned, only sparing a glance at his mate before peering back down at the blonde and kicking her side. He shuffled away, leaning into the blue-haired wolf behind him. "Yes, I'm sure. However, if you keep kicking and poking at her, I'm sure you won't be, especially if the hatchling finds out how you're treating the last remaining part of his family," Phoenix retorted, doing one last check to ensure she was still breathing before pulling away and crawling over to the old couch they had moved in recently. "Doesn't he have a dad? Don't you have a dad?" "That's enough. Both dads are difficult. Let's just leave it at that and keep the list of injured people here to a minimum. Or you can get to the good stuff and take each other out already," Toga chimed in, skipping into the room covered in blood, which wasn't surprising. "I pity your second chance, mate," Dabi muttered, turning around in his mate's arms to rest his head atop the other, whispering some words that Phoenix preferred not to hear. Sticking her tongue out, Toga brushed off the comment, not letting Dabi's usual banter get to her despite the topic being declared off-limits. He made up for it by looking over his shoulder with a poorly hidden guilty expression. "Sorry, forgot." It wasn't much, but the way Toga brightened up and bounded over to the kitchen was obviously enough for her. Toga wasn't one to stay in one mood anyway. "Wait, Toga, don't leave me with them." When he only received an echoed giggle in response, Phoenix groaned, rolling onto his back with a scrunched-up face while the two mated wolves engaged in their antics. What is it with mortals and their constant need for physical attention? He understood romance and maybe the occasional kiss, but he had never understood why everyone was so obsessed with physical intimacy. "There are kids here. You're over 5,000 years old, Phoenix. Grow up." "Oh gross, he has that voice." "I wasn't talking about myself, you know." Deku is staring through the window with a scrunched-up face and a purple-haired hottie. That was his crush. Jumping up, he paid no attention to the blushing leader or the annoyed alpha, opening the restaurant door before taking hold of the smaller wolf, dragging him away from a now amused Deku. He could faintly hear the smaller male asking about why his aunt was lying on the ground when there were multiple booths and even a sofa, but he pulled the smaller boy out the back door without hesitation. Spinning around, he wrapped his arms around the tired boy, his face pressed against the crook of his neck as he inhaled the wonderful scent of strawberries and coffee, a strange combination, yet the best he had ever smelled. It was only when he felt the boy's chest vibrate with a chuckle that he realized how odd he probably looked, pulling back with a blush that mirrored the others. The Prince of Hell, blushing. His father would have his head, but after rolling around in laughter, the devil was surprisingly foolish. He greeted the boy, his voice rough as if he had just woken up, yet with soft edges, much better than he remembered. The smaller male wore black ripped skinny jeans paired with an old band t-shirt, his lean form perfectly showcased. He had more visible muscle than he did, likely because he actually worked out while he just startled the locals. A beanie kept his purple hair, which was no longer styled upwards, under control, silky strands framing his face that sported 2 black arrowed eyebrow piercings. He also had 2 matching black studs decorating his ears, and if he had to guess, he would say there were piercings on his lips too. His purple eyes stared up at him, a smile hidden behind a dark cat mask that did nothing to conceal the blush covering his entire face, which only made his own smile grow. Perfect, he looked perfect. Was it too soon to call it love? When it was time for them to leave, Deku and Shinso weren't the only ones complaining. Toga had latched onto Deku's side, wailing about being bored and needing him for entertainment, while Phoenix had Shinso in a playful hold on his lap, the purple-haired wolf not even struggling against it as he played with the demon's tail. Unfortunately for them, Aizawa had called Deku's phone after Shinso's wouldn't work, demanding to know where they were. The chilling warning the 2 boys received even had Dabi wincing, yet here they were, refusing or unable to leave. Surprisingly, Deku was the responsible one, doing his best to get them to leave. He would say it was because Aizawa was scary when mad, which was true, but it wasn't the only reason. He couldn't stand seeing the only connection to his mother so broken. His aunt, whom he had moved to a more comfortable place and tended to some wounds, looked terrible, with cuts and bruises covering her body. She had a baby and yet had been dragged into all this chaos. Truth be told, Deku didn't think he knew going to school wouldn't be a smart idea. Despite the risk confrontation would bring, he didn't know how long he could sit in the same room as the person responsible for this tragedy in his family. Was he still going? After all, he wasn't known for making smart decisions. Toga insisted he let go, declaring that as suicidal as he might be, he wanted to die on his own terms, not by Aizawa's hands. He was close to using his powers, consequences be damned. Toga reassured him that heroes wouldn't harm him, but at the silence from Shinso and Deku, she let go, practically pushing Deku out the door with a wave. They would drop his aunt at the police station without being seen, of course. Toga urged them to go, not wanting her best friend to get hurt again. Looking up from where he had been poking at the demon's leg, bored, Shinso fixed Toga with his best deadpan stare before a spark ignited in his eyes, one that Deku recognized all too well. Sighing, the green and black-haired boy pushed his way back inside, grabbing Shinso by the arm and walking off before he could turn his thoughts into action, leaving behind a scowling demon. Ignoring Phoenix as he muttered some choice words in Latin about his hatchling, Deku left the abandoned restaurant, casting one last glance at his mother's unconscious best friend. They could deal with her later. Right now, they had to face his enraged father. Aizawa was waiting by the school gates when they arrived, staring at the pair with an unimpressed expression. He didn't say a word as he led them through the school halls, stopping at the doors to their classroom. Who would have thought silence could be so intimidating? He opened the doors, interrupting all might mid-speech, before turning to the 2 boys under his guardianship. They would be having a serious talk when they got home. They were late. Shinso shuffled to the back of the class where his seat was located, not wearing the uniform. Deku made sure not to look in Toga's direction as he sent a smile toward an annoyed pro-hero before bounding over to his own seat. He couldn't help but blush at the smiles his friends sent him. He felt bored, pressing his face to the desk. Didn't Toga show him some lyrics she had written? Slowly, a smile began to spread on his face, and almost as if sensing trouble, Bakugo turned in his seat, narrowing his eyes at the oblivious hybrid. Well, he knew one thing for sure. Class wasn't going to be boring. Pulling out his phone, Deku played the soundtrack he and Dabi had recorded with Toga's help. Quiet enough for only him and those around him to hear, he began humming the words, watching as his classmates quickly became either curious or annoyed. Soon enough, he turned the volume up, catching the attention of the teacher and the rest of the class. His voice changed from a hum, softly ringing out through the near-silent classroom. Half the class stared in confusion, while others slowly began to smile, muffling their laughter by pressing their faces into the crooks of their elbows or against their neighbors' shoulders. Deku, undeterred by the mixed reactions, stood up from his seat, his eyes glinting with mischief as he continued to disrupt the monotonous lesson. He sang passionately, expressing his feelings through the lyrics that filled the room. His voice grew louder, drowning out the complaints and laughter of his classmates. Deku was determined to make the most of the moment, ignoring the flush of embarrassment on his friends' faces. Feeling bold and seeking a distraction from the few classmates he found less than appealing, Deku walked to the front of the classroom, spinning around as he sang and playfully flinging items off his classmates' desks. He jumped onto the teacher's desk, kicking things off while his classmates cheered him on, reveling in the unexpected entertainment. When a stapler accidentally hit All Might on the nose, Deku couldn't help but crack a smile, watching as the hero stumbled back, clutching his nose. A few students rushed to help, but most remained in their seats, knowing that All Might would recover quickly. Ida, looking fed up, left the room, and the rest of the class braced themselves for what might come next. With music blasting from his phone, Deku twirled on top of the now-clear desk, his classmates surrounding him, enjoying the rare display of his carefree spirit. He continued to sing, the atmosphere electric with excitement. When All Might attempted to grab him, Bakugo intervened, pushing the hero aside and helping Deku back up with a hint of pride in his demeanor. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted the chaos, causing Deku to jump off the desk with an innocent smile and wide eyes. Mr. Aizawa stood there, clearly unimpressed. Deku quickly explained that it wasn't what it looked like, but Aizawa raised an eyebrow, questioning the song and who had introduced it to him. Deku, feeling a bit cornered, tried to deflect by mentioning Shinso's antics, but Aizawa was having none of it. He instructed both of them to see him at lunch, bypassing the usual after-school talk. As Aizawa walked away, Deku sent a sheepish smile toward Shinso, who was glaring at him with a flushed face. Deku giggled, knowing they were in for a rough time. All Might then shouted for everyone to settle down, bringing a moment of calm to the room. Later, as Deku packed his math notebook into his bag with one earphone plugged in, he turned to see Kaken approaching. His cheeks flushed at the sight of him, and he felt a familiar flutter in his stomach. Todoroki stood near the doorway, allowing the last of their classmates to leave while listening in on their conversation. Despite the doubts that nagged at him, the warmth he felt when Kaken and Todoroki smiled at him was undeniable. It was a mix of excitement and apprehension, but he couldn't help the butterflies that formed in his stomach. "Hey," he greeted, feeling a rush of happiness. "Sorry, can't talk. I have an angry banana to take care of." Shoving the last of my belongings away, I shouldered my backpack and turned to face the blonde alpha. "I know, but Todoroki and I just wanted to let you know that we're getting the group back together. You don't have to come back if you don't want to, and neither do your brothers, but we thought you should know." With his face heating up under my gaze, he spun on his heels and stormed out the door, past a smirking Todoroki. "Is he okay?" With a snort, Todoroki turned away, speaking over his shoulder. "No, a vegetable has taken hold of his heart." He mumbled something else, quiet enough that I could barely hear, and I noticed the tips of his ears turning pink before he disappeared. Kaken fell in love with a vegetable? Strange. "You're both a part of me. If I'm an idiot, so are you." "You're still an idiot." "Yeah, what he said." "Well, if you both don't shut up, I'm not going to go through with that little project you're both so hung up on." I smiled when I was met with silence, relishing the fact that I finally had some control over them. I plugged in the other earphone, blasting music before exiting the abandoned classroom. I blocked out my surroundings as I walked down the crowded halls, humming along to the borderline depressing music with a barely there smile and a bounce in my step as I skipped toward my doom. "Mr. Aizawa," I greeted. So, Deku, what on earth are you doing?" I paused, glancing at the exasperated teacher as I slowly pulled my leg back from where it had been sticking out the window. "Bird watching? You mean spy watching, right? Deku, sit down and don't move an inch unless you want to lose a limb." "Shinso, what have I told you about watching conspiracy theories? To wait for you?" "No, yes. For goodness sake, just sit down and shut up before I stop caring about the law." I giggled as the aggravated man ran his hand through his already messy hair, but I complied, moving over to the seat next to Shinso. I kicked my feet onto the wolf's lap before looking over at the male who had been reprimanding us for the last 30 minutes. Not fun. Though he did spend 5 of those 30 minutes beaming at me for kicking a stapler at All Might. Then another 5 threatening us about speaking a word regarding what he said on the matter. "You're both grounded." Finally, the punishment. Well, the other one at least. He had already put us on cleaning duty and assigned us extra homework to be completed during the detention we would have for the following month. What? That's not fair. You never leave the house anyway, neither of us do. Plus, we're never on TV, and your phone is now broken. You have nothing to complain about because, frankly, neither of us has a life to be grounded from. Right? Yeah, okay, being grounded sounds like a fair and just punishment. Long story short, we now had detention for the next 3 months and were assigned any and all chores around the house until, and I quote, "stop being hormonal and impulsive teens that make me want to drive off a cliff with a coffee machine." So here I was, preparing for a lifetime of chores. Stop pouting. You know full well we got let off easy. Do you think I can get him arrested for slavery? When all I received in response was a light hit to the back of my head, I pouted and continued on with the long and boring walk to our next class. We had completely missed lunch, not that I was complaining, and now had to go outside for physical training. "Hey Shinso?" I spoke, noticing him glance over at me from the corner of my eye at the sudden change of mood. "You might need to hold me back out there. As hard as I try, I don't think I'm going to make it through this lesson without fists flying, especially with All Might as our teacher again." It was silent for a moment before I saw him nodding, eyes downcast as we stepped outside the building. "Yeah, okay, I have your back, Deku. Young Midoriya, I need you to take that collar off while training." Ignoring Uraraka's whispered comment about not wanting to send me to the pound, I looked up from where I was kicking off my shoes, having recently figured out that I had better balance without them. "I need it, actually," was all I replied before tossing my shoes aside. I probably should have taken them off when I was changing into my gym clothes. Yes, well, when fighting, someone can grab it and easily choke you, or one of the rings can get caught on something. So, take it off. Oh, don't worry, I don't mind a bit of choking. I walked past Kaken, who choked on air, leaning against his slightly taller and blushing form for support. I watched as All Might's face turned red, his fists clenching at his sides. "Look, you either take it off and train, or keep it and leave. And I'm sure I don't have to remind you that you've already missed a whole week of in-school training and another month of personal training." His voice rose as he continued, and I could hear Uraraka's muffled laughter as she whispered to her little clique. "But don't say I didn't warn you." With that, I removed the item from around my neck, having to close my eyes as my body swayed soon after. Oh, this is not going to go well. I lasted way longer than I ever thought possible. 10 whole minutes of tense peace passed before a pink cockroach spoke up. Once, on a night when I had sneaked out to meet Shigaraki and the others, I had removed my collar despite the warnings from the other demons. It took me 3 minutes to discover my new ability and 30 to convince the group that I was truly sorry for unintentionally drawing blood from Toga, causing it to spill from her eyes, ears, and nose. All things considered, I thought I did pretty well. Everyone paired up for some simple sparring that day, spreading out and stopping their attacks once their opponent had been down for 10 seconds. I shifted through my classmates until I found myself next to Shinso, who quickly dragged me across the field. Todoroki was with Kaken, and Kirishima was with Denki, so I didn't complain, letting Shinso pull me away from anyone I might accidentally harm if they so much as breathed in my direction. I was the only one who had managed to break out of his quirk, so he wanted to work on strengthening it. I let him lure me into his hold, only to break free with a snap of my bones, laughing at his surprised expression while reassuring him that it was definitely getting harder. I leaped and kicked, careful not to cause unnecessary harm to either of us. I ignored the world spinning around me and the growling of my stomach with each turn. I pushed through the shortness of breath, sending Shinso flying when he questioned my swaying. Then, I blinked in shock as my body went limp, my vision clouding before I could even hit the ground. Not many noticed, all over the large field, people were going down. The only ones who seemed to realize my fall had nothing to do with Shinso were him, All Might, who merely glanced at me before returning to help Siro and his partner, and Mina and Uraraka, who were both taking a quick breather. Just my luck. Shinso asked if I was okay as I looked up, narrowing my eyes as my vision swam. I tried to assure him that I was just a little dizzy and would be fine. Uraraka's voice cut through my headache, making me wince as I leaned against Shinso for support, rubbing the back of my throbbing head. Shinso defended me, pointing out that Uraraka should be more considerate with her words. He helped me to my feet, steadying me as I swayed, mumbling something incoherent. I thought they should replace the grass with mattresses, it would be much safer. Uraraka's voice rang out again, and I winced at the sharpness of it. I leaned against Shinso, slowly regaining my balance. Shinso defended me again, and I pressed my face against his shoulder, feeling the familiar sting in my left eye as darkness threatened to take over. I could feel Shinso tense beneath me, and it took me a moment to realize I was shaking. I pushed away from him, shaking my head and pretending not to notice that no one was fighting right now. I turned away, sending a shaky smile toward my approaching friends before walking off, calling some parting words over my shoulder about character development. The world seemed to freeze around me, sound muffling as I whispered with a trembling frame that I had never been one to learn from my mistakes. Then everything went dark. Distantly, I heard someone yell my name before warmth enveloped me. A hesitant hand reached for mine, pausing when a low growl escaped my throat. Another warmth settled behind me, hands resting on my shoulders. They were saying something, but I didn't listen. My eyes narrowed on the girl in front of me as her tears turned into thick red blood flowing from her nose. I wasn't entirely sure what had happened before this point, but Uraraka was off to the side, unconscious. I vaguely recalled throwing both of them through the air without touching them. If I had looked, I might have seen present Mike and Aizawa engaged in a heated discussion with a glaring All Might, glancing over at the scene every few seconds. But my focus remained on the kneeling girl. Not when my friends latched onto me. Not when my brothers called out. And certainly not when pained cries reached my ears. Kaken's voice broke through, urging me to listen. I narrowed my eyes, glaring ahead as blood spilled onto the grass, dripping from her ears as well. Kaken told me I had to stop. I hadn't even noticed him reaching out until his larger hand wrapped around my wrist. The sparks that flew through my body made it difficult to restrain my impulse to scream at him. Their touch felt suffocating, yet if they let go, I knew I would crumble. Kaken pleaded with me, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. My arm collapsed, but Todoroki was there, supporting me from behind. I stared wide-eyed as Mina went limp, her faint breaths the only sign of life. I didn't feel bad, not really. She deserved it, and she deserved so much worse. But the thought of my brothers and friends witnessing me take her life stole the air from my lungs in an instant. So now I was the one crying. The protagonist clung to life, overwhelmed by the fear of being cast aside. It felt foolish to be in such a state. Just moments before, they had been on the brink of a serious confrontation, and now they found themselves sobbing in the embrace of a friend. In the background, two teachers shouted, one of them escorting the two unconscious students to the nurse's office, while shocked classmates scattered across the field. Isn't life great? The wait had been longer than expected, but now the story continues. There would be only about 5 more chapters to read before a second book would follow, so there was no need to worry. The atmosphere was tense as the teacher's grip tightened. The student winced, feeling the ache in their wrist. Aizawa, who had been pursuing them with the help of other students, stepped in between the two, his gaze hardening as he assessed the situation. That was enough, Toshinori, he declared, his voice firm. The student, feeling the weight of the moment, glanced up at Kaken, who had pulled them a few feet away. Kaken frowned at the bruise on their wrist, his protective instincts flaring. He would have intervened more forcefully if not for Todoroki's restraint. Kaken questioned why the healing was taking so long, holding the student's arm gently while keeping a firm grip on Todoroki's collar. The student explained that their unique abilities didn't help with bruises, and it had been that way for a while. They looked away as the voices of the two adults began to rise, feeling the tension in the air. He needs to be punished, Toshinori insisted, his frustration evident. Aizawa countered, emphasizing that the student had been provoked during training. The injuries were part of the process, and while the situation had escalated, everyone was fine. The student flinched at the raised voices, feeling small and vulnerable in Todoroki's embrace. Todoroki growled softly, sensing the rising conflict. He quickly pulled Kaken and the student away, taking advantage of the distraction. Kaken protested, but the urgency of the situation silenced him. As they moved away from the chaos, the student asked where they were going. Todoroki, running a hand through his messy hair, admitted he didn't know but wanted to avoid any further conflict. He explained that challenges between alphas could escalate quickly. With a playful spirit, the student allowed their wings to emerge, the sound of fabric tearing echoing as they took to the sky with a joyful laugh. They dove back down, grabbing both Kaken and Todoroki's arms, lifting them into the air despite their surprised reactions. They quickly reached the school roof, and while Kaken landed gracefully, Todoroki stumbled. The student chuckled, feeling a sense of lightness as they helped Todoroki regain his balance, noticing the mess he had inadvertently touched. Kaken questioned why they had come up there, and the student explained that it was a quiet place away from prying eyes and judgment. It was beautiful and they felt free. They playfully suggested they could jump off the edge, prompting Kaken to tug them back with a laugh. As they settled on the ground, the students spread their wings out, allowing Kaken and Todoroki to rest their heads against them. A peaceful silence enveloped them, a rare moment without the usual noise and chaos. The student gazed up at the clouds, lost in thought, when they suddenly shared a painful truth about their home life. Their father had been abusive, masked as training. It had taken time and distance for them to realize that true training didn't involve such cruelty. Kaken's reaction was immediate, a fierce determination to protect his friend evident in his expression. Todoroki, though silent, felt a shift in his emotions, torn between anger and a desire for justice. The student, feeling the weight of their confession, crawled closer to Todoroki, curling up against him. They closed their eyes, the sting of their own tears a reminder of the pain they had endured. In that moment, they found solace in the warmth of their friends, feeling a sense of belonging amidst the turmoil. I pretended not to notice the slight change in temperature, relieved that Todoroki had a fire quirk, allowing Kaken to brush off the situation as Todoroki's emotions flared. I wasn't ready to reveal that I could channel literal hellfire. Kaken was determined to unleash his explosions on someone he deemed an oversized child who thought it was acceptable to harm what he was supposed to cherish above all else. As I blocked out the raging blonde, I focused on the shifting emotions around me, and a snort escaped my throat, followed by uncontrollable giggles. Kaken's confusion was palpable as he demanded to know what was so funny. I struggled to catch my breath, trying to explain that Todoroki was experiencing a strong emotional reaction. The sight of Kaken's face turning bright red only made me laugh harder. Apologizing for my laughter, I rolled off the blushing Todoroki, wrapping my arms around my stomach to regain my composure before sitting up with a giggle. I turned to Todoroki, smiling at him before cracking my knuckles and glancing down at the many students below. I assured Todoroki that if Kaken ever laid a hand on him again, I would make sure he understood the consequences of his actions. Todoroki seemed to believe me, pulling me back onto his chest and inviting Kaken to join us, shushing him when he complained. It was astonishing how Todoroki managed to calm Kaken without facing any repercussions. Before I knew it, I had drifted off to sleep, my free wing wrapping around us to shield us from the sun. When I awoke, Kaken was bouncing around excitedly, having just received news about his mother. They had found her. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, I sat up, allowing Todoroki to do the same. It took us a moment to process Kaken's words, but once we did, smiles broke out on our faces as we stumbled to our feet. I wasn't surprised. I had anticipated that he would receive the call any day. I watched with a smile as Kaken explained that his mother was in the hospital and that he was allowed to visit her. He expressed a desire to go alone, wanting to see her without us, but quickly reassured us that we would be allowed to visit afterward. We agreed, though I made him promise to call me with updates on her condition. After all, she was family to me too. He promised, and I flew us all back down to the ground. Kaken's father was already waiting at the front of the school, and the principal was aware of the situation as Kaken climbed into the back of the car, calming his fussing sibling. I watched as the car sped away toward the hospital, hiding my wings before feeling Todoroki tug on my uninjured wrist, nudging me toward the group of annoyed teachers. Deku felt a mix of disbelief and amusement as he tossed an apple to Shinso, recalling the furious expression on All Might's face when he learned about the situation. It was hard to believe that he had only received a few extra weeks of detention. Shinso's frustration was palpable as he slammed his head onto his desk, lamenting about the new restrictions being placed on him. Deku couldn't help but smirk at the memory of Aizawa's reaction when he discovered Shinso's late-night escapades. The bruises on Shinso's neck were undeniable evidence of his adventures, and Aizawa had not taken the news lightly. He had sent Deku to his room while the house reverberated with the sound of his parents arguing. Present Mike had been more understanding, recalling his own youthful indiscretions, but Aizawa was still adamant about finding out where Phoenix was staying. Shinso's frustration was evident as he expressed his need for independence, and Deku couldn't help but tease him about his situation. The conversation turned awkward when Shinso was forced to confront the implications of their actions. Deku, ever the curious one, pressed for details, but Shinso quickly deflected, insisting that they were simply enjoying each other's company without rushing into anything. As they lay on the floor, the atmosphere shifted when Deku realized the implications of his own feelings. Shinso's panic was almost comical as he began to pace, trying to process the situation. Deku couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's reaction, even as he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Shinso's frantic thoughts spilled out as he tried to navigate the complexities of their situation. Deku, feeling the heat rising within him, attempted to lighten the mood, but the tension was thick. Shinso's words tumbled over each other as he tried to articulate his thoughts, but all Deku could focus on was the overwhelming sensation he was experiencing. When Shinso finally blurted out his realization, Deku felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. The moment was both awkward and revealing, and as they both grappled with their feelings, it was clear that their friendship was evolving into something deeper. Oh no, was someone going to get hurt? This situation was starting to become amusing. The protagonist questioned how someone could be more clueless than Denki, a small laugh turning into a groan as another wave hit. Denki protested, confused about why he was being yelled at. The protagonist pointed out that Denki was still raising his voice, suggesting they both stop yelling, though Denki's offer was shouted back at them. Before the protagonist could respond, the classroom door swung open, and two familiar scents filled the air as the two alphas entered. One of them commanded silence, and relief washed over the protagonist. Deku was asked if the smell in the room was what they thought it was. Deku confirmed it wasn't chocolate, which Shinso was craving. He then mentioned that Denki had a secret stash of chocolate if Shinso wanted some. The protagonist noticed Aizawa had returned and realized they should probably leave. Just as that thought crossed their mind, they were lifted off the ground, recognizing the comforting presence of Todoroki. The mix of peppermint and lemon enveloped them, and while the initial shock faded into a pleasant buzz, it still left them quietly whimpering as they pressed closer to Todoroki. As Todoroki carried them out of the classroom, the protagonist slipped in and out of consciousness, feeling waves of discomfort. Though Todoroki's touch dulled some of the pain, their bodies still craved a connection that their mind wasn't ready for. Life felt overwhelming, and they wished for relief from the heat and everything else. Sometimes, the protagonist wondered what life would be like if they weren't an Omega. They imagined being treated with respect instead of being looked down upon, not being part of a minority that faced societal challenges. The thought of not experiencing heats was also appealing. When they finally found their voice, the first thing they said was a firm refusal of any NTMT advances. The two alphas respected this, simply nodding in agreement as they walked toward the dorm rooms. Since their own room was being cleaned, they were taken to Kaken's space. Once there, the protagonists distanced themselves from the two alphas and began to clear the bed of pillows and sheets, creating a cozy nook in the corner filled with cushions. They rummaged through Kaken's wardrobe, discarding items they deemed unworthy. When they pointed at the shirts the alphas were wearing, they felt a rush of emotion when the shirts weren't handed over immediately. Kaken quickly took off his shirt, followed by Todoroki, who looked confused but complied. After a while, they were finally allowed to sit next to the protagonist, who had been reluctant to let them join. The together continued in this manner for the next couple of days, with the three of them excused from class. Todoroki took on the responsibility of running errands for chocolate and other cravings, effectively warding off any unwanted attention from others. The protagonist made it clear that they only wanted cuddles, and the alphas were more than willing to provide comfort without crossing any boundaries. Whenever the protagonist felt overwhelmed by their desires, the alphas gently reminded them to take it easy, using a firm tone when necessary to keep them calm. On the third day, Todoroki returned with a bag full of ice cream to find the protagonist curled up and distressed, with Kaken trying unsuccessfully to soothe them. Without hesitation, Todoroki sat down beside them, pulling the protagonist into his lap and drawing Kaken close, both of them feeling the weight of the moment. It took a while for the crying to stop, and even after it had, I still refused to move from my curled-up position, one hand clutching Kaken's shirt while the other was held in Todoroki's hand. For another 20 minutes, Todoroki and Kaken silently stared at each other, which felt strange when my mind was too overwhelmed to comprehend their communication through the bond we shared. Kaken finally broke the silence, lifting my head just enough to show I had heard him. He moved around, and I tightened my hold on his shirt, not wanting him to leave. He hesitated before speaking, struggling to find the right words. "We think it would help if you..." Kaken interjected, expressing frustration at the awkwardness of the situation. I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me as Todoroki's words reached me. "No," I whispered, cutting off Kaken as he tried to explain how Todoroki needed to work on his people skills. It was silent for a moment before Todoroki adjusted my position so my back was against his chest. He gently asked if I could share my feelings. I felt a mix of encouragement and fear. I was scared that if I let them touch me, I would only think about the past, and I didn't want that. I stared down at the ground, my hands trembling in Kaken's grip. Kaken removed one of his hands to lift my chin, but I shook it away, not wanting to see any disgust in his eyes. I felt ashamed for feeling this way, thinking that I should have just kept quiet. Many people had it worse than I did, and it felt selfish to dwell on my own pain. "Deku. Bunny, you're mumbling," Kaken said, and I shrank back, feeling the weight of his disappointment. "Bunny, look at me please," he urged, and I hesitated, biting down hard on the inside of my mouth until the metallic taste of blood filled my mouth. I blinked as I noticed tears in Kaken's eyes, and one spilled over. He expressed his frustration, saying I should never think of myself as selfish for being hurt. He reassured me that he and Todoroki would never hate me for the actions of someone who had wronged me. They admitted they had believed rumors and were sorry for not being there when I needed them most. As Kaken choked on his words, I pulled him closer, not caring about the awkwardness of our positions. I was more concerned about his shaking body from crying. "Okay, this isn't going to work," he said, and I tensed up, ready to get up. But with Todoroki's arms around me and Kaken partly resting on me, it was difficult to move. "Don't move, baby," Todoroki instructed, and I hesitated but complied, my face heating up at the pet name. I watched as Todoroki tapped Kaken on the shoulder, urging him to sit up for a moment. Kaken mumbled something incoherent before pulling himself up, his face flushed from tears. He shuffled over, staring at Todoroki with a raised eyebrow. With all the talk about that night, I had almost forgotten that I was in a vulnerable state. Kaken settled next to me, one of Todoroki's arms wrapped around me and the other around Kaken. Kaken spoke again, clarifying that they regretted not being there for me and wanted me to know that I could always talk to them. They promised to respect my boundaries and that if I only wanted cuddles, that was perfectly fine. I woke up crying, a short distance away from where I had fallen asleep, nestled between Todoroki and Kaken. My face was pressed into a nearby blanket, and I found myself shifting restlessly, seeking some comfort. The two alphas were still fast asleep, and I didn't want to disturb them. They had barely gotten any rest since my heat began, and I was unsure if they had slept much before that either. Unlike me, they didn't seem to be immune to the signs of fatigue, and while Todoroki was skilled with makeup, Kaken's attempts were less than impressive. Despite my efforts to find comfort, I was unsuccessful. The two alphas stirred, letting out small groans as they sat up, yawning and rubbing their eyes. Their eyes widened when they noticed I was no longer curled up beside them. Todoroki quickly spotted my tears as I lay on my back, my hands anxiously tugging at my pants, trying to remove them. My claws, which had grown not long ago, scratched at my skin in the process. Acting swiftly, Todoroki reached out, grasping my wrist firmly just as Kaken approached to check on my scratches, rushing to the bathroom to fetch a cloth. I continued to struggle against Todoroki's grip when Kaken returned, inadvertently kicking him in the face as he got close. He groaned, giving me a light glare before tending to my wounds, discarding the cloth into a nearby bin when he finished. I didn't pay much attention to the surroundings, allowing my body to go limp and squeezing my eyes shut. I pleaded with Todoroki to let go, and he complied, sitting back on his heels with a soft sigh. I could feel their gazes on me, both wanting to ask questions, to ensure I was all right or if I wanted them to leave so I could be alone. But I didn't want that. I didn't want them to go, nor did I want to be alone. I didn't even want to be vulnerable around them. I feared they would see the scars that never healed or the marks I had carried since childhood. I didn't want to be reminded of the past. In a moment of frustration, I thought to myself how foolish I was. They remained silent, and when I opened my eyes, I found them both watching me, sitting back with their legs folded beneath them. I couldn't hold their gaze for long and turned my eyes away, feeling overwhelmed. To the ceiling, she fought back tears that threatened to spill. It hadn't even gone that far. He had just kissed her and held her too tightly. Could have pushed him away, used her quirk, or even bitten him, anything to defend herself. Maybe Uraraka was right. Perhaps she had been too passive, and because she hadn't resisted, it meant she had wanted it. Here she was, feeling overwhelmed and making her friends witness her pain, which she knew wasn't the best way to spend time together. Others had endured far worse than she had, and they had every reason to avoid being touched. Yet here she was, feeling like a burden. Suddenly, Todoroki pulled her into his chest, wrapping his arms around her tightly. He didn't say anything, and it was clear he wasn't planning to, but he held on firmly, tightening his grip when Kaken moved, as if afraid the blonde would take her away. He reminded her that she should never apologize for her feelings or compare her pain to others. They had all agreed that she belonged to them, and if she didn't want to be touched in a way that made her uncomfortable, they wouldn't do it. If she needed space, she could take it. They would encourage her to attend classes because they were important, but if she truly needed a break, that was okay too. She giggled softly at Kaken's grumbled response to Todoroki's serious tone. Reaching out blindly, she found Kaken's chest and gently pushed him down, shifting herself so she lay across both of them. She sighed contentedly as one of them placed ice packs on her back, providing relief. It wasn't long before both boys fell asleep, their chests rising and falling with each breath, lifting her slightly. Todoroki had one arm draped over her while the other was tangled in Kaken's hair. Kaken held her hand close to his face as he slept, his usual grumpy expression softened, only occasionally twitching in his dreams. It was only when I was certain that they were deep in their own dreams that the tears fell again. The days passed slowly, but soon enough I was back in class, quickly catching up on all the work I had missed with the few people who were willing to help. By now, half of the school that had once supported me opted to avoid me. I didn't think they meant to, but All Might had started shunning anyone who hung out with me. Since he was still the #1 hero, the teachers except for Yamada and Aizawa, who glared at All Might whenever he passed, didn't intervene, even siding with him when a few students began reporting him. Band practice resumed, and I spent most nights crashing in one of my friends' rooms, returning to Aizawa's for family dinners and occasionally sneaking out at night to hang out with the League. Uraraka still tried to make my life difficult, but with half the school against me, new scars appearing every night thankfully fading quickly thanks to my healing and the constant thoughts about what the League offered, I barely noticed her. Not to mention the upcoming class trip, where the Pro Hero 13 was supposed to be present. The class wouldn't stop talking about it. I couldn't blame them. It was supposed to be a big training facility, one I had only read about, and ever since I found out, I had been eager to go. However, I couldn't say that was how I felt now. All Might was coming, and all I was looking forward to at this point was the show we had that night. The owner of our usual venue was sick, so we couldn't perform there, but Aizawa managed to book a spot at one of the local entertainment centers a few days earlier. Now, around 150 people were expected to watch us play. When we received the news, Shinso, Todoroki, and I had to convince Denki and Kirishima to sing with us, although the two of them weren't very helpful. Bakugo panicked about what our opening song would be. When we got my brothers to sing, the blonde still hadn't decided, so Shinso stayed up all night creating a mashup of a few of our songs, keeping it light and sneaking out to the league space when we needed to test some sounds to avoid getting in trouble for the noise. He brought in whoever could sing for the other parts before taking the final product to the rest, minus Phoenix, for their feedback. They all liked it, so we began rehearsing, the opening song taking the most time since the others weren't as complicated or new. We managed to finish everything in time for the show, expected to start in 26 hours, only for it all to be thrown into chaos with one simple announcement: there would be media coverage. Shinso and I immediately stood up, ready to leave. I felt someone grab my shirt, and before I could be pulled back, I grabbed onto Shinso's shirt, pulling him back as I was pulled against Bakugu's chest. I laughed when Shinso fell onto the floor with a groan. Bakugu insisted they had worked too hard for us to back off simply because of some anxiety. I reminded him that anxiety was not something to dismiss lightly, and he had the decency to look embarrassed, stopping his movements in patting my hair, much to my disappointment. I added that if we didn't want to be recorded, we didn't have to, and he couldn't force us. No one noticed as Mr. Aizawa slipped out of the room, only realizing it after the door closed. Bakugu argued that it would be fun, promising that if we really didn't want to show our faces, we could wear hoodies or something. He turned to me, saying he had seen my last performance and had never seen me so vibrant. When only Bakugu agreed, I turned to look for the others, only to find them asleep on the floor, Kirishima curled up next to Todoroki's heated side, an arm slung over the alpha's face. After a moment of silence, Shinso spoke up, saying he would go if he could get a copy of a photo. I smiled and slid over to Kirishima, ignoring Bakugu's puzzled noises as I showed him the 20-something photos I had taken of the two sleeping wolves. He was silent for a moment before deciding that he wouldn't sing either if he didn't get a copy. As the time approached for us to leave, I hurried to get ready, shoving my phone into my pocket and shouting an okay while throwing on my hoodie, jeans, and red shoes. Before leaving, I grabbed a chain to hook onto my pants and quickly put on one of Todoroki's beanies that I had borrowed earlier. I glanced at myself in the mirror before leaving, pausing only to spin around and grab an eye patch. I moved into the dining room, seeing the whole band plus Shinso's family waiting for me, all looking ready to leave, except for Todoroki and Bakugu, who seemed to be arguing about something. The atmosphere in the room shifted as two alphas locked eyes, tension building between them. The playful banter had drawn the attention of everyone present, except for Aizawa, who shot them a disapproving glare before picking up Eri, who was giggling at something on Shinso's phone, and heading out to the car. One of the alphas insisted that he was not on thin ice, but rather on carpet. As I shuffled over to stand between Kami and Shinso, I watched the two alphas stare each other down, curious about what had ignited this argument. Kaken took a moment before responding, playfully smacking the back of Todoroki's head. He declared that it was an expression, not a literal statement. Todoroki, undeterred by the hit, moved closer to Kaken, inspecting him as if searching for something. I couldn't help but giggle at Kaken's bewildered expression and decided to intervene, pushing them apart and wrapping an arm around each of them. They paused, surprised by my sudden closeness, one smiling while the other wore a slight frown, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. I reminded them that we had a concert to attend in just 15 minutes, urging them to hurry. Kaken warned Todoroki that their disagreement was far from over. I laughed when I caught Todoroki mumbling something about carpet and ice, only half listening as I watched Kiri, Denki, and Shinso make their way out the front door. Present Mike had slipped away while Kaken and Todoroki were arguing, and now he was ushering us out. We all piled into the car, with Kaken, Todoroki, and me in the back, me sandwiched between the two. I stared ahead awkwardly as Kaken glared at Todoroki, who looked confused by the attention. Kaken offered some candy, but only to swat it out of his hand in response to my laughter. With a pout, I picked up the candy and handed it to Eri, who beamed at me, declaring that I was her favorite again. Aizawa shot me a glare from the front seat before instructing everyone to buckle up. Without waiting for a response, he started driving, leading to Kaken shoving me back into my seat while shouting a few playful insults and reminding me to put on my seatbelt. I rolled my eyes but complied, leaning against Todoroki as Kaken continued to yell at each passenger, except for Eri, whom he had given the stolen candy. When Shota later asked where his candy was, both Kaken and I blamed Denki. Shinso had to intervene to prevent Kaken from singeing Denki's hair in frustration. We arrived with 5 minutes to spare, stage workers guiding us backstage while those who came to support found seats among the growing audience. If I looked back far enough, I could see some members of the league lurking in the shadows. Shinso's anxiety was palpable when Kaken teased him about the blush that had crept onto his face. He seemed to reconsider participating, glancing apprehensively at the crowd. This was one of his first shows, and although the audience was not as large as during the talent contest, it still felt daunting, especially with his mate in attendance. I nudged Kaken aside and moved closer to Shinso, handing him his headset while scanning the crowd for Phoenix. I spotted him allowing Toga to climb onto his shoulders, likely so she could see the stage better from their seats. I reassured Shinso that he had support, pointing out that his mate was back there cheering for him. I reminded him that even if he felt nervous, Phoenix would love him regardless of how the performance went. I could see Shinso's ears twitch, a mix of annoyance and confusion evident on his face. Before I could respond, Kaken pushed us onto the stage, causing me to grunt as he shoved a guitar into my chest. The audience erupted into cheers, and I froze momentarily until Kaken positioned himself in front of me, allowing me to hide slightly. Shinso seemed to have the same idea, using Kirishima as his shield. Though he radiated fear, I could sense an undercurrent of excitement as the cheers washed over him. The cheers had a way of dispelling fear, and as we took our places on stage, Shinso and I found ourselves in the center for the opening song. Kaken had insisted it was a privilege to be front and center, so Shinso and I decided to have a little fun by moving around energetically when the song began. Kaken shouted something, and the cheers grew louder before the lights dimmed momentarily, then burst into a dazzling display of colors. The spotlight focused on Kaken as he sang the first line, and Shinso nodded in agreement when Todoroki remarked on Kaken's flamboyant flair for the special effects. The performance was about to begin, and the energy in the room was electric. The phone lit up on the nightstand, illuminating the dark room. The poster of Kaken seemed to straighten as the crowd cheered, the blonde allowing his confident smile to shine through. He called for someone to come backstage. Rolling her eyes with a smile, she let out her part, suppressing a wince as the lights shifted to focus on her. She repeated the phrase, feeling relieved when the spotlight moved away. She exchanged a knowing glance with Shinso, both of them silently agreeing to tease the blonde once the performance was over. She recalled a moment when someone had asked her if she loved them, and she had replied that she only loved her bed and her mother, apologizing for her honesty. She continued with her part, feeling the weight lift from her shoulders as she shared another glance with Shin, knowing it was his turn next. As the music played, she felt the excitement build within her. The negative emotions surrounding her bandmates faded, replaced by the crowd's energy, which was overwhelming yet invigorating. She could sense Kaken's subtle annoyance, as both she and Shinso had been moving around a lot since the beginning of the song, but he still smiled at her. She sang about counting the reasons they were champions, emphasizing that there was no turning back. Her friends didn't read the papers, nor did they care about their success. Despite feeling the weight of a gaze from a redhead in the crowd, she focused on the audience, managing a small, albeit strained, smile. She mentioned having FaceTimed a celebrity, claiming to be their biggest fan, and joked about her dependencies, laughing when she noticed the blush on the insomniac's face, which earned her a glare in return. The performance continued, with her singing about walking into the club, feeling like everyone hated her, and embracing the persona of the sick boy. The crowd's energy was infectious, and she allowed herself to revel in the excitement. As the song progressed, she expressed her longing, stating that no matter where she went, she would always want someone back, having waited a lifetime for them. Denki wrapped up the last few notes on stage, and as the lights dimmed once more, the audience erupted in cheers while stagehands hurried to prepare for the next song. First, an apology is in order for the long wait. Life has been quite challenging lately. Second, there are themes of character death, injuries, and emotional moments ahead. The excitement in the air was palpable as Denki leaped onto his friend's back, laughter spilling from him. As he rambled on about how incredible the performance was and how impressive the effects had been, I continued to pack up my belongings, a small smile creeping onto my face. The thrill of performing was worth the constant attention, and judging by the flush on Shinso's cheeks, he felt the same way. Denki's enthusiasm was infectious as he praised Kaken's lighting effects. At that moment, Shinso and I moved closer to Kaken, who was muttering something about being called that name. We waited for him to look up before playfully tapping him on the head with the back of our hands. The room fell silent, and we seized the opportunity, exchanging smiles before darting away with a single word, "Run." Once we reached the safety of an alleyway, I leaned against the wall, catching my breath. The laughter still bubbled up inside me, even as I struggled to regain my composure. Suddenly, a voice other than Shinso's broke the moment, causing me to lose my balance and stumble forward. "Hitoshi," I managed to say, trying to steady myself. "Hi, Prince," he replied, his tone light. I brushed off the embarrassment, joking about my state. Just then, I was lifted back to my feet, and I looked up at the demon with narrowed eyes, sticking my tongue out at him before he could respond. He merely blinked at me, greeting me with a casual, "Hi, hatchling," before pulling Shinso into his arms, poking at the piercings on his face despite his mate's half-hearted protests. His tail swayed behind him, pausing at any noise that echoed in the alley, while Shinso seemed too comfortable to notice. He looked ready to drift off, inhaling the unique scent of his mate. I pondered what it might be, knowing that my own bond with my phoenix was different from what others experienced. Perhaps it was a mix of chocolate and something else, chocolate being a popular scent, after all. Then Phoenix tossed me a jar and I caught it, laughing at the label. I explained to Shinso that Toga and I had a little game involving candles that Shigaraki believed were being moved by mischievous little demons. The humor in watching Shigaraki's reactions was priceless, especially when Kurogyari had to clean up the mess. I noted that while dying could be an adventure, losing a limb was not something I wanted to experience. As I finished my story, I felt my phone vibrate but quickly pocketed it when I saw it was just Kaken threatening me. I could hear Phoenix and Shinso chatting, but I tuned them out, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over me. It was becoming a familiar sensation, one I had learned to ignore after the fainting spells began. I noticed the silence that followed each dizzy spell, a reminder of the first time I had fainted and how the others had been quiet for a week afterward. I glanced back to see Shinso leaving marks on Phoenix's skin, likely to annoy Aizawa, and I stretched, wincing at the memory of my wings, which I hadn't let out in a while. Soon, Shinso would want to see them, and I had promised Eri a flight, despite Aizawa's protests. Before I could dwell on that thought, a loud crash echoed nearby, causing both Shinso and Phoenix to pull away from each other, curious about the commotion. I felt a rush of anxiety but pushed through it, joining them as we stepped out of the alley. My heart raced, and a voice inside me screamed to run, but I ignored it. That was a mistake. I shook my head, brushing ash from my face as I moved through the debris, ignoring the burning sensation in my lungs and the warmth trickling down my face. I could hear the distant sounds of heroes approaching, along with Phoenix's voice urging us to leave. We should have listened. "Shinso? This isn't funny. If you don't show up right now, I'm taking away your coffee." Silence followed, and then Shinso's hesitant voice responded, "You can't do that." Suddenly, I turned around, struggling to maintain my balance as All Might threw a large piece of debris toward where Shinso and I were trapped. He shouted something about not letting the villain escape. "Iche. Demon spawn." I called out, rushing forward to lift the rubble off Shinso's legs, ignoring the sharp edges that cut into my skin and the bile rising in my throat as I saw him coughing, blood escaping with each breath. I focused intently, willing the blood to remain within Shinso's body despite the gaping wounds. After 30 minutes of being trapped, our healing abilities began to falter, the wounds closing only for more debris to fall and create new injuries. We quickly ran out of energy, and I had to restrain myself from healing so I could use my remaining strength to control my blood-bending gift, ensuring neither of us would bleed out. I was oblivious to the fact that I was now actively bleeding, concentrating solely on Shinso's larger wounds. I didn't notice how each passing minute made it harder to breathe, nor did I realize I was using my wings to shield him from falling rubble. My only focus was on helping my brother. Desperation filled my heart as I pleaded for Shinso not to die. He reassured me that we would escape, but I heard a crack before I felt it, briefly registering a scream as another piece of rubble fell onto my wings. It was my own voice that echoed in the chaos. I looked at him, tears welling in my eyes. I couldn't help but notice the absence of pain, which surely wasn't a good sign, so why was I crying? Shinso tried to calm me, telling me there was an opening and to look over there. I blinked, seeing him smile, but his teeth were stained red instead of white. He urged me to escape, to see our dad and Eri, and to enjoy hot chocolate with my friends. He insisted I needed to go. I stammered about how we both needed to leave, how Eri would be so happy to see him. He reminded me of the bond one had yet to fully embrace, urging me to go out and cherish the moments I had yet to experience. He wanted me to tell his loved ones that he would always be with them and that he would know if our dad didn't sleep he really needed rest. As the area shook again, closed his eyes and weakly wrapped his arms around me, slipping something into my bleeding hands while whispering about how beautiful my wings were. He urged me not to let this break me and to leave this place to find safety. I resisted, desperate to save Shinso, but I felt the effects of his quirk fading, my control slowly returning. Suddenly, I heard someone call out to me, urging me to find safety. I fought against the hold of the figure who had wrapped their arms around me, managing to break free at the mention of my brother's name. I turned to see where Shinso was trapped, a pole piercing through him, and I took off with a whimper. A hero arrived, shouting as they threw the villain off Shinso, but my legs buckled beneath me as the structure around us crumbled. I remained silent, staring at the scene, watching the crowd applaud the hero who had just defeated the villain, yet I felt a deep sorrow. Looking down at the pendant in my hands, I whispered words that caused the demon to freeze, a moment of clarity amidst the chaos surrounding us. He was gone. The situation was chaotic, and Eri was in distress, thrashing and crying out for someone who wasn't there. A comforting presence tried to soothe her, gently wiping the tears from her face while sitting beside her, flinching at her whimpers. Deku looked down at the small girl who had wrapped her arms around his legs, feeling the painful adjustments of his body as it healed. He couldn't muster a smile, confusion clouding his thoughts. How could she still find happiness in such a dark moment? But deep down he knew she wasn't happy, she was terrified. Kneeling to her level, he maintained a serious expression as his right wing collapsed, causing discomfort. He wiped her tears away, and she managed a small smile in return. He didn't want to be the one to ruin that smile. Eri had seen him on the news. She mentioned her father's reassurance that he and his brother would be okay, but now she was worried about him being hurt and where her brother was. The truth weighed heavily on Deku's heart, but he couldn't bring himself to share it. Instead, he reassured her that her brother loved her and would always be with her, even if he wasn't physically present. He held her close, settling under the covers of her small bed, trying to shield her from the harsh reality outside. He promised her that both he and Shinso were watching over her. Later, in the kitchen, he noticed Hizashi and Aizawa entering, both looking as if they had spent the night in tears. He handed them coffee and toast, ignoring their grateful looks as he directed them to the table. It had been a week, and he hadn't seen them eat properly. When asked about his wing, he contemplated telling the truth. It hadn't healed like the rest of his body, and the pain was unbearable. But he couldn't burden them further, they were already worried and exhausted. Suddenly, he found himself in a hospital bed, feeling the heaviness of the sheets. It hurt to move, and as he tried to sit up, he felt restraints holding him down. Confusion and fear washed over him as he realized he was being treated as a suspect in something he had no control over. His family was fighting for him, expressing their anger at the accusations being thrown at him. The tension in the room was palpable, and he felt a mix of fear and frustration. He wanted to scream that he was innocent, that he was grieving too, but the words wouldn't come. Just then, a familiar voice broke through the chaos, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His aunt had arrived, and her presence brought a glimmer of hope. She demanded to see him, her voice steady despite the turmoil around them. As the officers backed down, he felt a sense of victory, but it was short-lived. The memories of his recent kidnapping loomed in his mind, reminding him of the battles he still faced. He tried to shake off the thoughts, focusing instead on the warmth of his mate's embrace as he jumped into their arms, burying his face in their neck. Despite the exhaustion and pain, he craved comfort. Cuddles were what he needed, and in that moment he found solace in the love surrounding him. Shoto tried to move off the bed, but his friends were by his side in seconds, stopping him from going any further. He struggled for a moment before frowning and pulling them both down onto the small bed with him, which drew small laughs from them. It was silent for a moment as they adjusted to ensure no medical equipment was compromised, finding semi-comfortable positions. Shoto asked where the rest of their friends were, while Kaken wrapped his arms around Shoto with a carefulness only those close to him knew he possessed. He explained that he had sent their friends to get some food, noting that Aizawa and Yamada hadn't eaten since. The arms around him tightened slightly, still careful not to hurt him, and Shoto could sense that his friend had dropped any mask he usually wore around others. He remembered that both of them were friends with Hitoshi too, even if the blonde never admitted it. They all hung out, shared laughs, and grew close. It was a loss for them as well, and he could only imagine the thoughts that went through their minds when they heard he was caught up in it all too. He felt the need to apologize for bringing it up, but Kaken reassured him that he had every right to talk about it. Hitoshi was his friend more than he was theirs, and they would never fault him for discussing him or what had happened. Feeling a break in Kaken's voice, Shoto turned around carefully, with Kaken assisting him. He buried his face in Shoto's jacket, feeling Kaken shuffle to wrap his arms around both of them. He was allowed to not want to talk about it, but he expressed how much he missed Hitoshi. Kaken pulled him into his arms, moving them over to the couch where Shoto had been sleeping. Shoto noticed the bruises under his shirt and tensed at their size, but he gently leaned against him, careful to avoid the bruised skin. As time passed, his mind drifted back to a conversation they had not long after he was released from the hospital. He had asked if they would hate him if he left, lying on his bed while the other inhabitants of the house tried to sleep. Eri was in her parents' room, as Aizawa had refused to let her go once they got home. Kaken propped himself up on his shoulders while Shoto shifted his head from where it lay on his chest to show he was listening. Kaken had come over covered in bruises and hadn't said a thing since arriving, but none of them pushed. He still came to offer support for Shoto's family. Kaken asked what he meant by left, whether he meant the town, the house, or them. Shoto ran his hands through his mismatched hair, frowning as he considered his answer. He clarified that he didn't mean them or his family, but if he left UA. Both friends fell silent, so he looked around the room until he found a photo he had yet to turn down. He expressed that if he didn't want to be a hero anymore, or if he wanted to run from society and join a group that wanted to tear it down, would they hate him? Kaken whispered that he meant the League of Villains, his voice rough as if he had been screaming. Shoto had to stop himself from getting up to confront the so-called hero who held the title of Kaken's father. He wondered if they would hate him if he joined them. Falling asleep with the memory playing on loop, he faintly registered Yamada throwing a blanket over them, whispering to Aizawa about their worries. The next morning, Shoto and Kaken left for school, as the school wouldn't allow anyone other than family to miss any more days despite the protests from the lower-level students. Shoto left the house not long after them, turning down an abandoned road where weeds grew through the cracks and small animals scurried across the pavement, free from the worry of cars since no one had traveled this way since Hitoshi died. Reports of a demon opening portals had led to lower-level monsters possessing visitors or hunting those who passed by until all that was left was a lump of hair and blood. Heroes and officers alike had stayed away, simply warning civilians. Creatures of all kinds had taken this as free reign over the land, with fae thriving in the green forest, feral werewolves running without fear, and demons enjoying the sun and shade instead of the constant cold of their previous existence. Other beings lived there too, but he didn't travel past the path without letting them know in advance. Shinso would have loved it. He slowed down a few minutes in, feeling the air around him stiffen before he was yanked off the ground, hanging upside down by his foot as a vine crept further down his leg. He grunted as the vine flicked, throwing him onto a branch above before retreating. He raised his head, narrowing his eyes at the blood on the demon's face. The demon already knew he was there. It was evident from the stale air around him and the frantic look in his eyes as he searched for his mate. Shoto felt a grip tighten around him as the demon demanded to know where Hitoshi was. He hated how flat his voice sounded as he answered, admitting that he couldn't save him. He was dead. The shaking stopped, and for a moment, the same demon who had saved him seemed poised to send him back down to hell. It was a thought he wasn't entirely opposed to after all. He felt he deserved it. His brother was gone because of him. But instead, the demon pulled him into his chest, a hand hovering over where his wounds had been, whispering something before vanishing in a puff of black and ice-blue smoke. He promised to fix this. The demon was busy, surrounded by a few lower-level demons tied up and barely alive. He felt a pang of offense at the sight. The demon rolled his eyes, blocking his view and explaining that he was actually looking for information this time. Without questioning it, he quietly reached into his bag, aware of the demon's watchful gaze. He felt the little emotion the demon allowed him to feel freeze before it vanished, pulled into a barrier only a creature of 1,000 years could create. Despite the demon's hidden emotions, it was clear he was restless, fingers twitching with a desire to reach out and take what was offered. He understood that feeling all too well, especially after everything that had happened. The demon instructed him to get under the loose floorboard. He tilted his head up, about to question the command, but the demon shoved him in the right direction with a snarl. He flinched slightly, catching a glimpse of regret in the leader's eyes before it was replaced by something else entirely. He knew where to go. He had discovered the spot himself. It was near the couch, where a floorboard was loose enough for him to lift, revealing a crawl space and a small hole that allowed him to see what was happening above. Before he went under, he was sprayed with a strange purple mist, likely to mask his scent, and the floorboard was replaced. He positioned himself to see the front entrance, ignoring the pain from his wings and holding his breath as the door swung open. All Might walked in, smiling at the villains who looked both angry and frightened. He taunted them, causing them pain, and wondered aloud where the main trio and the monster demon were. All Might destroyed the few photos of Shinso that the League had kept for Phoenix's sake. Then Phoenix entered, and that was when he passed out, realizing he should have taken a breath at some point. Later, he offered a photo to someone, smiling slightly as he placed it into their clawed hand. He jumped off the tree to give them some privacy, pretending not to hear the soft sobs followed by the screams of lower-level demons as the wildlife moved around him. He was greeted by a familiar voice asking what he was doing back so early. He grunted as a blonde figure latched onto his back, smiling despite the pain that contact brought. He asked where Shiggy was, feeling the head rest on his shoulder as he walked around their temporary hideout, dragging his fingers against different surfaces to feel their texture. Shiggy had gone out for a bit, and when he called for the leader, he smiled at their annoyed faces. Toga moved off his back to grab the bag Shiggy had brought in, and he settled down on a bench, swinging his legs back and forth. Dabi remarked that he seemed happy, and he hummed in response, tilting his head slightly so his hair moved to reveal his demon eye. Dabi's question about who had died hung in the air. He shrugged, mentioning it was probably some low-level demons, but that wasn't why he was there. Shiggy approached, slipping off his gloves and standing near him. He took a moment to consider his response, reflecting on what his friends had said and the reactions it might provoke. When he finally looked back at the leader, both his eyes were the same chilling color. He declared his intention to join, even if it kills him. But it was only a matter of seconds before they were onto their next song. The author expressed concern about a troubling situation known as Pridefall. Reports indicated that a group intended to target LGBTQ creators, including those who simply identified as part of the community. They were sending disturbing content, outing individuals to their families, and even revealing personal information online, putting both them and their families at risk. The author urged everyone, whether LGBTQ or allies, to stay safe during this time. They advised against sharing private information and responding to negative comments, emphasizing the importance of self-care and safety. The author acknowledged the distressing nature of the situation but encouraged readers to remain strong. They offered support and a listening ear for anyone needing validation or reassurance, expressing a desire to protect their readers from harm, whether direct or indirect. If anyone encountered troubling messages, the author advised them to block and report the senders. The author shared a bit about themselves, mentioning their unique hairstyle, their identity as a pansexual polyamorous individual, and their excitement about getting 2 axolotls. They also humorously noted their stuffed llama and their interests in reading, writing, and drawing, along with their connection to the LGBTQ community. The author apologized for the delay in updates due to moving houses and the accidental packing of their laptop. They promised to finish the chapter as soon as they were settled and mentioned that the next chapter would not be a happy one. They concluded by thanking readers for their support and hinted at a second story in the works.